I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at SpeedSportz Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/SpeedConceptsRacing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Go-karts heading out onto the racetrack now, and it's officially time to get started with the racing action. That being said, let's run you down your starting lineup here for your Mini Swift class here in this one. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barr starting on the front row. Colton Schniegerberg and Tyler Moravietz on row number 2. Kimo Ahmad and Alex Chandler on row number 3, and all Iron Rock lockout of that third row. Adrian Vargas and Marshall Steves on row number 4. Jensen Willander and Nayeli Vargas on row number 5. You go back to Simon Jack Klein and Nico Balkasoon. Sorry if I said that wrong there. Starting on row number 6. Jack Cowell and Theodore Mitchell on row 7. Back to Benson Hale and Silas Root. Caden Lehans 15th, 16th, and 17th on the field as they get ready to start the first heat of the weekend, the first heat of the year here in Texas Sprint Racing Series action. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. For those of you watching on, alongside me in the booth this weekend, Alexander Searle, joining us from Florida. And definitely, I know the weather was a lot better in Florida when you left. It seems like it's getting worse here, right? It's cold, it's wet, and definitely not fun here. But another day in paradise, right? We're out here racing and watching go-karts go around, and I can never be too upset about that.
I think I brought some of the Florida weather over here, though. I'm not going to lie, because it's been a little bit rainy down there. So apologies if you didn't want the rain this weekend, because we got it. I know I talked about it earlier in the day that we might get it. We do have it. It is still drizzling out there. Let's see if we get the green flag first time around. We do. Green is out here for our Mini Swift drivers. First of 3 heats on the day. And a lot of drivers, nice and easy through the first couple of corners there. Kind of surprised we all made it through the S's, so really clean stuff there for the Mini Swift driver. Schniegerberg looking for the high side there. It's going to give him a really good run down the back straightaway. He's going to peek to the inside, maybe thinks better of it. Further back, Barsh going defensive on Ahmad around the outside there.
Aston Wyatt looking for a move on the inside. Tanner Barsh looking for it as well. What doesn't get clear, Colton Schniegerberg on the inside, and a lot of racing action. Aston Wyatt threads the needle looking to get through. Already, what a start by the Mini Swift drivers, side by side in between Barsh and Aston Wyatt. Through on the exit of turn number 8 and 9, and wow, already still a lot of moves being made. Barsh goes on the inside. What a send by Tanner Barsh to get through, but Aston Wyatt sets up the over-under.
Stevens spun further back. That was that P8 position. The 165 GFC driver spun around turn number 10, side by side for third. Schniegerberg on the inside of Chandler. Chandler's going to go around the outside. He's going to get run on a road. And now on the inside, there's Ahmad in the 111. He's going to get a free position on Chandler as well. That small little fighting in turn 15 is going to give the top 2 a bit of breathing room. But what an opening lap here at Mini Swift.
Yeah, a lot of racing action already in the first couple of corners of this one. Schniegerberg wanted to get in there. Kimo Ahmad did as well. Aston Wyatt held on to it all the way through and into the final lap. But Tanner Barsh, a lot of speed here and just has to hold on to the move as Ahmad looking on the inside now. And Schniegerberg in a 6th. Looking around the outside, so is Tanner Barsh. Schniegerberg gets the move done on the outside, and that really looks like where all these passes are being made here, Alex. Just trying to stay out of the rubber and onto the marbles to try and get some moves done here.
This is impressive stuff because a lot of drivers are finding grip where others can't, and vice versa. So it seems like there's no one really dominant right now on the racetrack as Barsh makes a good move there in turn number 11. And now we're side by side. Barsh can go defensive here on Aston Wyatt through 14 and now 15. Again, defensive. Here comes Schniegerberg around the outside. Chandler's going to try to follow him through as well. So again, the whole field has condensed now. I know I mentioned Wyatt and Barsh had a bit of breathing room. Not anymore. Schniegerberg has brought Chandler with him. It's a 4-car breakaway. And then slightly further back, you look at the likes of Kimo Ahmad, Simon Jack Klein, who we talked about in qualifying, had some issues. Clearly got that resolved because he's up there in P6.
Yeah, and again, a wet race here, and Simon Jack Klein doing a good job to now get himself up into the 6th spot. And now Alex Chandler looking for a move on Schniegerberg there as well. Barsh still going defensive. Schniegerberg looking to go on Aston Wyatt. A little bit of wheel banging there in between the two of them as they work their way through turn number 7 now, and they get tripped up, but the leaders are still going side by side here. Barsh looking to hold on. He does.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff here. Barsh and Wyatt together, and it's 2x2 here for the top 4. Let's see, through 8 and 9 now. Do we see any moves here? The first time I'd say all race long, we don't see a move for the top 4. We do further back. I believe that was Vargas on the inside of Simon Jack Klein there for P6. So Good move there for the likes of Adrian Vargas. Now through 13 and 14 as, whoa, Aston Wyatt has spun around. I think he grabbed a little bit too much curb on the inside, and it's really easy because it's a dilemma, right? You want to grab some curb to help it rotate, but you don't want to get too much curb to where it over-rotates, and we know the paint can be really slick. So for fast Aston Wyatt, he's got a pretty tall mountain to climb now for the rest of this heat race.
Yeah, he's in ninth right now, just on the edge of the top 10, and now that gives Tanner Barsh a little bit of breathing room, but I don't think for too long here, Alex. That is if Chandler and Schickenberg decide to work together, and you see Chandler wants to kind of lead the charge up to Tanner Barsh. He's going to go up to second. He's able to make that move stick, and again, still side by side. This isn't going to help their charge forward to Tanner Barsh, and I could be corrected here. That gap now closes down to about 3 car lengths.
Yeah, I mean, in a track like this where it's drying and getting wet, it's actually almost easier to be the driver behind somebody else because you can see where they're struggling or where they're finding grip, and you can pretty much do either the exact same thing as them, or if you see them go wide, you do the opposite, right? And so it's actually almost a dilemma if you're the leader of a group in these sort of conditions, because you're the first one to get to each corner. And when you don't know if the track and the corner is more wet or less wet than it was the lap before, it's tough because you don't want to be the one to bin it, like we saw Aston Wyatt do, right? And so that's why I think Alex Chandler, besides the fact that he's just got an absolute rocket ship right now in the opening couple laps of this heat race with a minute and a half to go, he's closed that gap because he can look at what Tanner Barsh is doing and seeing where Tanner Barsh is quicker and where he's not, and pretty much do the exact opposite. And right now, Chandler, he got the run on Schickenberg last lap. This time around, he's really good off of 5 because he's got a really good run at the 6. Thought better of it, backed out of it last minute. But Alex Chandler right now looks like he's got the cart to beat at the moment, and now he's going to go for a setup here to maybe get an over-under through 6 and 7.
Ooh.
Barsh slightly sideways on the exit. Look for the over-under here from Chandler. Not going to happen.
And Chandler just kind of overall quicker right now. I don't know if there's a difference in gear in between these two drivers. Obviously, when it rains, you want to go up on teeth, the amount of gear that you have on that go-kart. And Chandler, that's probably what they opted to do under Iron Rock because he made that move look very easy there on Tanner Barsh, who loses another spot. And now Colton Schickenberg hot on his heels here, Alex.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh starting to fall backwards here late in this one. I mean, it could be a couple of things, right? It could be gear. It could be tire pressure. Sometimes you go out there a little bit too high on tire pressure on a track that's drying on you with wet weather tires. It can be tough to keep those tires in an optimal window where they don't chunk up too quickly. So for Alex Chandler, he looks pretty good. I got to say, since being passed, though, Tanner Barsh has now refound some pace. And I think it goes back to what I was saying. Being second sometimes is easier in these conditions because now you don't have the pressure of being the first one to each corner. You don't have to be the one to kind of figure out the grip. Now it's Chandler's turn to figure out where the grip is. And look at that, Tanner Barsh. I think he found a little bit of grip on the bottom side of the racetrack, but grabbed a little bit too much curb, and now he's going to have to fend off Schickenberg. We have a pretty good fight going on for that P4 spot. Kimo Ahmad, Simon Jack Klein, Adrian Vargas really going after it there for 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah,
they're starting to battle as well further back. Again, 5 minutes plus 2 laps for all these heat races. There's Ahmad going through on the 133 of Adrian Vargas, who's able to get through. And there's Aston Wyatt as well, who just joined the party again to get himself back into contention for a top 5 finish. Him and Simon Jack Klein's SLA machine there going back and forth and into the boot. Aston Wyatt going to get ahead.
Aston Wyatt has re-found himself into the top 5. And last time around, I got to say, matching the leader's pace. So it goes to show you what he does have and where that 121 machine into the top 4 now. And when he spun and crossed the line in 9th, he was 3.1 back. He's 2.8 back from the lead now. So Aston Wyatt is the fastest go-kart on the racetrack last time by and really the last couple of laps. So if it wasn't for that half spin, I think we were talking about Aston Wyatt as maybe the winner of this first heat race. But nonetheless, it's a really good comeback drive for Aston. And he's closing the gap enough to Colton Schickenberg that a couple mistakes from Colton could see Aston get a top 3 here in the heat race. So Simon Jack Klein now is having to fend off the likes of Ahmad.
Yeah, Aston does need a lot to happen ahead of them, and the leaders are pretty spread out when they're going to get to the white flag this time around. Chandler still leads, like you said. Barsh closing down the gap. Chandler still holds on to the fastest lap of the race earlier as well, but 108.2s for everybody out there on the racetrack, and you see why it starts to pull away from Simon Jack Klein as we come to the white flag. One more lap to go this time around as Alex Chandler is going to get it about 3 or 4 car lengths in between Barsh and Chandler in the last lap, and looks like everything else is going to stay pretty stagnant. The closest battle right now is in between Kimo Ahmad, it looks like, who's going at it with Adrian Vargas. They're for the 6th spot.
Yeah, the track's slowly starting to improve here. Tire pressure's coming into a good window. Chandler goes purple last time by. Barsh and Chandler, the only two drivers to be in the 107s. Their first time in the 107s. Last time around, most of these drivers have been in the 108s for most of this heat race. So, yeah, as long as they can keep it on the racetrack, it should be Chandler, Barsh, Schneegenberg. But further back, we have a really good scrap here. Simon Jack Klein, Ahmad, Vargas. There's the 152 machine of Nico Balcasone. He goes around Adrian Vargas. That's for 7th on that Burrell Art machine.
Yeah, Balcasone making up some good spots. He's up to 8th. And we'll see how that kind of continues to go. More and more battles there. The 152 of Balcasone, like we were saying earlier, and getting into the mix there. Kimo Ahmad follows right behind him. But Alex Chandler definitely had to work for this one in the early stages of it. He's going to take away heat race number 1 in Mini Swift. Tanner Barsh coming across the line in 2nd. Colton Schneegenberg 3rd. Aston Wyatt, a really good recovery there by Aston Wyatt in his Nitro kart to get up to 4th for the AR Academy, and Simon Jack Klein round up your top 5 for SLA.
Yeah, well, I think the highlight of this one was, I'd say Aston Wyatt. I think Alex Chandler as well, just with how fast he was late in this race. But for Aston Wyatt, impressive. I mean, to spin, put it in the grass, get out of the grass, put on a 9th, and get a top 4 finish. You can't really ask for much more out of fast Aston Wyatt. For Simon Jack Klein, I think any of the gremlins and woes that we saw in qualifying for him have been amended at this point. Top 5 for him. Balcasone, 2 passes on that final lap to put himself 6th. Kimo Ahmad, Vargas, Steves, and Willander, your top 10. And now it's time for some of the youngest drivers. Not the youngest, but some of the youngest here in Micro Swift coming up next.
You also talk about the the recovery, but the opening lap to me was, I think, the most interesting. We saw a lot of defending, a lot of back and forth kind of going on through that one. And with only 5 minutes, it's important to capitalize on what you have, but also not to throw away all too much, because all through the heat races, they're non-progressive, and when you get down to it, you really need to kind of take advantage of the moves that you have, but not rush anything. You have 2 more heat races left on the weekend. So again, for Aston Wyatt, that average starts at 4th right now, and we'll see how it continues to go as the weekend continues to progress. But we get set, another race getting set to come our way. Your Micro Swifts presented by Gallery Furniture. Brody Stoffel qualified on the pole position in the 229 CRG Norda machine. Tyler Blackwood 2nd. Bo Wyatt 3rd. Brody Brown starting 4th here. Bodie Byer starting 5th. Shep Sullivan starting alongside him on row number 3.
Yeah, further back, Wyatt White, Dusty Strayer, 7th and 8th. Go back to row number 5, Beckley Anderson, Rodolfo Garza, Adam Turrialba, and Hayden Sampson. That's your top 6 rows.
Go back to Sebastian Kim and the 246 of Aiden. That last name, if Aiden's parents come find myself and Alex and give us a little bit of a crash course here, that'd be great. Wiley Lee, issues for him in qualifying. Another driver actually got black flagged. Wiley thought it was him and pulled into the pits, and just a little bit of confusion there, but that kind of threw away a qualifying session that would have been good for Wiley Lee there. He's going to start 15th alongside Ix Capitan Garduno. Something, I don't know if he got a post penalty after the qualifying session that puts him back in 16th.
Yeah, Christopher Arms, Holden Henson, your top 9 rows, top 18 drivers here in the Micro Swift class. Should be a good one here, Caleb. I mean, we saw how close it was in qualifying. Brody Stoffel was the driver that they all were chasing, and for most of that qualifying session, he was a good bit ahead of the field. Tyler Blackwood on that final lap put together a pretty solid run on the Bennick machine, so look for the Bennick trio on the inside row, 2nd, 4th, and 6th there as well. A lot of beating and bang on the inside, so I think they checked up a little bit too much for some of the drivers further back. Definitely getting some whiplash for some of these young kids, but nonetheless, let's see if we get a green first time by. We do. Green flag is out. Good start for Stoffel. Good start for the outside row in general. The 241 of Wyatt's going to go around the outside there. Blackwood, he's going to go to P2. Blackwood's going to fall down to 3rd. Brody Brown's going to hold on to 4th.
Yeah, good move there by Bill Wyatt to get through for the 2nd spot. And while all that fighting kind of ensued right behind him, Brody Stoffel looking to get ahead, and he's starting to pull away a little bit. But there goes Blackwood, just kind of, wow, motors by. So does Brody Brown looking on the inside. What a send by Brody Brown to get through on his teammate. Blackwood holds on, but Brody Brown almost had that one done, and that would have been, I think, a highlight reel move there for Brody Brown, Alex.
Yeah, it goes to show you the confidence that he has under the brakes there into turn number 5. Impressive stuff there. I don't know what happened to Tyler Blackwood, if it's just a gear thing or what, but he got motored behind the straightaway by both Bennecks. So for the 241 machine, we'll have to keep an eye on him to see how that kart is on the straightaways, because I got to say, it's been a while since I've seen, drivers just blow by, the likes of anybody, especially Tyler Blackwood, who put at P2 in qualifying. You see the CRG there. That's the 210 machine. That's the Buddy Bayer there. So he started 5th. He stays in 5th at the moment, but he looks pretty racy early on.
Yeah, Bodie Bayer looking pretty good here in the early stages of this race, already getting close to Bo Wyatt, and just very busy on that steering wheel there for Bo, just really sawing out the wheel, trying to keep that kart under him. And it looks like he's going to lose a little bit of time there compared to what Bayer's going to be able to run, looking on the inside. And
it's got to be gear
on the straightaway, and it has to be gear. I was kind of mentioning that earlier in the Mini Swift race prior, but a lot of drivers kind of find themselves in, a lot of mechanics, teams, parents, or whatnot, find themselves changing gear whenever it starts to rain.
It's tricky.
You want to add teeth, but if you didn't add teeth, and you're going to lose that time on the exit of the corners, too much wheel spin with a slick racetrack. So that's also one of the things to look out for here for those of you at home.
It's so tough to get right, especially in a track like this where we're almost, I'd say, at the crossover period, because I haven't seen some rain really fall in the last 20, 30 minutes. So it's drying up slowly. The weather's not really helping. It's actually cooled down about 10 degrees since we got here earlier on in the day. So it's only gotten colder. It's breezier, but it's gotten colder as we have some pretty good action here. Side by side down the front straightaway, Buddy Bayer and the likes of Brody Brown. Brown's going to hold around the outside of turn number 2. But what a run out of 15 for Bodie Bayer. And now we might see an inside move in here in the 4 and 5. Not going to happen. Full crossover there for Bodie Bayer, having to keep his hands pretty busy on the steering wheel. So it's going to ruin his run down the back straightaway. But Brody Brown here losing ground to the likes of Blackwood and others. But Brody Brown making the move on Bodie Bayer last time around. And now these two are going after it pretty well. For the likes of Bo Wyatt, it's got to be a frustrating thing as a driver, and it is, because I've been in the situation before where, you're quick, through the corners you have probably the best gear, and then down the straightaway you don't have the gear to contend, and so he's going to come back in the pits, and immediately, I'm sure the mechanics can already see, maybe went a little bit too high in the gear.
Yeah, and it could be a handful of things. There's now Bayer looking on Brody Brown. Brown not going to make it too easy there for Bayer, who's looking to set something up, but again, trying to be patient, a little wide there for Brody, and Bodie not able to find a way around that Bennett machine that almost seems like it's 2 car lengths wide, and still getting creative here for Bayer. Just no workaround for now. And again, still hot on the heels there of Brody Brown. If you want to check in with the lead, Brody Stoffel still holds on to it. Tyler Blackwood is behind him, and that gap is at about a second. So Brody doing a good job to keep the entire field at bay.
Whoa, what a late launch. Bodie Bayer down the inside of turn number 5 on Brody Brown. The last of the late breakers there for the 210 machine. He finds himself back into that P3 position. Goes a little bit wide through 7, but he holds on to it. So for Brody Brown, now it's his turn to go back on the offensive here and see what he can do on the CRG machine.
Bodie Bayer still holding on to it. The fastest lap of the race belongs to Brody Stoffel, a 107.932, lapping about 0.6 quicker than the rest of the field, and that's his best lap time so far. And again, keeping everybody at bay and adjusting to different chassis as well. I mean, last year he was on the Sodi machine, kind of moved around on trying to decide a comfortable fit for him, and moved over to the KR. As well at the start of this year with a Jay Howard team, and obviously Jay doesn't come out here with a busy schedule and karts and cars, and finding a home here on the regional side of things and the local races with CRG Nordum is one of the biggest things here for Brody, and doing a great job. He had his first maiden national podium over at the SCUSA Winter Series not long ago at round 2, I believe, and again, just doing it here as well. And it doesn't matter the kart that you put this kid in, he's been super quick all weekend long, really, and has been the driver to beat in this class, Alex.
Brody's been impressive. I got to say, there's a pretty good battle here for 7th, 8th, and 9th. You look at Beckley Anderson, Aiden Waich, and Shep Sullivan for 7th, 8th, and 9th. They've been going at it the last couple of laps. I've been keeping tabs on timing and scoring, looking at the broadcast booth, and It's probably the best and closest battle we have on the racetrack right now because the top 5, top 6 have spread out pretty much, between 3 to 5 seconds between each driver. There's a 254. That's Beckley Anderson. Right behind him is the likes of Aiden Waich there. So this is the closest battle we got on the racetrack. It's for 7th and 8th. I think last time around there must have been a small mistake from Shep Sullivan because he's losing ground slowly to these two drivers.
Yeah, Beckley Anderson, if you remember, she had just moved up from Kid Kart late last year, and it's her first full year running Micro Swift. And as again, for a lot of other drivers here as well, that names that we learned last year and throughout the entire season, they provided some really good racing action all year long, and now moving up to the Micro Swift class. And then we have a new batch of Kid Karts, right, that come in this year from the ages, I think we have some 5-year-olds, some 4-year-olds as well out there and in racing. But good to see drivers like Beckley, who just moved up to the Micro Swift class and hoping to get her first regional top 10 here this weekend.
Yeah, she's doing a very good job right now, keeping the likes of Aiden Waich behind her. So these two have left Shep Sullivan a little bit here behind, and so they're going to go after here for that top 7 spot. And like you mentioned, it's always good when you make the move up to a new class to go out there and get a top 10. Your first time of asking there is 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go here in this heat race. Brody Stoffel continues to grow his lead over the likes of Blackwood and Bear. The likes of Bo Wyatt starting to pull away a little bit from Brody Brown. Not really, so that gap is starting to close up as well. So here's a good look at the battle for P2 as Blackwood all sorts of crossed up there out of turn number 5 and 6. And look at this, Bodie Bear side by side with Blackwood here. So the battle for P2 is starting to heat up.
Yeah, Blackwood just kind of lost it there on the exit of 6 and a 7, and definitely not ideal as Byers still, all race long it seems like it's been kind of find his way around. Tyler Blackwood just hasn't found it, and again, that mistake there not going to help him out at all. So unfortunate there for Bodie as we come to the white flag this time by, and Brody already crossing the stripe now to take the white flag. And for Tyler and Bodie Beyer in 2nd and 3rd, they're getting it now. So going to be pretty spread out coming down to it. But again, these drivers provided some good racing action throughout the start of this race. Everybody still kind of finding ways around. And once we get into Heat 2, I'm sure we'll see these drivers start to make some moves, Alex.
Yeah, I see Brody Stoffel there, a huge lead over the rest of the field. Blackwood, with that small mistake we saw last lap from Bear, has grown his lead slightly over Bodie Bear. But I got to say, it's not over for that battle for P2. And if we look further back here behind Brody Stoffel, we have a really good scrap actually for seconds. I think Blackwood might have made a mistake out of 6.
Yeah, it's looking a lot closer now, side by side. Tyler Blackwood and Beyer trading a little bit of side pod there, and Beyer still hasn't found a way ahead looking, and Blackwood looks like a little too much wheel spin on the exit, but not going to be enough for Beyer for now. Not going to be close enough into the boot, but Brody Stoffel, a commanding start to the weekend, 6 seconds. And there goes Bodie Beyer, finally able to get through. Looking to put a CRG up to 2nd. Tyler Blackwood lost it there in the end, finishes 3rd. Brody Brown next to cross the line, 4th. Back to Bay Wyatt, your top 5.
Yeah, good scraps there for 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th. They were spread out quite a bit halfway through the race, but it condensed a lot. But besides Brody Stoffel, who kept, just putting 106s down. The only driver in the 106s, the rest of the field was in the low 108s. So Brody Stoffel really had a command on this slick racetrack compared to the rest of the field. But what a run for everyone here in Micro Swift. And looking down on the field here, Caleb, on the grid, we got Shifter getting ready to go out there.
Yeah, the Shifter's getting set to hit the racetrack here now. Everybody just getting set. Last couple of carts working their way down onto the asphalt, I should say, from their kart stands. But first 2 races out of the way. The Shifters, presented by Arcade Motorsports, getting set to come next. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race-ready. Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV cards.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Shifters out onto the racetrack now. Luis Mendez, the driver on our screen here in the 68. But let's run you down that starting lineup. Noah Zars, John Paul McCurry decided to scrub in some tires in the warm-up session for the qualifying session. That fell into their lap, and that's what would help them propel themselves ahead of the CRGs of Aiden Rudolph and Luis Mendez, who start on row number 2. Jeff Mills and Derek Proctor on row number 3. Back to Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, starting 7th, and Shotgun Charlie on the field. Jordan Musser not joining us here today as the rest of the grid gets set to get lined up. And a little different than what we saw earlier today, I should say. And Noah Zars actually opting to go on the outside here. Alex chose that outside line. John Paul McCurry going to get the inside. While we wait for the green flags, we look onto the lights here. And we wait.
It makes sense to choose the inside or the outside there because with the way the racetrack is and the way the rubber's been laid down, I think it's going to be a little bit grippier actually on the outside there heading into turn number 1. We have one driver further back, the 22 machine of Alvarez de Castillo, stalled here entering turn number 1. The green flag's out nonetheless. Great start for Aiden Rudolph. Not the start that Zark should have wanted there. So from first down to third, so maybe I was wrong and there wasn't a lot of grip on the inside, or he just didn't get the launch that he would have wanted. But Rudolph already looking for that P1 spot. He's going to muscle his way through. Aiden Rudolph, 3rd to 1st.
That was a whole shot and a half by Aiden Rudolph to get through, and I think that was one of the biggest struggle points for him this preseason, trying to find those starts and trying to find a way to get started. And then you look at Noah Zars, who started on the pole, who qualified on the pole. He's all the way at the tail end of this field. Not the way Noah Zars would have wanted to start this race out, and exactly how Rudolph would have wanted to start his shifter career here this weekend.
Yeah, and Noah must have had a mistake because he's down in last. Actually, he's been muscled around, and Noah Zars is last because Alvarez de Castillo is actually off the racetrack here right in front of us in the broadcast booth. He never made the start of the race, so Zars must have had a mistake through 5 and 6. So he's back in P last right now at the moment. Good fighting here further back with 2 CRG boys, but a big mix-up here as timing and scoring gets reset. And so it's Rudolph, Mendez, Melchiori, your top 3. Then it's Mills, Proctor, and Zarsk 2 seconds back from the rest of this group. Look at this, 3 wide between turns 4 and 5, and Melchiori is going to lose 2 spots.
How about Jeff Mills, the oldest of the drivers in this group, gets himself up to 3rd. Jeff Mills getting through. Derek Proctor looks like was able to get through there as well, and a couple of others. John Paul McCurry, the young 14-year-old, falls back just on the edge of the top 5. So John Paul not going to get through, and looks like a missed shift there by Jeff, and Derek's going to get through.
Yeah, Jeff slightly too wide in 7 and 8 there. Couldn't get the traction down, and Derek Proctor goes through. Proctor looks pretty racy early on in this one. He looks to have a lot more front-end grip than a lot of the guys around him at the moment. That CRG looks hooked up early doors in this one. You can see the kart just bites wherever he wants to go, unlike further back you saw Jeff Mills struggling for traction. So that 14 machine is on rails right now, but no one quicker than Aiden Rudolph, the only driver in the 59s. No, Luis Mendez last time around, actually quicker than Aiden Rudolph. So now that the tires have come into play and the drivers can get their nerves out of the way as well with the first start of the weekend, Luis Mendez quicker than Aiden Rudolph to start this race.
Yeah, Mendez seems to be pushing here early on, as well as Noah Zars now getting to the rear bumper of Jeff Mills. So we'll see what Noah can do. Looking on the inside, he's able to get through. Noah's able to get clear and up into the 4th spot. So again, from pole all the way back for Noah, and just chipping away at it now. Next on his list is going to be Derek Proctor, and that Sodi machine definitely looks really good here. Alex, looking now on Derek Proctor into the boot. Not close enough for the Arcade Motorsports machine, and
it's just
what an over-under. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Noah Zars is flying here.
Yeah, Zars right now is the quickest driver on the racetrack by quite a margin. A 58.685 for Aiden Rudolph. A 57 flat for Noah Zars. 1.6 seconds clear of the next fastest driver. The number 3 machine went to last in the opening lap. He's up to P3 right now. He's gotten around Derek Proctor. He's actually around Mendez on the back straightaway there as well. So he's got his sights set on Aiden Rudolph. I don't know if the other guys have a problem or he's just got a lot more grip than the rest of the field right now.
Whoa, what happened to Aiden Rudolph? I think he's off the racetrack. I don't know if he had some sort of issue.
He's pulled in the pits.
I don't know if Aiden Rudolph's into the pits. Early exit out of this one, but not how you would have wanted to start his first heat race. Noah Zars absolutely flying here with a 57.0. And again, you got to think about the equipment, about saving everything. We might have a rain race tomorrow, so Noah's still very much out there and pushing. And 20 years old for Noah Zars, and doing a pretty good job. I think 19 actually, Noah. So he's doing a pretty good job his second full year in shifter. So to put himself out in the lead, it's been a pretty good start for him.
Yeah, I wonder if Aiden Rudolph pulling in early can explain why he wasn't able to match the pace of Noah Zars. Or if Noah's just that much quicker than the field right now on this condition of racetrack. But I don't think you'd want to pull in if you're Rudolph. There's problems further back. I want to say that's Luis Mendez slowed down here, Caleb.
Yeah, Luis Mendez also with some sort of issue. He's pulling into the pits. So 2 CRGs out of this race early, and that's just, I guess, question marks for the camp of what is going on here early in this one. But Noah Zars going to run away with it with just about a minute left. And again, it could be a lot of things. I wouldn't want to speculate till we have official word, but yeah, just definitely not the start the CRG team would have wanted with 2 of their fastest drivers out of it early here, Alex.
Yeah, and with the way the heats work, you have to start in the same spot every single heat race, and it's the average of the 3 that put you for your starting spot in the final. So having a DNF for Mendez and for Rudolph, not ideal for your starting spot. Is this a slowed 25 machine of Jeff Mills? It looks like he was slowing down. It looks pretty good now, but I got to say he was crawling through turns 3, 4, and 5. Looks like it's decently rolling now, but again, he's looking around. I gotta wonder if he might be pulling in as well for the CRG machine. I think he might be, Caleb.
Wow.
Interesting stuff here.
3rd DNF for the CRG USA crew, and yeah, not how they would have wanted to start it. I think all 3 of those drivers on the LSR power plants as well here with Pierce Baldus, so it could be something else. I mean, just not definitely not how they would have wanted this one to progress. And I don't know if they're either trying to save tires or
it makes me wonder. It's either an insane anomaly to have 3 CRGs pulling in at once, or if it was a call from the fence line. Which I don't know why, because again, it's the average of the heat races that start you for your final, but the only CRG left running on the racetrack is Derek Proctor right now in that 14 machine. The rest of the CRGs have pulled in the pits. Noah Zarsk is still putting his stamp on the field right now, running about 5 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
Derek Proctor's pulling in too.
It has to be a call from the fence line. It's got to be.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a tire save strategy or what it is, but Noah Zarsk getting the 2 laps to go, and if that's what's going on here, if they're saving tires, and that leaves Noah Zarsk with a burnt up set of rain tires, and I don't know how many sets he has available to him. I don't know how many sets you can use on a given weekend, but just a lot going on that I don't think either me or you are really understanding here. But yeah, all of those CRGs pulled in. All of them pulled in. Only 2 drivers out on the racetrack, John Paul Mulcahy and Noah Zarsk.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if they all went out on rains and they started to chunk up and they didn't want to use them up, right? That's maybe the best explanation that I can think of right now for why you'd want to pull in so early, is not to use up your rains if they went out on rains, and I believe they did. So for Noah Zarsk, I mean, this is it's been cruise control for the number 3 machine here. White flags on a wave next time around. Right now, he's 6 seconds faster than the next fastest driver on the racetrack right now, and just continuously putting insanely quick lap times. A 54.276 for the Arcane driver. Looks smooth, looks calm up front.
And now I'm wondering if Noah started this race out on slicks.
I've been trying to keep
That's also another question, right? And I think that's exactly what we saw here. A 54.276. Those are a lot wider rear rims, and it looks like Noah Zarsk went out on slicks, and everybody else decided to go out on wets, and that's why we saw what we saw. But And that's probably why we saw the issues for Noah Zarsk also off the line early on, Alex, where he struggled in the first couple of corners and then just blew the doors off of everybody out there on the racetrack. And I think that's exactly what he's about a lap. John Paul Mulcahy, who's in second. That's definitely what we saw here. So it was probably,
the rest of the field is actually pulled into the pits besides Mulcahy. So
and he's still on rains. So that set of rain tires is probably used up here, and Noah Zarsk made the right call in this race, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
So this is now the crossover point. So if you're thinking of whether it's rains or slicks out there, it's definitely slick tires, especially if you're Noah Zarsk, who put quite a bit of time on the rest of the field there. The only driver to go out on slick tires, looking at his go-kart there, for sure slicks on the number 3 machine. Definitely explains why the CRGs came in so early. They definitely felt after 2 laps, they said, you know what, these tires are chunking up pretty bad. And yeah, getting actually confirmation here from Aiden Rudolph himself saying, listen, trying to save the rain tires, smart call, because rain is expected later today and tomorrow, and you don't want to chunk those things up early.
Yeah, we'll see. Checkered flag in the air this time around. Noah Zarsk going to be the driver to get it done here in this one. John Paul Mulcahy as well taking the checkered flag. But what a start! What a start! And I don't know if they were struggling, scrubbing in those rain tires when you get into the actual rain. They only did 3 laps, so we'll see. We'll see. They have a newer set of slicks. They have a newer set of rains as well for the CRG Nordum crew. So we'll see. I guess what it looks like later on in the weekend here, Alex. And looking outside of our window, rain's starting to fall. Still rain tires for everybody. I mean, and indeed, the rain's starting to fall again. So
it's so tough.
We're back to square one. We're back to square one, and a lot went on in that one, a lot to process. But the Kid Kart's getting set to roll out onto the racetrack here.
How lucky is that for Noah Zarsk, by the way?
Yeah, I mean,
to choose the one session where it stopped raining and it works out. I mean, for Noah, great call for Arcane. And now it goes to show you how tricky a weekend like this is when it's constantly rain, drying, and then it dries for a little bit longer, and then it rains again. And so for these 206 cadets, they got to go out there, or the Kid Kart, sorry, they got to go out there now and navigate a racetrack that's going to be wet, right? And so it's a good call for everybody that went on rain tires. Hopefully nobody out there is on slicks. I don't think we saw anybody on slick tires, but it is starting to rain decently heavy now, Caleb. So again, it's ever-changing conditions throughout the day.
Yeah, this is honestly a little bit of a wilder start to the day than I would have ever expected here, but Let's run you down your starting lineup here for your 206 Kid Karts. Vettel Baker and Liam Lofton starting on row number 1. JJ DeShong and Maverick Reddick starting on row number 2.
For the back, Wyland Galliano and Booker Anderson, P5, P6. Liam Guerrero, your top 7 drivers here for 206 Kid Kart. And we talked about it earlier on, right? These young kids put on such a show for us. They have so much fun out there because they're all friends off the racetrack, but they're all competitors on the racetrack, right? And so, especially for these sort of conditions, this is super tricky for these drivers who are between the ages of 4 and 6.
Yeah, we had an issue actually on the exit of the grid. Maverick Reddick, I think, had an issue getting out there. He's at the tail end of the field right now. He's about to get there and try and retake his starting spot. But we'll see if these drivers can get us started here. If not, they'll have to come to a stop once we get onto the main straightaway. And I think that's what we're going to do here. We're going to get them stopped to get ready for it's going to be a standing start now. And again, the goal here at the start of the year, and this is what we saw last year as well, the goal is to get them stopped and to get them kind of gridded up. And then once they get into the rhythm of learning the starts, and this is exactly what this class is for, right? To learn the starts, to learn how to get started once you get into the microswift classes, so you don't have what we see sometimes in the National Series where you have 5 go laps before we finally go green. So it's getting them stopped, and then by the end of the year, the goal for it all is for these kids to be starting on their own.
The starts are so tricky because we joked earlier that whenever these kid karts get fired up on the grid, they just want to go, and the parents got to hold them back, right? So they're so antsy that it makes sense that when you see the kid karts, the cadets, and even the micro classes have trouble at the starts, it's because they just want to go.
And you see Maverick and the 22, they're already getting ready to go. Vettel Baker wanting to go, and green flag in the air. Liam Lofton and Maverick Reddick with a good little hole shot there on the inside line. A couple of other drivers as well. Pretty good start there by the 33. It looks like of Booker Anderson, and they get together. The 77, another driver gets collected. Liam Lofton gets collected. JJ DeShong at the start as well, and more rain starts to come down here, Alex. So this track is going to get a lot more slick here.
It's pretty wet out there, actually. I'm looking out the window here, and this might be the first time all day that I really start to see puddles forming outside on the grid here, and definitely on the racetrack as well. So it's raining really hard, Caleb. You can actually see puddles developing on the inside of the curbing. This is as wet as it's been all day long, and for these 206 kit karts, you couldn't have trickier conditions. At this point, all you can ask for from your young drivers is keep it on the racetrack.
Hey, I mean, the fact that they're even out there on the racetrack now, and who knows how cold weather right now. It's 43 freezing degrees outside. It's cold, like walk outside, your hands are frozen, your face is frozen. And for these kids to be 4 to 6 years old out there racing, it's mind blowing and really cool to see that they're so passionate about something to go out there and race. Me personally, I'd probably pack it up and go home while we were at it. Definitely not, but just wouldn't be ideal for sure.
Let's see, first time laps here in the books for a lot of these drivers. About to see what the lap times show. Maverick Reddick 3.2 back from Vettel Baker. We have a pretty good battle starting to form here between Galliano and Reddick here for P2. A pretty good run for the 24 machine out of 4 down the inside of turn 5, and Galliano to the inside goes to P2. Now his sights are set on Vettel Baker out front.
Yeah, Vettel Baker, pretty good gap, 3 seconds ahead of Reddick and Galliano there in second and third. So we'll see if any of these drivers can find some time out there on the racetrack. I haven't seen any spins from the top 3. I don't want to curse any of them, but still, it's pretty impressive that for kid karts are doing a pretty good job of keeping it on the racetrack.
Yeah, you see Galliano look over his shoulder to see the gap between himself and the likes of Reddick. We have a pretty good scrap here starting to form between Anderson and JJ DeShong there for 4th and 5th. Booker Anderson sideways through turn number 8 now, down the short chute straightaway. So here comes JJ DeShong on the 77 machine with a really good run here towards turns 13 and now 14. The 24 machine exiting turn number 15 as well. I want to say, yeah, still ahead of Maverick Reddick there. And again, this is the closest battle we got on the racetrack right now for 4th and 5th.
They worked their way through. About 3 minutes left in this race. Alex, I talked about earlier, I never raced any of the cadet categories. You did when you were younger. And seeing, I mean, to me, the biggest thing, especially here, being at the Texan Racing Series, seeing a lot of these kids that we hear, and like last year, like Brody Brown, when he was racing Kid Kart, and Stoffel now, who's racing over in the national stuff, and here this weekend as well, seeing a lot of them kind of progress and seeing them move up through the ranks. And I'm sure you can say the same about AMR Homestead and all these kids that started Kid Kart, and seeing them kind of venture out to the national stuff as the Shong and the 33 of Booker Anderson. Anderson went around, and to me, the coolest thing about this class especially is seeing them kind of grow out there and spread their wings in 2-3 years' time and get out there and be quick and see the progression. I think is the coolest thing about a class like the Kid Kart class.
Well, it's one of the most rewarding things as a parent, as a coach, as a mechanic, when you get to work with a driver at a young age and grow with them, as Booker Anderson goes off the racetrack and gives up the spot to JJ DeShong now. They've been going after it for the last couple of laps, but it's so rewarding when you get to work with a kid at a young age, work with them throughout their young career and maybe even into the junior and senior ranks, and just see them grow. Like you mentioned, that's what this Kid Kart class is for. It's for making sure, the one, that your kid enjoys racing. 2, you teach them the fundamentals, right? That's why we do all the starts with the Kid Karts, so that when you get to micro and get to mini, they have a better understanding of what it's like to have a rolling start and what it takes to keep a low speed on the outlap. And then when you see the green flag wave, then you can go, right? But it's teaching them all the silly things that when you get older, right, it's second nature. But for all these kids, they're all learning, and so they're going to continue to learn. You learn all the way into the junior, senior shifter ranks, right? You never stop learning, you never stop taking in the information. But when you're young, you really absorb a lot of it, and so that's why it's really good to have mentors, coaches, mechanics, just working with these young drivers and just making sure they have a good time, right? Because these kids are all friends off the racetrack.
Yeah, and we were kind of walking the pits earlier, and funny enough, we ended up in the CRG tent and kind of saying hi to Maverick, playing around with his Hot Wheels, and when we went to go say bye, we're like, all right, Maverick, bye, good luck. All he said was good luck to us too. So right, having these conversations with these kids is always great, and seeing them have a good time, especially at the racetrack, is always to me the coolest part about it. Seeing them kind of run around and mess around is what it's all about. So I'm going to see them having some fun out here and also being competitive, right? Just wanting to go, wanting to hit the gas, and wanting to get out there. And this kid up at the front, Vettel Baker, done a really good job for the MSL Racing crew to put himself up at the front and to try and pull away from the rest of the field. So really good for Vettel Baker, about 6 seconds on the field. And I'm sure Massimo Sanchez-Lara are going to be happy watching his youngest driver out there on the track have a good time.
Yeah, Vettel Baker has been probably the driver to beat in this class. He's had a grasp on this circuit this weekend with the changing conditions throughout the weekend, especially today. But the lap times are pretty close between all these drivers. You look down the order. I mean, Baker and Galliano both running in the 123s. Maverick Reddick's doing a really good job down there in third. We actually have a really good scrap starting to form for that third spot. You look back, if we can, to Reddick, to JJ DeShong and Booker Anderson. They're pretty close on the racetrack, as I believe Maverick Reddick might have just spun in turns 7 and 8. Yeah, because there's DeShong and Booker Anderson, and Maverick Reddick was in third. Unfortunately for Maverick, maybe a little bit too antsy on the throttle there and spun it through 7 and 8.
Yeah, I just a very wild spin there for Mav into the double right-hander to get through. Last lap, getting set to get underway here, and looks like somebody may get the meatball flag here, Alex, once we get to the front straightaway. And indeed, it's a 33 of Booker Anderson who's going to have to pull into the pits here early.
The bumper.
And that bumper is dragging, indeed. So an early end for this one here.
That's a heartbreaker there, because Booker's had such a good run throughout the session. He's had a couple of spins, but has kept it mostly on the racetrack and was in a pretty good fight there for a top 3. Gonna have to pull in early, unfortunately. But here's a good look at the 22 machine, just continuously putting in fast lap after fast lap and extending his lead over the field. It's up to 6 0.7 seconds now for Vettel Baker, and we're going to get ready to see this, I think, 2 to go next time by, or maybe 1 to go here for the MSL Racing CRG machine. And Vettel Baker, again, it's just been so quick all weekend long so far here in 206 Kid Kart.
Yeah, Vettel Baker looking to get the white flag this time, actually. White flag in the air this time around for young Vettel Baker. And still a good gap for him. Going to open up just a little bit more this time around as Galliano working his way through. And a 6.803 that time around.
Yeah, pretty close lap time-wise between Baker and Galliano. So it's not like he's that much quicker. It's just he had a really good open couple of laps, and then from there it's being consistent, right? That's how you win races, no matter what class you're in. It's always good in this Kid Kart class that they get to learn at such a young age, that understanding it's one thing to be fast on one lap, another thing is to go out there and win the race because you're consistent and do the same lap over and over again. And Vettel Baker's done a really good job of that this race. So too is the rest of the field, right? Galliano's done a great job. Deschamps holding off Booker Anderson. Unfortunately, Anderson's going to have to pull into the pits early with the meatball flag with the bumper coming off, so that's going to give Reddick the 4th place spot. And then Liam Lofton actually is purple. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack last lap, and he went purple 2 laps ago. So Liam Lofton, although he's down in P6, is actually the quickest driver on the racetrack in that 41 machine. So really impressive stuff for Liam, but half a lap to go here, not even, a couple corners to go here for Vettel Baker. He's going to round turn number 15. Smooth sailing for MSL Racing, and the 22 machine for CRG. Heat 1 goes to Vettel Baker.
Yeah, really good showing there by Vettel Baker to get it done there to win this one. Across the line in second for Weiland Galliano. JJ Deschamps was able to close this one out, the 77, and it definitely wasn't easy, but JJ for sure got it done here in the end. Booker Anderson, if it all goes well here in the last quarter, then it does. He's going to finish 4th. Maverick Reddick, your top 5, and Liam Lofton going to come across the line and finish 6th with the fastest lap of the race. I tell you what, Alex, times are very, very, very close here in this one, but coming up next, your K8 Junior, the first of our 100cc power plants, getting set to hit the racetrack now, and Travis Pettit getting set to start on the front row here.
Travis Pettit on the front row. Alongside him is going to be Tyrone Kemper Jr. It's a great front row here. All the drivers down there on rain tires. I keep keeping my eyes on it. Right now, we're definitely nowhere near slicks again because of the slight lull in the weather that we've had, and it's still slightly drizzling out there. So again, it's just a really weird racetrack, and for these drivers, it's as tough as it gets as a racing driver to go out there and have zero clue what the track is lap to lap, let alone what's going to be out there on the out lap. You don't know what it's going to be like the next lap. And so being the leader of any group, and we've talked about it, and I've touched on it throughout the day, it's tough to go out there and actually lead a group, let alone lead the race. Just lead your own group, because you're the first one to every corner. You're the first one that has to realize, oh, there's a new puddle there. There's grass there. You know, it's slicker here than it was last lap, or it's drier here than it was last lap. And so when you're a driver that's behind somebody, you can kind of get a decent baseline for what to expect grip-wise. But here's a good look at your starting grid for KA100 Junior. Row 1, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Travis Pettit, Gage Bailey, Davis Henry, your top 4.
Go back to Carson Berry and Nathan Golseth, David Ibarra, and Mason Berry, Easton Cox, and Luke Cruz, starting on row number 5.
Further back, Nico or Bezo, Maui Angel, Jordan and Vonnie, Bobby Klein, your top 7 rows. Further back, Tucker Tribe, and Juan Jose Paramo, Braden Westfall, and Oscar Gus Wonderlay.
Go back to Connor Corsi and Jackson Baldus, your top 10 rows, and this one your top 20 starters as well. You go on to the next page here, a couple of more drivers, about 4 more that are getting set to take their green flag, starting 21st for Braden Ledwidge, Luku Gomez de Moraes starting 22nd, Ian Mims 23rd, and Salvador Ruiz starting 24th in this race. Again, we've seen a lot of racing action already this year, and this weekend we've seen some, but this is the KA Junior class, I think, what always draws people to the fence lines, what always gets eyes onto the racetrack. But Tyrone Kemper Jr., Travis Pettit getting set to lead the field to the green flag here, Alex.
Yeah, through the boot we go, and this is tough, right? Because when these drivers last at the racetrack, it was drier than it is now, and so they have no idea what the grip levels will be like entering turn 1 at decent speed here on the opening lap, and they're doing it side by side. So this is tricky conditions for all these KA Junior drivers. You see some hands up in the air, making sure they get slow and steady. They want to get the green flag first time around. They do. Green is in the air. Good start for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Good start for Pettit. Pettit's going to back out of it here, so Kemper Jr. around the outside of turn number 2 takes the lead of the race. Side by side further back. Here's a late lunge. David Ibarra, he wants 5th. He might get 5th over Nate Golseth.
Yeah, one driver looked like some sort of issue there. That's Gage Bailey in the 827. Unfortunate. No idea what's going to miss for Gage Bailey, but very, very slow on the straightaway, and a couple of drivers able to get through there as well. Davis Henry is up to 3rd. It seems like David Ibarra leading this group there further back as I think that's Carson Berry working his way through there as well with Maui right behind him, Maui Angel.
Mason.
There as well as Golseth now looking for a move on Ibarra side by side on the exit of the buckle in turn number 11. Nathan Golseth going to get through.
Good move there for Nate Golseth. Look at this. David Ibarra. You don't see many moves there on the inside of 13. Golseth returns the favor with his own bump and run runs them out of road. David Ibarra, I think it was kind of an eye for an eye there. Ibarra moved Golseth. Golseth got him back, but David Ibarra ended up losing 4 spots at the end of all that.
Yeah, there you have it for these drivers, right? And already super competitive up at the front here. Alex has Tyrone Kemper Jr. running away with it for now. Travis Pettit's behind him about half a second back, and Carson Berry, Davis Henry, Golseth, and Mason Berry in this group here that you see, and more moves being made here. Maui Angel able to get through. He's clear, and Ibarra looking to get him back, but here comes Luke Cruz, and some issue there for Maui, who lost some time. Another driver was able to get through.
Side by side further back, there's Nico Urbezo behind one of the Red Speed drivers. I think that's Juan Jose Paramo there. That's the battle for 12th and 13th. Paramo's actually gotten around Nico Urbezo. Further up in front of them, you see the likes of Bobby Klein, Luke Cruz, and others. So Nico Urbezo's lost a couple of spots here, but still looking pretty racy with a pretty good run here through 13. Might see a lunge here in a 15. It is a late lunge. It's hard to hold the inside there, but when you run the driver out of road like that, Nico Urbezo up to 12th.
Yeah, really good move there by Nico Urbezo to get through, and it's almost like Paramo had to let him through there on the exit and just leave enough room for the two of them to work their way through. And now Pettit still trying to pull away there from Carson Berry in the 3rd spot, as further back Mason Berry holding on to Nathan Golseth and a couple of others. Golseth still starting to close down his gap as well here, Alex. But again, for the drive up at the front, Tyrone Kemper Jr. seems to be coming alive here in the rain.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. right now is he's the second clear of Pettit. I think it's growing, if anything, his gap to Pettit this time around. So for Travis Pettit, as he almost drops a tire there, you have the likes of Carson Berry right behind him. They've left Davis Henry behind, and Nate Golseth is starting to close his gap on Davis Henry. So as Pettit pulls away slightly from Carson Berry, if we look further back, here's a good battle. Davis Henry, Nate Golseth. Golseth was working his way up through the field on the opening couple of laps here, and he's looking strong on that Arcane Motorsports 30K machine. Last time around, the second fastest driver on the racetrack behind Tyrone Kemper Jr. So Nate Golseth is rolling on the 826 machine.
Yeah, Nate's still trying to find his time here as Pettit and Berry going side by side on that straightaway. Travis looking to get through there on Carson Berry. He's able to get it done, and Berry going to slot back in line there in 3rd. But this is going to bring Davis Henry and Nathan Golseth just that little bit closer, and Carson Berry goes around from 3rd. Carson Berry in the GWR machine couldn't keep it facing forward, and that's going to be a long, long way back up to the top. But the two beneficiaries from that, Davis Henry, Nathan Golseth, well inside of the top 5 now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Carson Berry right now, no need to put your hands in your head. You know what I mean? You still got about 4 laps left in this one to go out there and make amends.
And 2 more heat races
for the mistake. So it's okay. He didn't lose that many spots, and we know the pace is there for the 810 machine. So now it's time to go out there and have some fun, right? Go rip some laps in the wet and see what you can do for the 810 machine. He fell back to 9th. A little bit further back, I guess, 11th. Carson Berry went from 3rd to 11th. We'll have to keep tabs on where he ultimately ends up in this one when the checkered flag falls. But for Carson Berry, 13th, should I say, now as he crosses the stripe, as Gage Bailey got around him at 15. So still enough laps to go to where he can make something happen.
And there's issues for more drivers. David Ibarra actually stuck in the infield on the exit of turn 11 before turn 12, and he's in the ditch, and I don't think he's able to get out of that one. David Ibarra's race is over. Yellow flag's going to come out in that section, but unfortunate there for David Ibarra, who's just going to be on the outside here, and that bumper by Nathan Golseth, I have to say, Alex, looks pushed in. So
I'm watching a couple of drivers pull in the pits here, Caleb. I wonder if this is a similar situation. I don't know. I couldn't get a good grasp of who came in the pits. There's 3 drivers that have pulled into the pits this lap, and they look to be all in the top 10. So we'll have to see when timing and scoring refreshes here. There's a change in terms of a couple of drivers, but there are some drivers in the pits. So I wonder if this is a situation like we saw in Shifter, where some drivers, Bailey in the pits, and Nvani in the pits as well.
Yeah, Bailey DNF'd early on this one. I think Jordan Nvani as well had an issue, but you see more and more drivers start to work their way up here as well. And you have it there, just more single file all the way through, just trying to hold on to it. There's Maui Angel with the 815 of Easton Cox, as well as the driver right ahead of him of Bobby Klein. So they're able to work their way through. And again, we've done so much national racing, I forget there's no pushback bumpers here as well. So that's going to stand here for Nathan Golseth. But you do see just kind of from the bumpers that you do see, it's just how aggressive it can be out there, Alex.
Yeah, now Maui Angel all over the rear bumper of Easton Cox there through 13 and 14. We saw him actually get into the rear bumper of him and through 9 and 10 as well. So the Arcane Motorsports machine is all over the high five driver there. And we see a little bit of a warning actually to Maui Angel, probably for the little bit of bumps that we saw through 9 and 10 as well. But it's all fair. And I think usually in conditions like this, you have a bit of leeway because it is tougher to control your go-kart. So we saw it earlier on in the session with Ibarra and Golseth when they got into it with each other. So usually you're given that little bit of leeway. But look at the run that Maui Angel actually has there on the 815 machine down the back straightaway. Slightly wide for Easton Cox. Angel's going to go through.
And the progression of Maui as well, I mean, he hasn't been racing for all too long. Started last year, starting on the 206 side of things. He podiumed in, I think it was his 3rd race ever, his first regional race for Maui. And from then on, he's just been hard at work with Trevor McAllister and the Arcade Motorsports crew. Did his first national race and just stayed in the go-kart. Has had a lot of seat time since to try and keep himself busy. And it's showing this weekend, putting himself in the top 10 here this weekend as more contact there. Carson Berry, Nico Orbezo, Juanjo Paramo. They're going at it as the white flag flies in the air. But yeah, a lot of racing here, and that got very, very close there, Alex, in between Berry and Nico Orbezo.
Aggressive but clean from both drivers there. And Carson Berry, his comeback drive through the field continues. But for Nico Orbezo, showing no fear on the junior package there, making the move up to mini. Look at this. Inside of 5, he's through. Nico Orbezo's back through on Carson Berry. But all this fighting, look at this. Wow, what a move for the 840. Juan Jose Paramo are 2 for 1 in turn number 7. And Orbezo was too caught up in what Carson Berry was doing. Paramo said, thank you very much. I'll take 9th.
Checkered flag in the air this time around, more battling further back, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. escaped it all from the start. Puts 3.5 seconds on the field. Going to be 4 when he crosses the line, close enough to it. He's going to win over Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit. A good recovery drive by Nathan Golseth as
Orbezo.
well. And Orbezo goes around in the last corner there in the boot. Unfortunate for Nico Orbezo, and what's not a debut weekend that he would have wanted here. Goes around at the start and definitely not happy with somebody. But Golseth 2nd, Travis Pettit 3rd, Mason Berry 4th, Davis Henry your top 5.
What a run for Nate Golseth, huh? I mean, he started decently up the field, but again, to hunt down Travis Pettit and get around him there in that final lap, Nate Golseth, a great run for him. Tyrone Kemper Jr., no one had any pace for the number 1 machine. Pettit P3, Berry, Henry, Klein, Maui Angel, Easton Cox, Juan Jose Paramo got around Carson Berry, and we saw Orbezo spin on the final corner there. So unfortunate for Nico. He drops outside the top 15.
A lot of racing action already that came our way. More getting set to come your way live from SpeedSportz Racing Park.
Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
It's time for 206 senior racing action. The first of our two marquee classes here this weekend, presented by Slipstream Racing after what was a wild qualifying session. The 101% rule saved that second group just a little bit, threw them a lifeline. So group number one going to start on the inside. Group number two going to start on the outside. So James Overbeck and Sawyer Roussel starting on row number one. Jacob Oliver and Josie Chambers on row number two.
Further back, Tyler Roberts, J.D. Lamping, Samuel Young, and Christopher McKeithen, one of the drivers that really got saved by the 101% rule there. Shane Reddy, Reagan Seville, Roden Barnwell, and Jackson Young.
You go back to Robert Arena, Kelvin Zing, Cameron Reed, and Bryce Frank. You go back to Eddie Bamru and Samuel Doros on row number 9.
Further back, Carter Kilgo and Jensen Harrell, your top 20 drivers. Further back, on row number 11 and beyond, Jeff Dolian, Brett Edwards, Rocco Ruzic, and Gabriel McLeod, your top 12 rows.
You go back to the next couple of rows here for Rafael Kraus, Nick Hinsey, Sam Toll, Simon Hansen, Ryan Long, Madison Knox, Shelby Ramirez, Andon Stone, Paul Braden, Isaac Phillips, Stephen Hester, Zane Reeves, and Landon Melson. Your 37 drivers getting set to take the green flag. And again, if your favorite driver is further back in the field, a dive into the rule book for the difference in conditions. The difference was about 8 seconds in between that first group and second group. Obviously, weather conditions not falling into their hands, but it's time to take the green flag. James Overbeck, Sawyer Roussel, and 206 senior racing action. Green flag is out. We are racing here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Roussel with a really good start there. A little bit of a hip check there to Overbeck, who falls back to second and 3 wide almost for everybody trying to get through the S's.
Yeah, 3 wide further back. Reagan Seville's on the inside. What a run for the 645 machine. Josie Chambers there. Look at this. Reagan Seville making his own lane on the bottom of the racetrack. What a run there for the 600 machine. The top side, though, has an even better run. Late lunge there for the 624 machine of Shane Reddy to the inside.
And McKeithen already making up a good number of spots up to third. Almost fourth, and you can't even find who's in this group. Kelvin Zing is in there, and a lot more going side by side, 2 wide, trying to get through. Seville made a couple, lost, it seems like, more. And now Carter Kilgo looking to work his way through, as well as Zing and Samuel Young. They go side by side and try to get through, but mayhem to start this one off. A lot of side by side action early on here, Alex.
Yeah, out front, the best place to be here at the moment is Overbeck, but further back, this is that fight for about 8th on back. It's led by the 699 of Tyler Roberts here. So he started 5th. He's fallen back to 6th now at the moment, but this next group is chaotic. Overbeck, Chambers, McKeithen, your top 3. Roussel, Oliver, Roberts, Barnwell. And then you go back to Kelvin Zing, Reagan Seville, J.D. Lamping, Shane Reddy, Carter Kilgo. This entire group it's utter chaos here, Caleb. They're changing positions every corner at the moment right now, 2 and 3 wide. There's the likes of the 609 machine just losing ground on the inside there. And look at this. What a late lunge for the 699 of Roberts there on the inside as well. Further back, that's one of the TB kart machines, the 603 of J.D. Lamping, making the move stick. Side by side, the 670 is going to go back through, though.
Yeah, Lamping dropped the tire there. Jackson Young is on his outside, getting help from one of the Coyotes, Shane Reddy. Is that Coyote in that mix? Here's a look back up at the front with Jacob Oliver. Barnwell's up there at the front as well, making up some good moves. But Sawyer Roussel losing a couple. And we talked about gear, and that's probably what's honestly going to miss here for Sawyer Roussel to start this one out. He hasn't had the pace to keep up with the top drivers, and Jacob Oliver knows he has to go through. Barnwell does too, and the Trackside Karting Services GFCs finally get some breathing room here, Alex.
Yeah, good moves there for the likes of Oliver and Seville. A 2-for-1 in turn number 15, and Reagan Seville right now looks quicker than his teammate Oliver at the moment, but he got checked up so much by Oliver that the likes of Barnwell's going to go through, so now Reagan Seville has to go back to work here on the back straightaway. We got runs further back, so Seville, you can see the difference in gear between Barnwell and Seville. Seville looking over his shoulder like crazy, and Barnwell down the inside of Oliver. He's going to go through. Seville through as well, late on the brakes.
Yeah, Seville very, very physical in that seat, moving that thing around any way that he can. Obviously, being a taller driver playing basketball nowadays in high school is he's not so. In his words, he's not suited for go-karts anymore, but he loves it so much, likes to continue to do it, and I mean he's pretty good at it too, you must say, right? Moving that thing around like he is. So Seville's able to get through. Barnwell falls back behind him.
A big gap in front of Reagan Seville up to McKeithen. If you can go up to the top 3 here, Overbeck has a pretty big lead over Josie Chambers and Christopher McKeithen. That gap starting to grow between your top 3, so this is definitely the closest battle we got on the racetrack right now. Sawyer Roussel, Kelvin Zing, Shane Reddy, Oliver, Roberts. This battle between 6th through 10th right now, and Sawyer Roussel is just trying to hang on at the moment.
Yeah, still trying to hang on. Kelvin looking to find a way through there as well. Shane Reddy right behind him. And more drivers there. There's Kelvin looking on the inside, and again, just doesn't look like he has enough, but he's going to get some help from behind. In the 624 as Shane Reddy, and Zing finally able to get through, and Reddy just wasn't able to get clear. So Roussel going to get back ahead of him, and you see Jacob Oliver still fighting there with Tyler Roberts, a rookie in this class as well. Tyler Roberts just moved up from the junior class and up into the senior rank. So Tyler just trying to hold on to it here, but a little wide there on the exit, and Jacob going to try and capitalize on an over-under, but man, this is definitely not what you're used to seeing from 206 Racing, Alex. You're used to seeing pack racing, train racing, and you see these drivers kind of go through. And Jackson Young, you talk about rookies, that's one there as well, who gets through, and a couple of the GFCs just can't decide who's going to lead the pack forward.
That's a pretty good move there from Jackson Young. 2 drivers, 1 corner. I think that might be something that if I'm on the fence line telling my drivers in the next group, right, for the 206 cadets, look at that inside lane for turn number 15. I mean, there's a lot of grip on the bottom, and you can, I'm not saying it's the fastest line around the racetrack, but it seems to be a lot of grip on the bottom of 15, and you can really make a move stick. We saw Bezo making it work in KA Junior. Here's a good move for Shane Reddy on Sawyer Roussel. Jackson Young trying to follow him through as well. Not going to happen. Roussel going right back on the inside of Shane Reddy.
A lot of racing action there for a couple of those drivers. Issues for one driver further back. That looks like Rocco Ruzic, unfortunately. Some sort of issue. Something stalled there and just got fired back up a little bit ahead of James Overbeck, but finds himself at the tail end. And what a battle here. Jackson Young, Shane Reddy, Sawyer Roussel, and Jacob Oliver still going at it here on the edge of the top 10, Alex.
Sawyer Roussel had to back out of that one, so he ultimately loses all 3 spots to the likes of Reddy, Young, and Oliver. Sawyer Roussel started on the front row, continues to fall down the order. Here's a couple of drivers we haven't spoken about all race long. Cameron Reed, Bryce Frank, and then the 699 machine
of Samuel Young.
Young as well, who these three drivers, I think, were on the wrong side, I'd say, of the 101% rule, just trying to climb their way back through the field. Maybe hasn't been as quick of a climb as they would have expected or wanted in this heat race, but staying out of trouble is all you can ask for as Young with a late launch on the inside of Cameron Reed.
Yeah, he was able to get through, and you look at all this battling further ahead. Another two of the MGMs just kind of going at it there with Carter Kilgo, it looks like, is in that group. Jensen Harrell, they're in the 655, and this group just in the top 15, but just ways back from where we're used to seeing them really here, Alex.
Here's Bryce Frank on the inside of Cameron Reed. Going to muscle his way through. He's actually going to get a 2 for 1. He's going to make it stick on Samuel Young as well. And now with Reed on the inside of Young, let's see who bails out first. Young around the outside, makes the move stick. Cameron Reed loses 2 spots in 2 corners, but she's going to go up the inside of 15. And with a little bit of assistance there, might actually make this move stick. She does. Cameron Reed up a spot. The 681 as well is going to go through as well.
Yeah, that's been a huge battle. Not sure if that was the 681 or the 621, or it was probably Samuel Doros. Correct there, Alex. My mistake. The 681 racing under the AR Academy here this weekend on the Burrell Art machine. But man, there's so many drivers. It's getting difficult to keep up with the amount of battles that we've been following here throughout this one. And Young and Reed, everybody just kind of going back on each other. And just, the average is the biggest thing that we talk about. The average at the end of the weekend, the end of the day, I should say, going into tomorrow, I think is the biggest thing. Is the biggest thing about it. So it's been a climb up for a lot of these drivers, but for the likes of James Overbeck, who's not as comfortable as the rain as he would have liked. Hence why his qualifying in K8 wasn't optimal, but he's done a really good job to keep everybody behind and to grow that gap even more. And up to 2 seconds, 3 seconds now on Christopher McKeithen and Josie Chambers here, Alex.
White flag out. James Overbeck's lead grows to 3 seconds over his teammate as something happened here in the exit of turn number 15. A couple of drivers not happy with each other there, and not ideal. Just for heat number 1 to already have some issues there for a couple of drivers. But for James Overbeck, what a heat race. And for Christopher McKeithen, I got to say, considering he was one of the drivers that was in group number 2 and was outside the top 20 if it stood before the 101% rule, he'll take a P2 all day long.
Yeah, and I'm sure, speaking to him, he was not happy after the qualifying session, and he was very happy to hear about the 101% rule, and was definitely looking forward to this race and making up some good spots. And he's had some fun doing it for sure, and I'm sure Jim Lapari, John Seglum, and everybody back at home for the PPK Coyote team is going to have a big smile on their faces as their boys go 1 and 2 here to start off the weekend in heat racing action. James Overbeck takes heat race number 1. Christopher McKeithen across the line in second, and Josie Chambers, the sophomore, going to finish 3rd.
Further back, Reagan Seville rounds out your top 4. Bowden Barnwell, top 5. Kelvin Singh up to P6. Shane Reddy, Jackson Young, Jacob Oliver, and the likes of Jensen Harrell made up 3 spots on that final lap to round out the top 10. What a run for Jensen there. So really good run. Top 10 for Harrell, and a couple other drivers fell back. Roberts and Kilgo and Oliver as well in that top 10. So like you mentioned, Caleb, we expect chaos in 206. We got chaos, but it wasn't the pack style racing that we would expect normally, and that's really because of the racetrack, right? I mean, it's tougher to have a pack style race when you have a track that's constantly drying, getting wet, it's starting to rain again. So as expected, chaos, but not the pack racing we expect.
Quick commercial break. When we come back, 206 Cadet getting set to hit the racetrack here.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than Pit Heat.
With 2 locations, Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, Pit Heat race drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to Kid Kart and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching and true physical and cognitive fitness.
our programs. Check out FitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. Usually America's biggest gas in the U.S. and a two-time world champion in a long-term staff.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park for the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Tyler Moraviec, Brody Stoffel starting on row number 1. Drew Blem and Austin Wyatt on row number 2. Wyatt White and Milo Podoraki on row number 3. Back to Killian Short and Beckley Anderson on row number 4.
You look back to Dusty Strayer, Benton Hall, position 9 and 10, Sebastian Sampson, and Yomaran Galiz Vargas. And then you go to Aitayo Elisa, Sebastian Kim, Macy Legsek, and Kensley Howie, your top 16 drivers.
You go back to Kensley Howie, Mikey Todd, Ken Lehans, and Jaden Jolivet starting shotgun. Charlie on the field here on that final row. And again, we saw a lot of these drivers. We have a little bit of a combination between the micro and mini drivers getting together to run here in 206 Cadet. And in his respective class, Aston Wyatt, not the best start for him in mini. Worked his way up for Brody Stoffel, ran away with it in the rain, and we'll see who can come out on top here in 206 Cadet.
Nice slow start here for the 206 Cadet drivers. Let's see if we can get the green flag first time around. They're going to stack and pack further back in midfield, but nonetheless, green flag does wave. Great start for Moraviec there. He's going to go from second to first around the outside of Brody Stoffel. The first time all day that Stoffel hasn't been first, and whoa, the 288 has spun around further back. He'll collect a driver or two.
Yeah, Samson, the driver that went around there, and a couple of more also got collected there on the exit of turn number 1. Not able to get through, and now a battle here for second. Tyler Moraviec ahead of the rest of the field. For Brody Stoffel, who sits in second, Aston Wyatt there in third, looking to get through, and now side by side in between these two drivers as the 223 of Milo Podoraki as well. Inside of the top 5, a good start for him, 2 spots gained.
Yeah, good move there for fast Aston Wyatt. So I got to say, for Brody Stoffel, for a driver that's been super quick throughout the day and warm-up and qualifying, so far going a little bit backwards there for the CRG machine, but it still looks pretty quick, the 229 does. And so for Brody Stoffel, for a driver of his caliber, I expect him to get right back up to the front of the field. One driver way wide, the 215, sorry, there, Blem going wide in 15. Brody Stoffel's got a pretty good run out of the final corner, down towards the first turn, and now let's see if he can get a decent run through 3 and 4, and maybe make a charge down the back straight, makes a mistake through 4. And now if you're fast Aston Wyatt, let's see if you can get a run down the front straightaway.
Work down the back straightaway now as more and more drivers work their way through here. We'll see if anybody tries to make a move. Drew Blem there looking for something as Aston Wyatt now going to go on Tyler Moraviec. Wyatt's going to get through and lost a little bit of pain in the process, but I mean, the conditions definitely no help to that as well here, Alex. But for the GFC X-Bell machine, going to fall back to second. And now this is going to give a lifeline here to Brody Stoffel, who opts for a different line in turn number 11.
It's tough to make moves with these sort of conditions because at the end of the day, most of the time, if you're making a move on the inside, you're going to look slightly out of control when you don't really mean to be because there's just less grip on the inside of the racetrack than there is in the middle and the outside of the racetrack. So for Aston Wyatt, didn't really mean to get into Moraviec there, but nonetheless, clean enough move. And they can get back to racing. And like you mentioned with Brody Stoffel, he's starting to lose ground at the top two, but with the top two fighting, Stoffel's back in the mix. And actually, we have a 5-kart train now developing here with Protoraki and Blem joining the mix as well as Brody Stoffel with a slight mistake now. He's going to have to look over his shoulder for the factory kart machine of Protoraki.
And again, turn 3 seems to be the struggle point here for Brody in the wet weather conditions. Just loses a lot of time there, and then gains it all back on the back straightaway. It seems like one corner is really the spot where kind of they can either pull away or even get closer to him there. As you see now, Protoraki looking for a move of some sort, and Drew Blem couldn't save it. He goes around in turn number 8. Unfortunate there for Drew Blem with a lot of pace. Just couldn't hold on to it. Lost it, and it went around as Stoffel still falling under fire here from Protoraki.
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? I think Brody Stoffel still has, if not the fastest, one of the fastest karts on the racetrack, but with turn 3 being such an Achilles heel for him, it's making it tough to fully set up the runs. But I think year-wise, he's set up slightly different from the drivers around him. With a really good run of 15, he's left Protoraki there and has a decent run on the likes of Moraviec there. So let's see, through turn 3, can Brody Stoffel get a good run? No, again, misses the apex there, goes a little bit too wide. It puts him on the wrong side of the racetrack entering 4 and 5, and it's costing him 3 to 4 kart lengths over the drivers around him, and then he gets it all back over the rest of the lap. So I think if he can just clean up 3, it'll be scary stuff for the rest of the field, but he gets it all back here into braking in 5. You see how much later he can brake compared to everybody else. Aston Wyatt still doing a great job defending over Moraviec there. He's trying to, try different things, exploring parts of the racetrack. You see him going slightly more narrow through 7 and 8. Didn't really work on the exit there, but this is all you can ask for your young drivers, right? Go out there, explore the racetrack. If you're P2, if what you're trying isn't working, try something else. Moraviec to the bottom of the racetrack, Stoffel to the high side of the racetrack. I think the high side is still a little bit better because you see Stoffel getting great runs out of the corner. So it's give and take usually in wet weather.
Yeah, give and take for sure here, Alex. And, everybody's starting to get a little bit closer and spread out as well. I mean, Aston seems to have found that groove on the racetrack that suits him the best, as well for Brody, just kind of picking that move. It just seems like, again, losing some time there in turns 2 and 3 here in the rain. And you see Protoraki continue to close down that gap on Brody throughout that corner, and just a more aggressive line, it seems like, from Aston and Tyler Moraviec. So we'll see how this race continues to progress. And again, for Moraviec and the GFC team, it seems like they have really good gear on them to get close to Aston White down that back straightaway.
Yeah, again, Brody Stoffel, I still think go-kart wise and gear wise, they've kind of hit it on the head a little bit, but with not being able to get turn 3 right, it's really messing up 4 and 5 as well. And Brody Stoffel, again, choosing the high side of 7 and 8, it's working for him because he gets really good runs through the short chute here. And again, for Moraviec, we're going to see, I think, the 2 to go signal next time around here, as long as they cross the stripe before the zeros cross the stripe. So let's see. We're not getting 2 to go. They're just going to make it. So at least 3 here for the 206 Cadet drivers. Aston Wyatt still ahead of Moraviec. And let's see, Brody Stoffel again. Wide in 3. It puts him on the wrong side of the racetrack through 4 and 5. And look at this. Moraviec trying the bottom here through 4 and 5. Not going to make it work, but fast Aston Wyatt looks over his shoulder now, sees how close he is, and now he's going to have to maybe defend through 6. Not going to happen. Too far away from Moraviec to make a lunge.
Still side-by-side action further back in between Protoraki and Stoffel there as well. About 2 car lengths in between Aston Wyatt and Moraviec. But again, it just shows you how difficult it is to make a move and to make it stick, especially with the conditions out there on the racetrack. And just it's time to start trying things at this stage of the race, right? Just stick with what you know, but also throughout it, start to learn a little bit more, start to learn how to go around this racetrack faster, find those, spots that aren't as wet, that have more grip and whatnot. So it'll be a learning curve from here on out for everybody out there. And, we're only expecting conditions to stay the same for the rest of the day, which isn't ideal.
It's gotten darker outside too.
And that too. So we'll see. We'll see how it all pans out. And again, 1 lap left to go in this one. Two laps to go in this one. And Austin Wyatt knows it. Going to go defensive and on the bottom of the racetrack there.
I don't think he really needs to go defensive, though, because he's got a slightly taller gear than Moraviec from what I've been able to tell, and so he hasn't had to defend too much through 6. But look at this. Moraviec really trying the bottom of the racetrack. It's usually in this situation, in the rain, the bottom of the racetrack is really good on entry, not as good on the exit, because you can just rip the top and hold momentum, unlike being at the bottom where you have to really oversell the corner. But again, Moraviec getting grip where he wants it on entry. The exit, not as much. This time around, though, the best I've seen him through 9 and 10. He's on the bumper of fast Aston Wyatt. Do we see a move through 13? We see an attempt of a move, side-by-side contact there through 15. Look for the crossover. Moraviec and Wyatt side-by-side as we see the white flag.
White flag in the air this time around, and Tyler really had to work for that one, and Aston was trying to keep him at bay, couldn't do it for too long, and now 1 lap to go left in this heat race. Wyatt looking to get that back and sets up the over-under on the exit of 3, and Podaraki's up a good number of spots here as well. He's up to 3rd, going to be a new factor in this race for all these drivers. He's looking to get up to 2nd. Looked on the inside, got back in the line, but Aston Wyatt still holds on to this lead, and Moraviec there sits in 2nd, and Brody Stoffel making a return in this cadet race as well.
Yeah, Podaraki got around Stoffel there while we were watching the top 2, and now the factory kart driver is in prime position to take advantage of the top 2 squabble a little bit too much here on the final couple of corners. So for Moraviec, he's gotten around Wyatt once. Can he do it again? Wyatt goes low. Moraviec looking for the over-under here through 9 and 10. He got a great run here last lap. A pretty similar run this time around. He's getting close to the bumper here of fast Aston Wyatt. Do we see a lunge to the inside like we did last lap? No. But Wyatt goes low. Moraviec, can he set up the over-under like he did last lap? He tries. Not enough. Wyatt, good run out of 15. He sees the checkered flag first and takes heat number 1 for 206 Cadet. And you see Podaraki there, what it means to him to get a top 3 spot. Brody Stoffel started on pole. 4th is all he can muster there for the CRG driver, but still pretty solid for Brody. And then further back, Wyatt White rounds out your top 5. The fastest driver on the racetrack was Drew Blem. He went purple. He finishes off in P6.
And again, he went around earlier in this race, right? So for him to get back up to 6 is a good recovery. Vargas finished 7th. Benton Hale, Dusty Strayer, Olisa, top 10. Sebastian Kim back to Samson, Legsec Todd, and Keelan Short, your top 15 drivers here in your 206 Cadet unofficial results. More racing action set to come your way. The KA Masters on the grid and getting set to hit the racetrack here.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at SpeedSportz Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/SpeedConceptsRacing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Okay, Masters out onto the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Miguel Mir, a good qualifying session by him. Not enough to put him on the pole position here today, though, as we run you down that starting grid order here as well. Apologies there. Green flag in the air. We are racing here in K Masters. Gary Glanger was the driver who started on the pole position. Shane Burkett in third. Trevor McAllister fourth for Mr. Arcane himself. Brendan Harper back in fifth. Pierce Baldus in sixth as they work their way through the first couple of corners. And a really good start there by Miguel Mir. And it looks like that rain just continues to get worse. A big cell coming over us here now, Alex. That, again, is going to make these track conditions not ideal.
Yeah, great start for Miguel Mir, and the track just continues to be more and more wet. Wow, what a lunge there, or an attempt of a lunge for the 413 machine of Harper there. Brent Harper, I think, got about 2 moves done through 7 and 8s. Couldn't make all 4 stick, but the grip definitely going away there for Harper, who gets turned around slightly. A little bit frustrated there as a 413 machine, but I think as awkward as it is in those situations, it's just one of those they don't mean to actually run into. It's just harder to slow the cart down, harder to turn as the rain continues to fall. This is pretty much the first time we've really seen spray from the rear tires as well. So it goes to show you how wet this racetrack has gotten. We are nowhere near slicks. Probably won't see slicks for the rest of the day, maybe the rest of the weekend. So get ready for some rain racing if you're out there in the paddock. And then make sure you got your wet setup fully dialed in, because that's what we're expecting for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the rest of the day here. But a lot of drivers still seeming to flourish here. And one of those, Trevor McAllister, looked for a move there on the 411 of Glanger and just couldn't get through. Looking around the outside, and issues for one driver here. Not going to be able to continue. Not sure who exactly that is, but one driver off the racetrack there, and side by side on your screen now, Trevor McAllister looking on the inside. He's able to get through on Glanger. It took him a while. Not going to stick for now, and if he can set this over-under up, it will. And exactly that for Mr. McAllister up to second. T-Mac now going to chase down Miguel Mir.
Yeah, what a move for T-Mac there. It goes to show the experience. I mean, just being patient with it, right? In the rain, it's all about patience. You have to understand that sometimes you almost have to let the guy get around you just for the crossover. He set it up perfectly, and now he's going after Miguel Mir, who has quite a lead over the rest of the field there, up to about 2.3 seconds. So a long way to go here in this heat race. Still over 3 minutes to go, plus 2 laps, but he's going to need quite a bit of lap time advantage over Miguel Mir to make it stick. Now we have a pretty good fight on our hands here between Shane Burkett and Gary Glanger there for the fight for the top 3 here in this first heat race.
Yeah, Shane Burkett now just kind of eyeing up a move on Glanger. Wasn't close enough in 11, but still looking to get a move done here. And side by side, and 13 is again not a place where you see too many passes. It can be done, but not too many are made. And now Burkett, just like T-Mac right before him, able to get through on Glanger with an over-under on the exit of 15.
Yeah, that seems to be the favorite spot for a lot of these drivers there. And unfortunately for Gary Glanger, just on the wrong side of the road 2 laps in a row. And I think he's going to get crossed up here by the 419 machine of Howie. But around the outside, Gary Glanger is going to find more grip than the TB kart driver there and hold on to P4. But for how much longer there, as Howie goes to the inside of turn number 5, backs out of it.
Yeah, Daniel Howie backing out of it there, but still inside of the top 5 for the Slipstream Racing TB kart boys. Looking again on Glanger, who continues to lose spots here in this race here, Alex, after starting on the pole position, but with the experience that Trevor McAllister's had in all his years of racing and working in the industry, and for Miguel Mir, a multi-time, about 7-time champion here at the Tuxpan Racing Series, looking to get back up to the top step of the podium after quite some time for Miguel. It would definitely be a good return here as side by side, and Howie tried to set it up the same way that T-Mac, and Burkett did right before him, just couldn't get that a good enough run there on the exit, but Glanger a little bit too deep in a turn 2, and now Daniel Howie going to look to make it stick into 4 and 5, and just not a good enough run there on the inside. Glanger holds on for another lap.
Rain continuing to fall here for KA Masters, and Gary Glanger was just trying to hang on at this point here in the KA Masters class. I got to say, the driver that I'm keeping my eyes on is actually Brent Harper. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack the last couple of laps. He's purple. The only driver close to him in lap time is Miguel Mir, but he's 6/10 clear of the field. Brent Harper on the Kart Republic. We saw him get spun around on the opening lap there. He's driven his way back up into the top 7, and I think in a couple of laps he'll get to the back of the likes of Pergonde, Howie, and maybe even Glanger as well. So here's the 413 machine. You see him using a lot of curb there, not a lot of steering required for that Kart Republic there. So he has this rain setup dialed in at the moment. Let's see what this lap time looks like for Brent Harper. It's pretty quick, a 105.9. The only driver in the 105s. Once again, fastest driver on the racetrack. It makes you wonder if he wasn't spun around on lap number 1 where he'd be in this race.
Yeah, and again, just kind of questions about it all, right? Where they could be, where they should be. But, you know, Brenna pitting from Houston, pitting out of usually Allen's garage, pitting out of Chuck Fran's garage this weekend, just on the backside here of the garages. And, you know, putting it together with a small support team for him, but getting done, keeping it warm. A nice heater for him in that garage as well to keep it nice and warm. And again, it's not the start that he would have wanted, but going good so far there for Brent Harper. Now you look back on the racetrack, Shane Burkett closing in that gap to Trevor McAllister as either some sort of a mistake by T-Mac or something, but that gap's going to open right back up as Glanger, looking on the inside of Burkett, is able to get clear.
Great move there for Glanger to get back around Burkett, and now Burkett is... you know, he's got his hands full now with the likes of Daniel Howie there on the TV cart. Look at this. What a move. The 419 up the inside in turn number 4. Look for the crossover, though, here side by side, down the back straight, down towards turn number 5. The preferred line goes to Burkett, but the outside here is pretty good in the wet. And later than Burkett is Howie. They come together slightly, keep it facing the right way, and Howie makes that move stick. You look further back, Harper's gotten around Pergonde, and the more they fight for 4th and 5th, Brent Harper is going to be back in the mix here.
Yeah, Brent Harper definitely getting back into the mix as the fighting continues to ensue, and him sitting in 6th has about 2 seconds to kind of catch up to the drivers ahead of him, but it is closing in for all of them. And for Shane Burkett, kind of looked for a move there, not close enough on Daniel Howie. White flag in the air this time by from Miguel Mir as the rain continues to pick up. This time around, Trevor McAllister there in 2nd, and a couple of more starting to work their way through.
Rain really starting to pour down here, Caleb, at this point. I mean, anything is still possible here at the white flag, and it's all about keeping it on the racetrack. Miguel Mir has his hands full through turns 5 and 6, and again, for Miguel Mir, looking smooth, but these are super tricky conditions at this point. And again, keeping it on the racetrack is all you can ask for from your drivers. Further back, we have a great battle forming for 3rd, 4th, and 5th position as Miguel Mir continues to grow his lead over T-Mac. And T-Mac, again, about a second clear of Gary Glanger. But for Howie, Burkett, and Harper, they're going after it for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, Miguel Mir able to hold on to it there for the 5 minutes plus 2 laps. And for Miguel, it definitely held strong there, and he's going to come away with the checkered flag when with the heat race win. The best average for Miguel Mir. Trevor McAllister across the line in 2nd, Glanger across 3rd. Back to Daniel Howie and Brent Harper, your top 5 here in KA Masters.
Wow, Howie, I think it has him 7th now at the moment, so we'll have to check on that one. But at the moment, it has Brent Harper in 4th, Burkett, Pergonde, and Howie. So chaotic final lap at KA Masters, and the track just continuing to get more wet as the day goes on. I mean, rain tires for the rest of the day for sure, And right now, I think we're in the height of what the rain can be. It might get a little bit worse, but it's definitely not going to get any better than what it is right now, Caleb. So definitely tricky conditions, but everyone's got to race the same track.
Yeah, Pierce Bold is actually the driver who DNF'd, unfortunately. So some pickup getting set to get underway, and we'll be right back. It's more racing action. 206 Junior next on the docket.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at Speed Concepts Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park, and if you're looking on here from our cameras, it's actually a lot worse than what it looks. The rain definitely coming down, no lightning in the area, so we continue racing here for the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But heat race number 1 for 206 Junior, and some cold and very, very wet conditions is getting set to go green. Levi Meter and Ava Blem starting on row number 1. Thomas Smith and Francisco Reyes on row number 2. Presley Peterson and Holton Edwards on row number 3.
Further back, you go to Dustin Walker and Micah Massad, Easton Walker, Sawyer Chambers, your top 10 drivers. Mia Johnson, Dean Garrier, Rodrigo Pelaya, and Brandon Green, the 14 drivers that make up the 206 Junior field. And I got to say, Caleb, that commercial break to now, it has become a deluge out there on the racetrack. It is as wet as we've seen the racetrack. It's only going to continue to get more wet. More puddles will form as the race goes on, and for sure this track will change every single lap. And it's not really a challenge of racing the guys around you. You're racing the racetrack at this point, and just getting a really good understanding of where the grip is and staying on the racetrack, because in situations like this, it's almost a guarantee that as long as you keep it on the track, you'll probably be better off than the drivers that race and probably drop a tire or two. So it's difficult out there. It's tough to make moves, but again, everyone has the same racetrack. Everyone's on the same piece of tarmac. So for all these 206 junior drivers, it's as tricky as it gets. It might be maybe the most wet race they've been a part of, but nonetheless, they're getting ready to see the green flag down the front straightaway. Let's see if we can get it the first time around. Green is out for 206 junior. Good start for Mater. Good start for Blem around the outside of turn number 1. Has the inside for turn number 2. And with all the spray, you can barely see the drivers that go through turn number 3. And there's a huge puddle on the inside of turn number 3. That's a good mental note for a lot of the drivers to try to avoid that one. And Mater makes a big mistake out of turn number 4 and 5 and loses 2 spots.
Yeah, losing 2 spots there in the process. Ava Blem, a really good start by her to really get it done in turn number 2. And you see a lot of puddling here, especially there on the inside of turn number 6 and turn number 1, especially on that straightaway. You see a lot of puddling there as well. Turn number 3, like we saw there earlier. And you have a lot of these puddles kind of start to form on this racetrack, and it's very easy to hydroplane there and not end up facing the right way. I've seen it happen to our very own, actually, Rocco Rusick 2 or 3 years ago now at the Section Racing Series in 2021 when it happened. Spun around at the start of this race, and everybody going side by side. One of the TV carts there looks like the 372 of Edwards, barely holding on to it there in the 372, and Brandon Green making up a couple of spots. A good drive by Brandon starting from the tail end of the field to get himself up a good number of spots and inside of the top 10.
Mater continuing to fall down the order here as Blem continues to grow her lead here in this 206 juniors class. Reyes and Smith, they're 2nd and 3rd. Peterson up a couple of spots as well. Chambers up to 5th. And again, where's Mater? Down to 8th place. Edwards falls back to 10th after going off on the exit of turn number 10s and 11. So, again, like I mentioned earlier at the start of the race, keeping it on the racetrack is the goal no matter what, but it's definitely the goal in a race like this where there's a pretty much a guarantee that as long as you can keep it on the racetrack facing the right way, you'll be better off than the drivers going through the puddles right now. And I'm surprised to see that after the first lap or 2 that the drivers got some mental notes of where the puddles are. They're still electing to go through the puddles because especially in the 206 class, you don't have the horsepower advantage to kind of bail yourself out when you go through a puddle. And hitting a puddle is kind of like hitting a wall. It just stops your go-kart in its tracks. So it's not ideal, but sometimes you just can't avoid them because they're on the apex of the corner.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about it all, right? Especially for some of the smaller drivers in this class. That's also another one of the big struggle points for some of them, as Pelaya now looking to get through on Sawyer Chambers. And those 2 drivers were quick. Pelaya didn't make it out onto the racetrack there for the qualifying session, and was an unfortunate, really, not even, can't say end, but it was an unfortunate not start to the qualifying session. Now looking to make up some moves, but stuck behind Sawyer Chambers, only 10 years old, up into this junior class already, and doing a pretty good job of it. Didn't want to stay another year in the cadet ranks, and moved up after a good year of national racing on the 206 side of things, and now showing what he's got in wet weather conditions. Sawyer's up another spot and is able to get himself further up inside of the top 5 now, looking to chase down Mia Johnson. Or sorry, Peterson there, sorry.
You look further back, the 360 machine on the Burrell Art package. Rodrigo Pelaya, purple, last time by, sits a little bit taller in the go-kart. It's an advantage in conditions like this. You have a little bit more weight to move around, and you can add a little bit more grip to the front end of the go-kart there as Chambers up another spot. Thomas Smith is down now into 5th as Sawyer Chambers up a spot. Might lose it here to 13, side by side. Chambers has the preferred line. Look for the crossover move here from Thomas Smith. Not going to happen, but Rodrigo Pelaya with a great over-under setup gets at least 1 spot as wow. Thomas Smith through the dirt in 15. Now has to keep an eye on the drivers around him further back. Look at Presley Peterson, Brandon Green trying to take advantage of that mistake as well as Rodrigo Pelaya around the outside of turn number 3. The 360 machine is flying here in this one.
Yeah, good move there by Pelaya, and it looked like Chambers also hit a puddle, which kind of, like you said, Alex, stopped him in his tracks and definitely didn't help him out one bit as Smith now looking to hold on. Thomas Smith there with Presley Peterson right behind him, Brandon Green in that group as well as they all continue to fight, and Peterson looking on the outside. She's able to get through on her CRGA or Academy machine. Presley up another spot. Brandon Green Oh, gets together, and Peterson goes around that bumper, gets ripped off. One driver goes up and over. A huge wreck here in 206. Junior driver up and out of the go-kart, which is the good thing to see, but a little bit out of breath there for one of the CRG machines. I think it's Mia Johnson, indeed, that went up and over. Good to see her up and out of the go-kart, but a scary, scary incident that kind of just rippled off of Brandon Green on the back of Peterson and just sent, just collateral damage there, unfortunately, for Mia Johnson. Wow, what a scary, scary incident there, Alex.
Hey, you see the 377 of Michael Massad there signaling to the fence line on board the Red Speed, something he's frustrated with, but nonetheless, we mentioned it, right? Mia Johnson, it's great to see her up out of the go-kart, walking right now. I can see her out of the broadcast booth, so running on adrenaline for sure, but it's always good when the drivers can get up on their own feet and at least muster themselves to go sit down on the fence line or on the barriers in the corner, but nonetheless, back on the racetrack. Good move there for the 372 of Holton Edwards. And now side by side with Thomas Smith. Smith might lose a spot here to Dustin Walker further back. It's a good charge through the field for Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin Walker's younger brother Easton right behind him as they try and make up a couple of more spots here as well. We'll see what Dustin can do as they get into turn number 11. Thomas Smith, the driver ahead of him in the 390 CRG machine, I believe under the MSL tent this weekend. Not 100% sure on that, but 2 laps to go this time around, and Ava Blem was a driver to get it. Francisco Reyes, the driver in second for the Stuart Robinson Racing team this weekend with Intrepid USA, and a good job for Francisco. I believe his first regional race start this weekend, as well as Rodrigo Pelaya in third, and Sawyer Chambers is first in junior. But Ava Blem, a really good driver. Her younger brother as well, Drew, had a hectic race for himself as well in 206 Cadet, but able to make a good recovery. And now Ava, I guess, showing younger brother how it's done and putting her cart up into the front of the field.
Yeah, Ava Blem has not put a foot wrong all race long, and it's what I talked about at the start of this race on a track like this, which the rain has eased up quite a bit, but the track definitely has not dried up one bit at all. It takes a long time for a track to dry up, especially when it's super cold outside like it is today here in Houston, Texas. So for Ava Blem to not put a foot wrong on as difficult of a racetrack as you can possibly drive goes to show you how good of a driver she is. And as she rounds the final corner, she's getting ready to see the white flag in the air. So one more time around here for SpeedSportz Racing Park and the 315 machine here across the stripe. That gap is starting to close, I will say, Caleb. Francisco Reyes, 6/10 eaten out of the lead between himself and Ava Blem. So this race is not completely over yet, but the last thing you want to do is push a little bit too hard and drop a tire. So I suspect we'll see at least a top 2, top 3 take it easy this final lap, but I have been surprised before. And again, no foot wrong for either of the top 2 drivers. Further back, a decent scrap for third place between Pelaya and Chambers. I talked about Pelaya earlier as being one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. That honor has now been given to Sawyer Chambers. He goes purple last time around, the only driver to be in the 114s all race long.
Yeah, and that's impressive by Francisco Reyes. I mean, to be one of the smaller drivers in this class, to be able to kind of deal with the rain like he is now is a really good showing there by Reyes. And again, he's not going to be close enough at the end of this race to really put a challenge forth on Ava Blem, but it's definitely a drive that you can learn from going into the second and third heat races later on today. But Ava Blem, again, didn't put a foot wrong, took advantage of the start, and hasn't taken a look back since it. Ava Blem going to win heat race number 1 here in 206 Junior. Francisco Reyes on the Intrepid going to come across the line in second. Pelaya, your top 3.
And left it all to the last lap. Ava Blem goes purple at a 1:14.357, so definitely didn't stop pushing on that final lap. Blem, Reyes, Pelaya, Chambers, Edwards further back. Dustin Walker got around Brandon Green to go up to P6. Easton Walker 8th. Thomas Smith, Michael Massad, your top 10 drivers in 206 Junior.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park as we get set to go green for your KA100 senior class, the final of the first running here in heat race number 1. Heat 2 going green at 2 p.m., so we're actually a little behind that, but again, still getting set to hit the racetrack here. Aiden Rudolph, Jake French, two drivers who drove together back at PSO Karting, Burrell Art. Shared the track together on the K100 side of things, and now they're going to share the front row together here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, a racetrack that both of those drivers are very, very familiar with. And a last-minute call-up for Aiden Rudolph here this weekend puts him on the front row, and with a good qualifying session by Aiden to get it done here in KA100 Senior. Jake French starting alongside him, Ibrahim Din and Jose Carlos Hernandez on row number 2.
Moving on into the top 5, we have Ian Howell and Landon Skinner, followed by Mac Parks and Preston Pico. Rounding out your top 10 is Sawyer Roussel and Dallas Dunlap.
Back to Tyler Roberts and Shane Reddy on row number 6, Hamza Ambar and Taylor Roddy on row number 7, James Overback and Ethan Gonzalez on row number 8, Santiago Duran and Adrian Cruz, row number 9, John Burke and Jesus Vasquez Jr., the reigning champion, running up your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters.
As we wait for the rest of the running order, well, technology decided to not cooperate with us, but we'll get that sorted out here momentarily. But
you go back to Landon Fitz, Justin Music, David Ayak, Kurt Goodson, Cohen Summers, Jake Faulkner, Afton Willender, Michael Haymans, Joey Dome, Remy Angel, Brooke 80, Haley Knox, Alfred Avazocasillo, Lucas Fink, Parker Fitz, John Barry, Addy Bamaro, Peyton Phillips, and Taylor Roddy, 38th and 39th. Here in this qualifying session, and they get set to start the heat race from the author heat race, I should say, from the back of the field. But Rudolph and Jake French going to take us to the green flag, and we got it. A good start by that inside line. Cruz is able to work his way through, and everybody else behind, side by side, all the way through. Howell looking to get through, as well as a couple of other drivers there. Jose Carlos Hernandez looking to get up to second, and he's able to get through on Jake French now. Hernandez going to chase down Aiden Rudolph at the start of this race, but looks like everybody's able to make it through here at the start.
yeah, so far, going over to that other part of the track there towards the first couple of corners, it's still very much a water park over there. Puddles as these drivers work their way through. Meanwhile, back up at the front of the field, how about Din getting around Aiden Rudolph for the race late? He was able to snake his way through the inside and now takes over in that Carlos Sainz chassis as they work their way through the hairpin. But Aiden Rudolph tries to get back on the power right on that back bumper to try to find the opening.
Ibrahim Tin, a really good start, kind of burst out onto the scene at Crescent, Texas, and now this weekend is doing a pretty good job to get himself and stay ahead of Aiden Rudolph, who's looking to go in for it in turn number 15. Not close enough through there, and Jose Carlos Hernandez now works his way up to third. Two of the Warsalon teammates that work together across the national scene are now going to work together on Aiden Rudolph, who's looking to set something up in a 4 and 5. Not close enough. Back in the line behind Din.
Yeah, Hernandez right there. Landon Skinner also in the hunt as well in the top 4 as they work their way towards the back half of the circuit. There you see Hernandez just all over the back bumper of Aiden Rudolph. He'll now pick up almost a 2-for-1 special, but with that slide, that will cost him the position. He drops back down. Now he will take the fight to Din to take over the race lead.
What a move there by Jose Carlos Hernandez to get it done for the point. And Ibrahim Din falls back to second. Rudolph looking to make a move there into turn 11. He's able to get through. Aiden Rudolph up to second now, and Jose Carlos Hernandez still leads the fray, but more and more drivers starting to close down the gap to the lead here. Landon Skinner starting to close in, as well as Jake French and Preston Pico, another one of the Trackside Karting Services GFC here, Taylor.
How about this? Landon Skinner finds the opening. He tries to get to the inside of Din, cannot make it work, as Ibrahim Din will take over that third spot, but with how much he is running too wide, hits the curbing a little too much right there. Give the position to Landon Skinner.
Yeah, Landon Skinner in his sophomore season here in the senior ranks has really come to life here in the rain and able to stay ahead of Ibrahim Din, who honestly a rocket ship of a go-kart here for Ibrahim Din, just not able to hold on to it there quite. Just that curb not helping him out at all, and now going to muscle his way through on Landon Skinner. Preston Pico looking to do the same on Jake French, and can't hold on to it. 3 wide almost on the exit. French and Skinner, a little bit of contact in between the two of them, and going to slow him down. That's going to release Ibrahim Din.
There they go. Jake French down to the bottom. He tries to slide up. Can't quite make it work. Skinner gets the run he needs around the outside as that 989 of Preston Pico tries to hold on and get that position away. French back down to the bottom. Almost they're 3 wide through the final couple of corners as Landon Skinner tries to hold on. French tries to show the nose. We love this when it comes to rain racing there, Caleb, because not only is it the great equalizer, but also you see the aggression level kicks up a notch for these drivers because they want to try to force that driver ahead of them to make the mistake.
Yeah, you know, mistakes is definitely, they're much easier to make, especially in wet conditions here. So it just, like you said, it's really a great equalizer here. And for a lot of these drivers, it's just you know, practicing in a lot of different conditions is really what kind of makes or breaks a weekend like this one that kind of throws a wrench at everything. That's a lot different when it comes to conditions and whatnot. And, you know, the experience starts to flourish as well from drivers like Jake French and a couple of others. As one driver there off the racetrack, can't quite identify. Looks like one of the Red Speed drivers. As Pico now looking for a move. James Overbeck starting to get on the mix on his Coyote machine. Side by side with Ibrahim Din, who's not looking to let James Overbeck through. Definitely didn't make it easy there for Overbeck, who's now going to move him out of the way.
Just pushes him out of there and moves up another spot. James Overbeck now going to be inside the top 7. Make it now 6th position as he gets by Ibrahim Din as he tries to work through the S's here through turns 2 and 3. Can't quite get enough run right now to try and chase down Pico. He's got about a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go, so you're looking at about maybe 3 laps for him to try to hunt down a top 5 finish here in heat race number 1.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of the biggest things as more action getting set to go on here. Jake French and Landon Skinner a little too close for comfort there as looking back up to the front of the pack. Rudolph looking to close that gap in just a little bit more on Jose Carlos Hernandez, about 2/10 of a second. Landon Fitz off the racetrack there. And Jake French and Landon Skinner looking to hold on to it there. He does. French still trying that inside move, Taylor. He's tried it a couple times now, but just can't get the traction that he's kind of looking for there, or looking for. There on the inside is now Rudolph and Hernandez side by side on the exit of 15. This race for the lead starting to kick up.
30 seconds plus 2 laps to go as they snake their way through the S's of turns 2 and 3. Rudolph trying to find the opening. He's already had a lot of experience already racing in the rain today so far. Let's see what he can do this time as he gets a little bit of a toe down the long back straightaway, heading over towards the back half of the course. And as they work their way down, and so far Hernandez will hold on as trouble for the 916.
Adrian
Cruz stuck out there on the track. As we'll go back to our race later. Will Rudolph try again heading into the final couple of corners here as he tries to set himself up for a good run to take back the race lead from Hernandez?
Yeah, you know, talked to Jose Carlos Hernandez at the start of the weekend, and he talked about how comfortable he was racing in wet weather conditions, but Aiden just knows this track like the back of his hand, and it knows the quickest way around here in any type of condition, in any type of rain. And I think that's kind of showing here as well as Aiden all over the back of Jose Carlos Hernandez. What a move around the outside by Aiden Rudolph. Wow. To get through on Jose Carlos Hernandez. He retakes the lead of this race.
I wonder how many times he's practiced that move around this track with how often he races and tests it here. And as he goes too wide into the grass, and he loses that race lead just as soon as he got it as he heads down the back straightaway. Now he is several kart lengths behind. He's got a lot of work to do here in these couple of laps to go.
Yeah, he was a lot faster than Hernandez throughout that stage of the race where the two of them were going at it. But again, he had to get creative, found that move around the outside, and it's just trying to surprise Jose Carlos Hernandez in any way possible. You already showed him your hand, right, with 2 laps to go, so you got to do it again coming to the white flag.
The problem is, though, Hernandez is going to be probably ready for that, so he's got to try something different here. What other cards in the trick book can he do here as they work their way to the short chute, heading over to the final couple of corners to take the white flag here as they come down to the bottom? He'll move his way up to the position as Hernandez drops back a little bit, and Rudolph retakes the race lead with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Rudolph had to make that one stick, and again, Hernandez just had nothing for him. Had to slow his cart way down as Rudolph was moving on the inside, and yeah, that was a move there by Aiden Rudolph. And now Skinner up to 3rd, finally able to leave Jake French behind, and Preston Pico as well. Really good showing by Pico in his sophomore season to really put himself up at the front of this pack. He's just behind Landon Skinner, and those 2 Trackside Karting Services GFC drivers are doing a really good job and have really had some great pace so far this weekend. For Vasquez as well, a good drive up the field, up in an 8th. John Burke as well up to 10th, as well as a couple of others working their way through, and it's not been easy. These conditions haven't been easy for anybody, but I'm not going to lie, Rudolph has made him look a little easier than most. But again, you saw the mistake he had. It's still very tricky out there, but he was able to hold everybody back and take the win in heat race number 1 in KA Senior.
How about that right there as they cross the line? Rudolph setting a 1:04.5 due to the fact that these conditions still able to set some pretty quick lap times, along with a couple of other drivers who I was watching during this race that could be interesting to watch as we progress further through the heat races here today.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Jose Carlos Hernandez finished 2nd. Landon Skinner 3rd. Back to Pico, to French. James Overbeck, a good drive up the field for him as well, from 15th up to 6th. Vasquez up to 7th. Ibrahim Din to John Burke. Ian Howell, your top 10 here in KA 100 Senior. Then you go back to Dunlap, Duran, Roberts, Music, and Hamza Ambar. Peyton Phillips from last all the way up to 16th. So the drive up, you just need 2 more of those, man, to get yourself in a good fighting chance when we get down to the main event tomorrow. But that's it for the first round of heat races. Heat race number 2 getting set to come your way here in a couple of moments. We'll be right back on the other side of this commercial break.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
And it's time to re-rack them and restack them and do it all again for Heat Race number 2 now for your Mini Swift categories. We start back up at the top of the leaderboard. Quick reminder of your current starting lineup for today. It is Aston Wyatt on the pole with Tanner Barsh in second. Colton Schniegenberg will be in third, followed by Tyler Moriek, followed by Kimo Ahmad in your top 5. Alex Chandler in 6th position with Adrian Vargas in 7th. Marshall Steves will be in 8th with Jensen Willander and Nayali Vargas rounding out your top 10. Simon Klein will be in 11th with Nico Balascoon in 12th position. Jack Cole will be in 13th position with Theodore Mitchell in 14th. Benton Hale in 15th. Silas Root in 16th. And Kendon Lehans in 17th position. 17 carts out on the track, as they are going to be dealing with a lot more wet and wild conditions compared to when they started out the action earlier today. Field will work their way around. It is 6 minutes plus 2 laps for these drivers once again. And already the puddles, the rooster tails already flying even at pace lap speeds as they work their way to get the green flag momentarily. Wyatt and Barth Schniegenberg looking to be trying to see if they can find their way back up at the front of the field once again as they work their way through the final corner to get set for Heat Race number 2. Is Alex Chandler who took home that Heat Race 1 win, and as we'll see what they can do here. Let's see what they work their way through. Green flag is out, and already Aston Wyatt looking to try and take control at the front of the field, and here they come. Already, though, the 117 of Schniegenberg taking over the second spot, but Barsh will capitalize and find his way back in the second as they head down the back straightaway with your top 3 separating by multiple kart lengths heading down the back stretch. Field works their way through. So far, so good as they try to find the opening they need as Wyatt tries to hold strong here on the inside lane. Meanwhile, there you see Tanner Barsh just trying to find the opening in his CRG machine as he tries to wheel that little kart around the circuit. So far, the 121 of Aston Wyatt, though, holding strong, hitting his mark very superbly as they head down into the hairpin. And here comes the 117 of Schniegenberg to try and capitalize to pick up a 2-for-1 special. Not going to work, though, as they work their way through. As the Gillard kart tries to find his way, he'll look to the inside of the 151 machine of Tanner Barsh. As there you see Moriwek right there in the Iron Rock Tony kart. Wyatt, though, as Chandler moves his way further up the running order in 4th position. Here comes Wyatt trying to hold strong as they work their way towards the back half of the course. And so far, the 117 of Schniegenberg trying to make it work here for the competitors. And so far, not going to work out as they head down the back straightaway. Wyatt holds strong by about a kart length, but the toe of the draft from Tanner Barsh coming. He'll look around the outside. Can he make it stick? So far, not going to work. Crossover works into the inside. Almost going to go 3 wide as here comes Schniegenberg to take over that position. Into second place he will go. Wyatt still holds on to the race lead as Alex Chandler in the Iron Rock machine sits in 4th position. Vargas running at the top 5. It's a 4-horse race, but down to the inside. Here comes Schneegenberg along with Tanner Barsh trying to sneak his way into second. Could not make it work, but so far Schneegenberg in the Gillard will now take over the race lead here in heat race number 2. Now back down to the inside, it will be Aston Wyatt. Slight contact here between your couple of drivers as they're going to go 3 wide almost. And here comes Chandler and the Iron Rock Machine to take third place away. Heading down the back or front straightaway here across the line, 3.5 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. Your top 4 are putting on one stellar show here in the rain in heat race number 2. Side-by-side battle for the race lead, as there you saw Wyatt go a little bit too wide onto the exit of the corner, allowing the driver of Schneegenberg to take over the race lead as Chandler now tries to look his way around up on 2 wheels a little bit. There goes Wyatt as they try to work their way around the circuit. So far, so good, as now Chandler Kazers it back up. Field now trying to get themselves situated here as we see the 196 machine of Alex Chandler trying to fight his way back. He sits in the 4th position now. Schneegenberg, currently your race leader. Barsh in 2nd. Then you have Wyatt, your pole sitter, drop back to P3. He's got quite a bit of work to do now as he gets a little bit of a tow during the short shoot, as we see here. Back up here and watching on. Can Barsh try to find any which way he can to take back and have a fighting chance to get the race lead away? So far, not going to work out for him as he holds 2nd away. The gap is 1.3 seconds as they come across the line, and so far, not going to work out for him. He's got quite a bit of work to do for the time being, as here comes Wyatt with a big run. Try to make it stick, but so far, Caleb, it's not going to work out for him.
Yeah, it hasn't been ideal so far for Aston Wyatt, right? But for Colton Schneegenberg to get out to the lead of this race early on has definitely been a really good swing at things, right? Considering how the first heat race went for him. Tried a challenge for the 1st and 2nd spot. Couldn't get it done. And now with the lead that he has, Taylor, it's definitely a good showing here for Schneegenberg as one driver goes around there. Alex soon, unfortunately, goes around the 152 Burrell Art machine there.
That's a break right there. That's pretty much been a trouble spot we've seen each and every single one of the drivers coming through that section as we go back up to the front of the field between the battle between Wyatt and Chandler. Chandler tried to send it down to the inside of that hairpin. Not going to work out, though, as they work their way through this section of the circuit. And we see there the 121 of Wyatt going a little wide, but not able to capitalize with Alex Chandler, who's trying to hunt him down with 1 minute plus 2 laps to go.
And again, one of the biggest things that myself and Alex were talking about in that first heat race was the difference in gear and the difference that a lot of these drivers kind of had in setups in that first heat race. And you obviously have a heat to kind of go over it. There's more standing water on the racetrack. You want to go up more teeth. And for Alex Chandler to win that first one the way that he did, it's hard to do it back to back, right? With everybody kind of learning as the weekend continues to go on, as the track continues to progress. So for Aston Wyatt now, that to find himself in a good spot here in the top 3 is definitely a lot better considering how that the first go around kind of went from, right? Issues for him put him back, and then that claw back is really what took him some time. But to put himself up there now has been a good showing for Aston Wyatt so far, and for Alex Chandler as well to still be in the top 3. And for Tanner Barsh, I mean, he was one of the ones where we thought he was struggling on gear to put himself right behind Schneegenberg, and you know, the Gary Willis team always creative when it comes down to it, and the experience that Schneegenberg has had, especially in wet weather overseas in Europe, the time he spent over with the World Racing Team. It's really something that he's bringing back here to the Texan Racing Series and bringing back to our national scene and where we've seen him flourish here, Taylor.
It really is incredible what he's been able to accomplish right now as they work their way towards the back half of the course right now. Chandler trying every which way he can to go down, but with how much time's left, plus the additional 2 laps, I'd have to say we're going to have to wait for a mistake from either Schneegenberg or Barsh for Alex Chandler to go back-to-back in the heat races.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the easiest task, right? But we'll see how they can get going. As now Kimo Amadi, talk about young drivers. Ahmad being one of those, sits in the 5th spot right behind him. Adrian Vargas, 2 of the youngest drivers in this class. Ahmad, I think only 9 years old, and already having to move up to the mini subs class. But I mean, his dad Mo being tall, and Kimo, you know, getting that as well. His mom and dad are actually both pretty tall themselves, and he kind of outgrew that. Just couldn't put more weight on the micro stuff. They're already overweight, and decided to move up to mini, and this kid for 9 years old has been really tall. He's going to pass me in about by the time he turns 13. Not a hard thing to do, but still, Chemo definitely growing and learning as well, just having to speed up that process for him as well. And funny enough, if you don't know how cold it is, if you look there at the bottom left of your screen, you saw the CRG Nordum photographer Mattia Marmo down there, who is pretty cold. And indeed, it is that cold. You saw him kind of trying to move to stay warm, and yeah, it's in fact it's that cold. So for these kids to be go out there and driving, for sure, it's a good sight, Taylor.
I can honestly say for the coldness, I can honestly say now that my joints were aching so much. I'm like, I shouldn't be feeling that. I'm not that old. But
Well, you're also old, yeah.
yeah, I'm about to hit the big 3-0 in a couple of weeks. So, yeah, here we go. As we watch now, Alex Chandler still in the third position. He is about 3 seconds back from your race leader at the moment. As they come around, they're about to take the white flag for Colton Schniegenberg in the Gillard. Then you have the CRG of Tanner Barsh. Then the Iron Rock Tony Kart of Alex Chandler in third position so far. Chandler going to get at least 2 podiums back-to-back here in the heat races, but for Schniegenberg, doing what he needs to do to try to get the best possible position going into the finals tomorrow morning as he heads down the long back straightaway all by himself. No pressure, just needs to hit his braking marks and have no issues to capture the flag here in heat race number 2.
Yeah, Colton's done a good job to get himself ahead, and it's one thing to get up there, but to stay ahead is I think a completely different thing, right? So for him to be able to do that and to stay ahead, it's definitely good for his average in Colton Schniegenberg, and for Tanner Barsh as well to average, I believe, 2 second-place finishes is also going to be a really good showing for him, and for Alex Chandler as well with a first and a third, going to be good going into Heat 3 later on today. That is expected to be under the lights here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, but white flag in the air for the last couple of drivers, checkered flag in the air this time around for Colton Schniegenberg. And GWR takes heat race number 2 in Mini Swift. Tanner Barsh crosses the line second there. Alex Chandler third. Austin Wyatt on his Nitro kart. AR Academy machine in fourth. Kimo Amand, your top 5. Adrian Vargas back to Steves. Back to Valkasoon, Willinger, and Simon Jack Klein. Looks like struggles continue there for Simon in 10th. And back to Neely Vargas, to Cowell, Theo Mitchell, Hale, Lehans, Moravian with issues at the start, and Silas Ruth there, your 17 drivers in Mini Swift.
Well, we got a little bit of cleanup to do. We got to go retrieve the 199 route car here, so it'll be a few moments before we get set for our next heat race of the day. So we're going to step aside and say thank you to some amazing partners. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the TSRS Winter Warm-Up here on Kart Chaser.
Be the team principal here at SpeedSportz Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to, hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/SpeedConceptsRacing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Micro Swift out onto the racetrack now. Brody Stoffel took the win earlier on in that first heat race. Tyler Blackwood also had a pretty good challenge, as well as a couple of other drivers here in this one. Let's run you down that starting grid order here. Brody Stoffel, Blackwood on row number 1, Bo Wyatt and Brody Brown on row number 2.
And moving on to row 3, it is Bodie Beyer and Shep Sullivan in 6th position. Then you have White and Dustin Strayer in row number 4.
You go back to Beckley Anderson, Rodolfo Garza, Adam Torrealba, Hayden Sampson, Sebastian Kim, Aiden in the number 14, Wiley Lee, and Ix Capitan Garduno. There's 16 drivers getting to take the green flag here in Micro Swift.
Field now work their way out of the final corner into the start box. They will go Stoffel, Blackwood, the ones to watch here in this. A little bit of bumping and banging here. Do we get a clean start? Yes, we do. But already some drivers having some issues here as one big slide right there by Stoffel as he tries to recover. He gathers it back up, and he will now try to see if he can pull away from the competition. Meanwhile, though, from third on back, Brown, Bayer, and Sullivan jockeying for position as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, good start for a couple and not the best for a couple of others. So, start of this race already, Blackwood able to get through and side by side there as well. Beyer and Stoffel in that group. And again, just not the best start for Stoffel starting on that inside line there with a big puddle there as more and more rain continues to come down here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, Taylor. And the track, again, it could be getting better and then it worsens as this one goes on. As Stoffel, they're looking on the inside, a deep send, able to get through on Bodie Beyer, just has to make it stick there on the exit. And I think it's going to be close, but Beyer taking that inside line, and I think he's going to end up just too wide. Not enough momentum there, and this should be an over-under by Stoffel, but couldn't make it stick there on the exit, and he's going to continue to try to work his way forward. But a good turnaround there for Tyler Blackwood to get himself back up to the front in his Bennick machine, as well as Brody Brown to get himself up to third, and still side-by-side action between Beyer and Stoffel.
Yeah, Stoffel and them are working really well to try to just fight, but like we talked about here with this rain, 1 minute it may be pouring down rain, the next minute we will have just a light misting, and it's just going to continue to do that all throughout the rest of today's racing action into tomorrow. So let's just say I don't think we'll see any slicks. There's trouble for the 228 of Blackwood and the 220 or 210 machine loops it around there. That being Beyer as he also collects a couple of more cards.
One driver as well went around there. It looks like it's
Sullivan.
the 212 of Shep Sullivan who went around there. Unfortunately, another one of the Bennick machines, and Blackwood trying to get back onto the racetrack. Unfortunately, Sullivan just collateral damage there as well. And now your new leader, Bo Wyatt, able to pick up the leftovers and get himself up to the point of the field. And in second, Brody Brown gets himself into the second spot. And for Brody Stoffel, whose race kind of fell apart at the start, it seems like it's coming back together here just halfway through.
Stoffel is going to be moving up into that third position here as Blackwood will drop to fourth with all the shuffling that happened out of the back straightaway section of the course. So far, though, the CRG there, you see the 229 of Stoffel trying to hunt down Brown, and he is doing what he needs to do. Gets a good run off that corner of turn 4 as they head down the back straightaway here, and he may have a shot if he can really connect and make a good run through the S's with no mistakes.
It's going to be towards the end of this lap here, Taylor, where I'm pretty sure we're going to see a move by Brody Stoffel to try and close down that gap, and it looks like it's closing now, and it is. Just has to be consistent on his marks, but it will take him a while to get through Brody Brown if he can't get it done here in turn 11. We saw what happened the lap prior with Bodie Beyer, or 2 laps prior, I should say. We'll see if he can make it stick this time around. Brown a little bit of a wider line there on the exit. See if he can get through, and Stoffel just wants to push on the exit, and Brown looking to go back. Stoffel covers it off and up to second.
Stoffel trying to tell the 217 of Brown, like, hey, I was able to pass you cleanly and get that run. Well, I'm a little bit faster leading. Let's try to work together and go catch Bo Wyatt, because they are losing time right now. It's down to a second between your top two. And with that, Brown is going to continue to drop back. So this may cause some problems. Stoffel, though, starting to make some runs and trace down the 241 of Wyatt.
Yeah, that gap starts to close down here. Taylor just lost a little time there in that battle with Brown, but it looks like Stoffel definitely the fastest driver on this racetrack with the fastest lap so far, and Bo still looking for a different line. You see the difference, a lot of a tighter line, almost the normal racing line there for Bo Wyatt through every corner, and Stoffel taking the rain line in sixth, really helping him find that traction that he needs, and off of the rubber that's kind of been laying down, that turns into ice almost whenever water gets over it. So Stoffel still finding the grip, finding the traction on the high side of the racetrack, and you see the difference in lines there as well. Bo loses a little bit, and while that happens, Stoffel now back onto the rear bumper here, and we'll see how long it takes Stoffel to get through, because he's definitely it has a lot more pace than Bo Wyatt at the stage of the race.
It seems like Wyatt's trying to take the more cautious approach here, trying to run that higher line where the least amount of water is on the track, while we see Stoffel being aggressive, going towards the apex of that corner, running through the puddles if need be to make up that time. And it's working out for Stoffel right now. He is hitting his marks and been able to run faster and faster lap times compared to Wyatt. As they come out of the corner, Wyatt gets a little bit better run, but that toe of the draft is going to close Stoffel in. He looks to the inside, tries to set up the pass, and already before they enter into the braking zone, though he goes a little wide right there, tries to take over the race lead, cannot make it work as Wyatt regains control.
Yeah, and Bo doing a good job to hold on to his cart there. It looks like it's losing a little bit of traction going sideways, and again, all these saves by Bo Wyatt just shows how he's kind of coming to life here as well, and we'll see what Stoffel can do, and you see the difference in line there as well. I think this is going to be a good run on the exit there as well for Brody Stoffel, and he's going to get on that rear bumper of Bo Wyatt, but difference this time, Wyatt knows that Stoffel is there. We'll see what Stoffel can do this time around. 2 flags, 2-6 in the air this time around when they get to the stripe. They just beat it. They just beat it.
Barely, yep. So they got 3 laps here for the top 2 as Wyatt and Stoffel will continue to do battle for the race lead here. Wyatt doing everything he can. He's trying to just run that more smooth and consistent line as we drop back to the battle for P3 between Brown and Blackwood, who's made a nice recovery. Back up at the front, though. Here comes Stoffel to the inside. Will he try again and hold position this time around? He tries to do it. Over-under, though, for Wyatt possibly coming into play as he tries to make it work. Not going to, as he hits that pedal a little too much. That allows the driver of Stoffel to take back the race lead.
And you see the frustration there as well from Bo Wyatt. Just kind of knew that he could have made it stick again like he did the lap before, but Stoffel just got his kart slowed down just enough, just the right amount to get it done. And I think this is where Bo has to learn, where he has to see the lines, where he has to see the difference in what's faster than what he's doing. A lot more of a traditional approach, and I think he's starting to see that now just a little bit. The differences in line in between the lines that Stoffel's taking compared to the lines that he's taking around some of the slower speed corners here, Taylor.
I think we might have lost Blackwood somewhere out there. I mean, he has fallen a significant ways back from Brown.
Yeah, he finds himself in fourth, but that gap still opening up with Brody Brown. And again, that mistake just kind of hard to recover from, especially with a racetrack that continues to not get any better conditions-wise.
Yeah, there's Tyler Blackwood right there. He is just now coming onto the back straightaway while the leaders are snaking their way through the S's as the rain picks it up a notch through here. These young future superstars are really getting a good lesson in racing in the rain here today at SpeedSportz as they work their way through. And Stoffel so far going to hold on strong. He's just got to keep it on the pavement in order to capture the flag here today in your Micro Swift category.
Coming to the white flag this time around for Bo Wyatt, Brody Stoffel. They'll get the white flag the last lap, the last go around here at for their second heat race of the evening. Stoffel gets the white flag. Bo Wyatt second and get it this time around, and just again a learning curve here for Bo White, and the experience that Stoffel has, and is not new to conditions like this. And for a lot of drivers, even in my run of the restroom, I heard a lot of drivers saying that it was their first time racing in the rain, because the fact of the matter is, whenever it starts raining and whenever it's cold, a lot of drivers just don't want to opt to not hit the racetrack, and it's a difference of some of other drivers where it is raining outside, and the parents go, you know what, we got to go out there and practice in the rain. We got to go, no matter how cold it is, no matter how soggy it is or what it is. You have to get out there and you have to learn conditions like this, because we're not just going to magically stop racing on a weekend when it does start raining. The show has to go on, and you have to go on and race in situations like this, right? And if you don't, you're going to end up at the back of the field when it comes to a dry session. And if that never comes, and you just spent however much money spending on racing. So a big testament to the training and the the time that is put out there. Seat time is what we always say, right? And I think that's kind of showing here for Brody Stoffel, who is 2 for 2 in heat racing action. He's able to get it done here, back-to-back wins, and Stoffel gets it done. Had to work a little harder for it this time around, but still able to capitalize on heat race number 2. Bo Wyatt comes across the line in second, Brody Brown third, Tyler Blackwood fourth, Ajax Capitan Garduno in fourth now, and Blackwood just now crossing the line here. I think finished fifth there as well. And White cross the line sixth, Bodie Byer, back to Beckley Anderson, Rodolfo Garza, a couple of more as well, running up your field here in Microstoke, presented by Gallery Furniture.
Big shout out right there for Ajax Capitan for starting dead last to coming up to P4. A stellar drive here for him in heat race number 2. We'll step aside. We got a little bit of cleanup to do, and we'll have our next heat race next on Kart Chaser.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at SpeedSportz Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/SpeedConceptsRacing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace, because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Shifter out onto the racetrack now in a little bit of different conditions than what they saw in their first heat race. Aiden Rudolph going to start third. Noah Zars opted to go on the dry tires on slicks, and that fell into his hands. But again, you talk about the tires that Rudolph, Mendez, and the entire CRG crew have already scrubbed in, and for Noah Zars, a new set of reins, and for John Paul McCurry as well, did the entire length of that race on his rain set of tires. So that's not going to be ideal for John Paul McCurry, but we'll see how it kind of shapes up for these drivers. Again, Noah Zars opted to go on the right strategy earlier on today, and it fell into his hands. And again, a new set of tires for him here in this second heat race. So we'll see how Noah can do. And again, it's come a long way to this point, and struggled at the start of that race, but definitely came into it there in the end, picking up a really good start to the weekend and a good start to his average there as well. But you watched the first one from the sidelines there, Taylor. I guess what can you tell us? What are you kind of expecting to see here in this one?
I'm curious to see what the CRGs do during this next heat race. Are they going to be a little more conservative as far as not really wanting to push the envelope? Or are we going to see them now realizing now it's time to get some points in order for them to have the best possible starting point? Yes, there's only 7 karts on the track, but getting that preferred line, getting that preferred position on these standing starts will be critical, especially here in the rain.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the biggest things to look out for. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo not joining us here in this one. So only 6 drivers taking the green flag for the second of the heat races, I should say. So we get set to take the green flag here. Aiden Rudolph, Noah Zars, John Paul McCurry getting set to get it. Green flag in the air, and a good start there by Luis Mendez, and not the best for Rudolph. Proctor able to get through. John Paul McCurry seems to be struggling there on the start as well, and going to lose a couple as the CRG start to fight. Rudolph looking on the inside, 2 for 1 there on Mendez, and Derek Proctor, he's able to get through, and Noah Zars, now the driver that Rudolph has to chase down.
Yep, as we watch these drivers now work their way through, the rain gets heavier and heavier. One driver
big
goes
splash
spin.
there. Derek Proctor completely went into that puddle, and that sent him around, couldn't hold on to it. So he's going to lose a whole lot of time now. Back to the tail end of the field there, Taylor.
Here comes Aiden Rudolph, though. He is all over the back bumper of Zarsk as they head down towards the tail of the boot right here and see what they can do. He'll look to the outside, trying to see if he can get some momentum over under incoming. And there he goes, Aiden Rudolph back up to the front of the field. Let's see if he stays up there or decides to pull it down into the pits.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, a much different race and much different situation this time out. Obviously, a dry racetrack for the first heat race. And again, obviously already not the best start for them in the first heat race, but expect Rudolph to try and hold on to the lead of this one all the way through. And again, with the conditions here, I believe this is the first time Rudolph's gone out there in wet weather conditions in a shifter package. And you see how comfortable he is in the single speed stuff and in that KA package as well, but a different style. And just as I was saying that, right, commentators cursed as Rudolph sends it off into the racetrack there in turn number 6.
I've never seen a more commentators curse right there than what I just saw happen here for Aiden Rudolph, as now Noah Zarsk will retake over the race lead and then move Mills up into second place. So now the question is going to be, what will we see Rudolph do? Will he just back down and try to at least finish it out, or will he go back on the attack to try and hunt down your race leader?
Yeah, Noah Zarst now holding on to it there at the front of the field and just kind of tiptoeing his way around. The same goes for Jeff Mills, who I was saying earlier today, I hadn't raced in the rain since 1997. That changed last year at the Stars Championship Series where he raced, and then a year to the date, he is back racing in full wet conditions this weekend, and the oldest driver in this field having a good showing already against some of the young guns and showing his experience, showing his pace, a lot more, I guess, familiar with the road racing side of things, but doing a good job so far for Jeff Mills to get himself up to second. And now a pass there for third. Rudolph able to get himself up in at third, and with a pass there on John Paul McCurry. And again, that first heat race for John Paul just burns up that set of rain tires, unfortunately, and just definitely not going to have the same pace as the rest of the drivers out there on the racetrack.
No, he's not. He has got a lot of work to do here and has to figure out maybe what he needs to do when it comes to the final heat race. He'll go a little wide, hits the mark, though, as he tries to continue on his way. But how much he is all over hanging onto that wheel as he works his way around the circuit here for Aiden Rudolph, currently in third position. Just under 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your drivers as Noah Zarsk continues to pull away, but Mills closing in a little bit. He picked up a 10th last time by.
Yeah, how about it for Jeff Mills? Able to close down that gap. Definitely starting to close in. And one of his kind of biggest worries, seeing drivers like Aiden Rudolph move into the shifter classes, saying, everybody here is getting a lot younger, right? I have shirts that are older than the guys that I'm racing against. So when they do beat me my shirt's older than you, man. You shouldn't be happy that you beat me. And when I beat them, is my shirt's older than you, man. How did I beat you whenever he hits the racetrack? But no, Jeff, in good spirits and glad to be out on a racetrack. And I will say a lot of Masters drivers did kind of opt out of this weekend because it was raining, because it was cold. And for him to be out here ripping around a shifter, especially in these conditions, is definitely a huge round of applause to Jeff Mills and doing what he's doing here this weekend and having a good time while he's doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost like just coming back all to him, riding a bike for him at the moment, as he is doing a phenomenal job in the rain. He's dropped off a little bit from Zars, but still right there in the mix in case he makes a mistake. And here comes right there Aiden Rudolph back on the attack.
Yeah, Rudolph starting to close down that gap. And again, a difference in lines there between Mills and in Rudolph. And as they continue to trek down the back straightaway, you see Rudolph starting to close in. And a much wider line there by Aiden. And again, just kind of misjudging, I guess, how much grip was out there on the racetrack. And that first lap for him was really good and kept pushing. And then, again, it kind of bit back at him just a little bit and had to bring it down a notch or two as Mills makes a mistake. Rudolph's going to go by now and back up to second, with Noah Zar still at the lead of this race.
No, right there, nearly goes a little too wide. Same thing for Zars, just almost kind of a little bit of a side wobble right there for him. Gathers it back up, though, but he's going to lose a little bit of time to Aiden Rudolph as they come through the final couple of corners. It's going to be 3 laps to go for your race leaders here as they come across the line. 30 seconds plus 2 laps.
Now, we'll say here, Taylor, Zars just doesn't seem as comfortable as Rudolph does in these rain conditions. That's kept it on the racetrack, which is seen to be the most important part of it. But you see how kind of easily Rudolph starts to close back in, and Noah just kind of still tiptoeing around and not pushing that limit as much as we saw there with Rudolph, which kind of pulled over at one point as well. But yeah, it's just kind of doesn't seem like Noah has been all too comfortable and opted for that slick tire, obviously, which fell into his hands. But this time around, just kind of still tiptoeing around this racetrack here, Taylor, which is losing him a lot of time.
It's a two-sided coin for what Noah's doing. Yes, he's being a little bit more cautious, tiptoeing around, making sure he hits his mark, but he's losing time on the aggression that Aiden Rudolph is doing. Aiden, who is just gung-ho, ready to do it, he'll look to the outside, now inside lane, to take over the race lead. However, though, he has been prone to make at least a mistake or two in this race alone, which could cost him the chance of winning this heat. As they come around to take the 2-to-go signal, that is what the problem we could possibly see from Aiden Rudolph, but now he will start to pull away just a hair from Noah Zarsk, and we'll see who comes out on top here in Heat Race 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him kind of tone it down and dial it back a bit in turn number 6. There as well, the corner where he did make that mistake earlier on in this race. And he made one as well in the K100 senior race where he lost some time, which kind of put him back behind Jose Carlos Hernandez. But his speed and in the rain was better than the rest, which was what put him back up at the front. And you see that kind of happen here again in this race where he puts himself back up at the front of the field. And Zars now starting to lose time. That gap's opening up quite a bit here, Taylor. And Jeff Mills starting to close in on Noah Zars as well.
Certainly watching on here as we keep an eye on Mills and Zarsk. Those two could be preparing for a battle, but for Aiden Rudolph, he just needs to bring it home as he comes out the final corner, and he will take the white flag one more time around here for him. He's still got one more heat race as trouble, though, for Corey. He's off track.
Yeah, he's been down there for quite some laps now. Not sure what kind of issue John Paul could have had as well, but we want to think about the tires. He was basically running wet tires in the dry, so that wasn't ideal there for John Paul Mokuri. So that's going to put him out of this race. Could be some other issue as well. Yeah, we don't know from up here, but again, this race kind of started off. Kind of had it all in this race, right? A mistake early on from Rudolph, able to get it back now at this stage of the race, and that was probably partly my fault as well. I was saying how comfortable he was in the rain, and obviously mine as well. And Yeah, just not a good look for me, I should say. But back down to Noah's Arse and Jeff Mills, the top three drivers out there on the racetrack. Looks like Proctor drove into the pits early. Luis Mendez as well had some sort of issue, not out on the racetrack at the moment. But Rudolph holds strong in heat race number 1 off the racetrack, but first in the heat race, able to get it done ahead of Noah's Arse Arcane Machine. Jeff Mills able to get through, and Derek Proctor still out there on the racetrack. Going to come across the line to finish 4th. Unfortunately there for Luis Mendez, not able to close this one out. Del Castillo, a DNS, and for John Paul McCrory, a DNF in this one. But a wild race from start to finish, and the shifters get wrapped up here at the end of heat race number 2. Kid Karts getting set to hit the racetrack next.
Brandon, why are there all
right, stop.
just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race-ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
It's time for your 206 Kid Karts as they make their way for heat race number 2, as they will work their way around for another 6 minutes plus 2 laps. As the rain let up just a little bit right now, still coming down pretty significantly, but not as much as we saw in the shifter race. And we'll get a quick look at your starting lineup for the 206 Kid Karts, as it is Metal Baker on the front row with Liam Lofton, JJ DeShong in third with Maverick Reddick in fourth. Waylon Galino is going to be in 5th position with Booker Anderson rounding out your 6-cart field as trouble for one of the carts. Loops it around coming out of the corner and has to gather it back up. He will continue on his way. We will get set for another exciting action here in the 206 Kid Karts.
Couple of drivers there going around on the out lap. A couple of others able to hold on to it there, and we're going to get them stopped at the top of the starting, standing grid there on the racetrack. And they will, goodness gracious, they will work their way around here as well in a couple of moments. So we'll see how these drivers kind of do as we get going, and get them stopped here as well. Maverick Reddick there on the inside. I believe him and JJ DeShong switch spots there as well. So Reddick going to get moved to the outside. DeShong going to get moved there to the inside. And I think I had it the wrong way around.
Looks like to be the case as they will try to gather it back up and reshuffle everyone to hopefully get themselves ready to go.
To get Booker Anderson in a place there into 6th. And a couple of others as well. So we'll see and wait for the start of this one here as well. One of them stalling. I believe that's Liam Lofton there at the front. That did stall, but we get set to go green here. Green flag getting set to go out up in the air, and
stalled it again?
No, Reddick. They're just moving him back into his starting grid spot. And the same goes for Liam Lofton, who shut off there for a second. Green flag in the air now. Your 206 Kid Karts getting set to take the green flag, and they did. But Maverick Reddick and Booker Anderson just locked up front and rear bumpers, and Reddick goes around and into the grass there. Unfortunate there for Maverick, who just got kind of locked in, and that start was definitely not how he would have wanted to start this one out. Vettel Baker, the driver, out in the lead of this one. Looks like JJ DeShong is the driver that's right behind him. And indeed, the 77 is right behind him. And for Vettel Baker, the 22 is up in a first. A lot of work for a couple of other drivers. A very long heat race, 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, I should say, left in this one. I think 6-minute heat races, if I'm not mistaken here, and plus 2 laps. So again, with the rain, a little bit less laps than what they would be getting, but a broken rear bumper for the 22 of Vettel Baker, and unfortunately, that's going to bring out the meatball flag for Vettel, your leader, and not going to help out his overall average here this weekend, Taylor.
No, it's not. That's going to be a tough break right there. From leading to now being given the meatball flag, that will give Lofton the chance possibly to take over. Let's see what happens here. He does not come down that time by, as the 77 machine of DeShong will be your new race leader once Baker comes down into the pits.
Unfortunate there for Vettel Baker, not able to close this one out, as the 77 of DeShong going to be your new leader. Galliano there in third, but that's it's going to help out some of the drivers there further back, right? Booker Anderson, Reddick as well, who's has a lot of work to kind of close down his gap to the rest of the field. And yeah, for Vettel, unfortunately, going to be a dive into the pits here early on in this one. So that's going to open up this race a lot more. A couple of drivers there further back. Galliano right behind them in third. Liam Lofton right there as well. And we talked about the lap times being super close as well. They were all within a second with the top 4. A couple of drivers were a little bit off, but a couple of others were good. And as Vettel Baker tries to dive into the pits, he's going to take a couple of them with him. Man, Galliano got collected there. DeShong able to hold on to the lead, but Liam Lofton got slowed down, and for Maverick Reddick, that's going to help him out a lot as well, with some track position a find for him. But the top 4 are within the same zip code, and one driver goes around. Looked like Bodie Byer was the driver who went around. Sorry, Booker Anderson was the driver that went around there.
he went around there in heat race number 1 and went around in heat 2 there again. So unfortunate there for Booker Anderson. Driving the same kart his sister Beckley ran last year as well in this Kid Kart class. So good to see Booker out there picking up right where his sister Beckley kind of left off last year and getting up there inside of the top 4. But Liam Lofton, Briere Academy, going to chase down JJ DeShong here, Taylor.
That's why it's very important to put that hand up to let you know you're coming down pits there, as we saw. Unfortunate for Metal Baker, who will now have more problems to deal with. But for DeShong and Lofton, those two are going to try and do a little bit of battling here for position. Lofton gaining a little bit of ground as they head down the back straightaway and into the braking zone of the corner. And he will try to make his way through, and still it's kind of just balanced out. Galino right there also in the mix in third, and that green number 24 machine as he tries to hunt down for a shot of the heat race win.
The gap's starting to close down just a little bit for Galliano, the only non-CRT Kid Kart in this class so far. So some of the drivers pitting under the MSL team, a couple of others under the CRG Nordum crew, and a couple of other privateers there as well. And Galliano, the only one not on that chassis here, and putting himself inside of the top 3, up in a third, getting himself close to Liam Lofton. And again, differences in lines, and this is really good practice for them whenever they do get into the faster categories for the Micro Swift, for the 206 Cadet. And that's the biggest thing about the engine package they have this year, right? It's one that they're able to use when they move up all the way up to senior. All you have to do is change the slide, change the restrictors, like they like to call them, on these, and they last you a whole lot longer, you know, and you can use them for a whole lot longer as well. So the change obviously being implemented this year. Last year we were on the Honda Kid Kart package. This year on the 206 Kid Kart, which is what they run nationally over at Go-Karts North America. And that's actually coming up soon. When we hit the racetrack at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks' time. It seems like the season already flying by, and the first of our 206 national races takes to the track in 2 weeks' time back at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to see the likes of Overbeck and a lot of others here racing this weekend as well, hit the track out there. And again, for everybody watching this is a premium member, so we'll see you guys when we do get to CKNA for their edition there of their national event out at Charlotte. And a little bit of a mistake there by JJ DeShong, and Galliano looking to get through, got kind of stuck there on the rear bumper of Galliano and couldn't get through. But man, that not what we expected to see. Liam Lofton was the driver who lost the most time there, Taylor.
He really did. I was shocked at how quickly Galliano was able to take over that second position away quickly. And now as they come across the start-finish line here, it's going to be 3 laps to go for them. So what can Galliano do? If he can capitalize and get him a heat race win, he has got the opportunity to do that. You just got to keep it on the pavement and avoid all the puddles as best you can.
Liam Lofton closing down his gap just a little more to the rear bumper of Galliano. Not able to get there yet, but still closing in here as well. And the top 3 still very much on the same zip code of the racetrack, a little further back for Booker Anderson and for Maverick Reddick as well. That starch is definitely not falling into his hands, and Galliano would ascend into turn number 14, able to get through and into the lead of this race. 2 laps to go this time around as JJ DeShong now falls back to second. Liam Lofton still stays there in third, and Galliano's been looking for that move for the lead and got creative, did it in 14, got it done, made it stick, and he's going to be your new leader once we get down the back straightaway.
He thought about it, made the brave and heroic decision to make it stick, and it worked out successfully for him as he works down the back straightaway. Let's see what he can do in these final couple of laps. Galliano now has about a 2 to 3 kart length advantage over DeShong and Lofton. So it's going to be anybody's guess to see who could come out on the top step here in heat race number 2 as they work their way through. Of course, we still have a couple of more races to go with the KA Juniors, 206 Seniors Cadets, then the KA Masters, then 206 Juniors and KA Seniors before we redo it all again from the top with heat race number 3. So we're about halfway through the entirety of today's action.
Oh, into the puddle for JJ DeShong. Went around. Liam Lofton got collected there as well in third, and that's pretty much going to hand the rest of the race to Galliano if he can keep it on the asphalt. But, man, unfortunate there for JJ DeShong and for Liam Lofton as well. Just kind of got stuck, and that puddle just looped the rear end around there. Able to hold on to it there for DeShong, but just lost time in the process. And for Galliano's kept it clean, kept it perfect out there. I don't want to speak too soon, but that's definitely done a really, really good job to hold on to this one here, Taylor.
Certainly is going to be a great run here for Galliano as he continues to pull away. It's over 3-second advantage for him, so he's just got to keep it clean. Doesn't need to do anything brave and heroic. He's just got to keep it on the pavement, and he can take home this checkered flag here in heat race number 3 as he works his way into the braking zone, does a great job, hits his marks, as DeShong is trying to close back up. Lofton also there in the mix.
Last couple of corners getting set to go underway. Galliano goes through when he goes around. A half spin there for Galliano, and that gives new life to JJ DeShong. He's not going to be close enough, though, to be able to capitalize on it. And Galliano is going to be able to hold on if he holds on to it for one more corner here. A close call there for him, and close to the edge of the racetrack, able to hold on. It wasn't as picture perfect, but he's able to get it done. He takes away heat race number 1. And across the line in second, JJ DeShong. Liam Lofton across the line in third. Back to Booker Anderson, who's set to cross the line here now. And for Maverick Reddick as well, who an unfortunate start for the youngest driver in this field, 5 years old for Mav, and going to close this one out here as well. But an unfortunate start there for Mav, but able to finish this race out. Top 5 finish there for him, and unfortunate for Vettel Baker and a equipment, I guess, malfunction. You can say the rear bumper coming loose, and that's going to put him out of this one early. But coming up next, your KA100 juniors will fight on the airwaves here, but they get set to take the track here in about a minute time. On the racetrack now, your KA juniors. Tyrone Kemper Jr. pulled away from the rest of the field in the first heat race. Travis Pettit was able to keep it close, but not close enough. He's going to start alongside him on the front row. Gage Bailey and Davis Henry on row number 2. Carson Berry and Nathan Golsteff on row number 3.
Moving on into row 4, it's David Ybarra with Mason Berry, Easton Cox, and Luke Cruz to round out your top 10. Then Nicholas Orbezo and Maui Angel will be in row 6.
Go back to Jordan Vani, Bobby Klein, Tucker Trebe, Juan Jose Paramo, Braden Westfall, Oscar Gus Wonderlay, Connor Kersey, and Jackson Baldus. Your top 10 rows and your top 20 starters here for this second heat race of KA Junior Racing Action. in that first heat race for a couple of the Berry twins. For Carson Berry especially, found him kind of dropping down the order as it went on, but hopefully he can find himself back up there. A mistake for him in turn number 6 put him towards the back of the pack, and in this one he's going to look to kind of go a couple of spots better than what he did there early on, and he had the pace to certainly do it. Just has to hold on to it for the entirety of the race. And a couple of other drivers were very impressive. We talked about Nathan Golstad's drive up to field, and a very happy birthday to his yeah,
I just saw.
Yeah, that was Mason Berry throwing something off of his go-kart. But like I was saying, a very happy birthday to Nathan Golstad's dad, Chad Golstad, just last weekend. We'll see if Nathan can give him a late birthday present here this weekend. Green flag in the air, and a good start for Travis Pettit on that TB kart there, looking to hold on to it. On Tyrone Kemper Jr., not able to make it stick, but a couple of others able to hold on. Gage Bailey up in a third after a DNF for him that found him kind of falling down the order in that first heat race. They now worked their way through, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. picking up right where he left off as Orbeza moves to the bottom of the racetrack, and more drivers going side by side here.
How about this hornet's nest of cars from 5th on back here as drivers jockey for position? The 826 of Golseth as one kart hits the grass. The 810 machine trying to hold on to it of Barry as he is trying to hold on to that kart as best that he can as they work their way through towards the heel of the boot. And it's going to be the 806 machine who will hold position of Ybarra inside the top 5 for the moment.
Yeah, Carson Berry was able to hold on to it there, and a big send over the curbs there as a change for the lead. Travis Pettit works his TB kart up to the front of the field. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back to second. Bailey still holds on to that third spot, but for Pettit on his, you could say, debut weekend under the TB Kart USA banner here this weekend with Kyle Uchinsky and that team of just 3 drivers here this weekend. It's definitely a good start on home soil here in the state of Texas for the Amarillo Kart Complex-based team. And Pettit up from New Jersey says it feels a lot like home this weekend with the weather, as more battling here further back, as well as Maui Angel there able to get through. And Davis Henry loses a spot there to David Ibarra, who also had a DNF in that first heat race, Taylor.
And he's trying to find his way through for him. Maui trying to work his way, and here comes the 821 machine now, and then here comes Golseth trying to hold strong. The 849 machine in position now to work his way further of Henry as he is under immense pressure from Golseth.
Yeah, Golseth almost sent it in a little bit too deep there. Got tripped up on the rear bumper there of Davis Henry. Now Golseth looking to get through. He's able to get clear. Maui Angel looking to get through with him as well. Too close for comfort there. Maui finally able to get through. It took him a while, but able to make it stick. And for only being a year into the sport, Maui Angel, under all conditions, has really impressed all of us up here, Taylor, I should say.
Did you think it's safe to say that he said you're welcome and he went by?
I don't know, man, but definitely was able to get that move done there on Davis Henry. And these two Arcade Motorsports machines now going to try to work together to get up to the front of the field and up inside of the podium places, and they start to fight a little bit. Maui gets tripped up there on the puddle. A little bit of a bumper there to Golseth, but Maui able to get through and up into 5th.
I've been watching all day today over in my camera spot earlier and just seeing these karts going up on 2 wheels of how much lean these drivers are putting into the kart is incredible. To be able to just then slam it back down to keep it on to the pavement as best they can is incredible work by each and every one of these drivers. 3 wide as they come out of the corner, and the Antenna Berry back onto the grass and loops it around.
Carson Berry cannot catch a break this weekend. Hit a puddle earlier that spun him around in heat race number 1, and again got spun around earlier, not spun around, but hit a puddle earlier today, got sent off the racetrack, and then again there on the exit of turn 11 that just sent him around. So the bad luck continues for the GWR driver of Carson Berry, and his brother Mason, I mean, a much better run inside of the top 10 and up in a 7th. But for Carson, just definitely he's got to be kicking himself here just with 2 back-to-back races where he knows he has the pace to fight up inside of the top 3.
He has the pace, but I don't know if he has the patience to make those passes, because each and every single one of those times we've seen him go off into the track, he's in a 3-wide predicament and not maybe giving a little bit to realize, hey, we still got quite a bit of racing to go. Let's wait till a better opportunity arises to make the pass.
moving their way through here. Nico Orbezo there right behind Davis Henry, and Alex was talking about the development of this kid, and definitely has shown his pace so far in his first junior start under our platform at one a couple of weeks ago at the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. And he's definitely been impressive so far this weekend, getting himself into the top 10, the highest standing rookie at the moment on the racetrack. As a couple of others work their way through. Juanjo Paramo on the Red Speed team as well inside of the top 10. Henry in 9th, and Nico Orbezo just on the edge in 10th. But everybody able to get work their way through, and Maui Angel still holds on to the 5th spot ahead of his teammate Nathan Golseth. We'll see if Golseth can make a move here in turn number 6, looking to send it in, and he's able to make it stick. So Golseth now going to lead the charge for the Arcane team, see if he can get up to the rear bumper of David Ibarra here in a couple of laps.
Got a little bit of work to do right now, but they could maybe make some runs over on David Ibarra in the closing seconds of the race. Golseth gets a good run out of that double right-hander, and he is starting to pull away from Maui very quickly and set his sights on Ibarra as they come down towards the short chute for the final couple of corners. There's the 827 machine. That is Bailey, who is sitting comfortably in the 3rd spot, trying to hunt down Tyrone Kemper Jr. as they come onto the front straightaway. 20 seconds plus 2 laps, so we're looking at about 3 laps to go here for your leaders.
Yeah, Pettit still holding on. It's almost like the roles are reversed in this one, Taylor. Kemper had a really good pace in the first of the heat races where he was able to pull away from the rest of the field, and he's almost half the straightaway away from Travis Pettit, who's just pulling away here on the back straightaway. And for Gage Bailey as well, in his first weekend back into racing action, it's the first 2 weeks, I should say, back into racing action. He's definitely done a good job, and to keep himself up there. And it's been a long road of recovery, I'm sure. To get himself into the top 3 is definitely something that he would have wished for, that he would have gone from the get-go in heat race number 1. And same for David Ibarra, right? First weekend back in racing action after a long preseason where he did a lot of testing across different other engine platforms. It's put him back into the inside of the top 5, but a DNF for him early on definitely wasn't ideal there for David Ibarra, but now able to hold on to it there in 4th. And Bailey closing down that gap to fellow Speed Concepts teammate whenever they get to the national circuit there, and 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go in this heat race.
Yeah, I saw Tyrone make a little bit of a mistake coming out of the double right-hander a lap ago, which allowed Gage Bailey to make up the time needed to go and challenge for 2nd. And if he gets a good run out of turn 3 and 4, let's see if he can maybe make the run down the back straightaway to try and complete the pass. He'll go around the outside here as they head into the tight hairpin. Pushes them up the track a little bit to see if he can set up the over-under, and he will not be able to, as here comes David Ibarra with a big run. He tries to go around on the CRG, a little bit of a slide from both of them, which will bring Golseth into the mix.
Yeah, Nathan Golseth able to get back into play in that just a little bit of side-by-side action in between Ibarra and Bailey, just allowed a little bit of breathing room for Tyrone Kemper Jr. this time around. The white flag in the air. Travis Pettit going to be the first driver to get it on his TV card. And for the rest of the field, it's going to be kind of, you have to get back up to where you were before. And it's just nailing that setup, right? Nailing that gear is really the biggest thing here, where I think that TV Kart USA team really got it down. I think Kemper got it down in the first heat race, but this, for the third one, it's just kind of damage limitation for whatever you have done in the first 2, or really pulling a good result out of the bag as well to set yourself in the best starting spot when you get into main event racing action.
Absolutely, and we are seeing that happen here for pretty much your top 3 at the moment. Ibarra trying to at least recover a little bit and get some much-needed passing points and positioning in order to have a better start in the finals tomorrow. But he's got to deal with Golseth, who's now got a ton of pressure on him as they head through towards the heel of the boot right now. He sends it down around the outside, crosses him over, trying to go to the inside, can't quite make it work. Ibarra holds on here on the final couple of corners.
Yeah, Ibarra able to hold on, but nobody's been even close to the pace that Travis Pettit has had. He's going to take away the second heat race here of the evening in K100 Junior, and Golseth able to get through there on David Ibarra, who falls back to 5th. So your top 5, Kemper Jr. 2nd, Gage Bailey back to Golseth and Ibarra. Maui Angel 6th, Mason Berry back to Orbezo, Paramo
Davis Henry, your top 10 here in K100 Juniors. Tucker Trebe in 11th, Bobby Klein, back to Oscar Gus Wonderley, Luke Cruz and Jackson Baldus, your top 15 drivers in this heat race. And again, some pickup getting set to go underway. Ian Mims, unfortunately, not able to close this one out. Got to pick up his machine as well for Carson Berry, who finds himself coming into the pits early. But one kart to get picked up here, and when we're back, 206 Senior getting set to hit the racetrack. 206 Seniors heading on to the racetrack now. James Overbeck, Sawyer Roussel going to start on the front row here. And for James, smooth sailing first heat race. For a couple of others, struggled to get up there and get up to the front of this one as the race went on. But for a couple of others, fell back and found themselves with some issues. But that being said, let's run you down your starting grid order here for your 206 Seniors. James Overbeck, Sawyer Roussel on row number 1, Jacob Oliver and Josie Chambers on row number 2. Tyler Roberts and JD Lamping on row number 3.
Moving on into row number 4, it's Samuel Jung and Christopher Peterson, followed by Shane Reddy and Reagan Seville to round out your top 10. Row number 6, we will see Bowden Barnwell and Jackson Young.
Back to Robert Arena and Kelvin Zing, Cameron Reed and Bryce Frank on row number 8, Addie Bambaru and Jensen Harrell on 9. Carter Kilgo and Samuel Doros, your top 10 rows.
Moving on into row number 11, it's Jeff Dolan and Brett Edwards, followed by Rutger Ruzick in 23rd with Gabriel McLeod in 24th. Row number 13 will be Raphael Kraus and Nick Hines.
Back to Sam Tolan, Simon Hansen, Ryan Long, Madison Knox, Shelby Ramirez, and more getting set to take the green flag here in this one for 206 Senior. And the Coyotes, it was a good drive up the field for Christopher McKeithen, who's starting on that outside row in 8th. And for Josie Chambers there as well, able to hold on to a top 5 finishing spot. Gave them a little bit of a challenge, but not enough to knock them down. And green flag in the air. James Overbeck on the inside, Roussel on the outside. See the hands very busy out of everybody, and Oliver there as well inside of the top 3, and everybody going to get tripped up on the exit of turn number 3, a couple wide, but that's going to leave James Overbeck with a big gap behind him as Shane Reddy, Kelvin Zing, and a lot of others going side by side as they rocket down the back straight.
We're going to go 3 and even 4 wide in some cases as they enter into the braking zone. Third on back, it's still 3 wide, 3 by 3 by 3 for some of them as they work their way through the S as a couple of carts get together and loop around there. But they will continue on their way. Bryce Frank, though, is in a carnage of a Hornets that then gets collected as we have the big one here at SpeedSportz.
Yeah, it's just all kind of a domino effect there. One driver went into another, and everybody just kind of got collected. Frank, again,
The qualifying session, not the best. Struggled to make it through the field in that first heat race. And in heat race number 2, the reigning champion here at TSRS just struggles again. And Jackson Young, Roussel going side by side. McKeithen looking to get through. Josie Chambers in the mix as well. And Reagan Seville not too far behind. But for James, he's no idea what's going on behind him. It's absolute mayhem from second on back.
Overpeck is like, I am glad to be out of this chaos. But for Young and Roussel, they are in the thick of it as they try to work their way around competitors. The 600 machine of Reagan Seville trying to find his way through. I believe he has moved up into the 3rd position as he tries to get his way further away from the battles around him.
McKeithen and Seville going side by side there, and Chambers looking to work his way through, stick a nose on the inside. Couldn't get it done, and Kelvin Zing, that's a man on a mission there, making some moves. Already got past Oliver, got past Shane Reddy there as well. Looking on Sawyer Roussel, about three different, positions gained for Kelvin Zing as Lamping drops the tire into the dirt in about 2 corners, and Kelvin going to pick up another spot. Zing ahead of JD Lamping now, and he's going to make up another spot. Jensen Harrell, the lead kind of MGM in this field at the moment, as more drivers going side by side there further back.
Some spray coming up in front of some of these drivers as they try to work their way around. Almost going to go 3 wide once again, but they think better of it. More contact as they beat and bang and go 3 and almost 4 wide. Who's going to survive this one as they come onto the front straightaway? Aggressiveness is really coming into play here in your 206 senior drivers, as it's still Overbeck, Young, and McKeithen, your top 3. Seville was able to follow through and get Forbes trouble.
Oliver went around, it looks like Jacob Oliver went around the 618, and Taylor, everything from second on back looks more like a demolition derby than really a sprint race even for James Overbeck. It's just another day of rain racing for him, but everybody else further back just trying to survive from this point on, as Lamping and Shane Reddy going side by side into on the exit of turn number 7 and then into the double rights. He's able to get clear, but the battles still continue to go on.
Well, you got to also remember, too, when we did their first heat race, it was not as heavy rain that we've gotten. The track wasn't as soaked as it is now, so it's a lot more difficult for these drivers here. And for, like you said, when we talked about earlier, this is the first time that these drivers have dealt with racing in the rain conditions in this category. But as we watch, here comes the 610 machine trying to find his opening, and he's going to get pushed out of the way and lose 2 spots as they come out of the final corner.
Yeah, still side by side there on the exit. Roussel going side by side. Barnwell in the mix there as well. He's able to get ahead of them. Kraus in this mix. Tyler Roberts in there as well. And just the list goes on and on of drivers. But Roussel from the front of the pack, starting on the front row, just fell all the way back outside of the top 10. And the rain continues to come down here, Taylor. It looks like it's almost getting worse out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, the rain has picked up significantly here, and it is heavy as they work their way through. And it is going to be critical to see amongst these drivers. And I got to say, unfortunately for one of our good friends out there, Rocco Ruzic, he's decided not to take it out onto the track here today, as I'm surprised more drivers thought about not doing that here today.
And again, just racers right deep down for the majority of these drivers. As
we got a bumper off.
Yes, somebody.
The 670 machine by the looks of it.
Yeah, we'll see as this race continues to go on. A lot has happened here. We'll take a look at that again. And the meatball flag is coming out for somebody. Don't know who yet.
603 by the looks of it.
But the 603, again, a missing bumper of some sort there from somebody. And McKeithen able to get through there as well, as Seville still tiptoeing his way around the racetrack, as conditions, again, not ideal to say the least here.
Another meatball flag also for the 606 machine as well from our race officials. So a couple of carts are going to be asked to be pulled in behind the wall here in heat race number 2. 606 is Phillips, who's currently in 20th place. But that 670, though, we're watching right now, I would be concerned about his bumper as well, because it is hanging on for dear life.
Work our way through now. Turn number 11. Jackson Young and Reagan Seville have been going at it for the last couple of corners, and Young just kind of oversents it there into 11. Gonna lose some time there to Seville. Gonna fall under fire from Josie Chambers here in a couple of moments as well. So we'll see how this one goes on. But with time now running out, everybody else going to get the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go left in this race. James Overbeck with a huge lead, 5 seconds ahead of his teammate and Christopher McKeithen, and Seville back there in third, to Young, to Chambers. And the drive up the field for Kelvin Zing has kind of stalled out in 7th. And for everybody else as well, a couple of drivers that got collected there at the start. Frank down in 23rd. Ramirez was another one of those drivers. Jacob Oliver was collected later on in the race after a spin in turn number 4. Sends him around. And he's just ahead of another Trackside Karting Services GFC teammate in Robert Arena. But hectic second heat race here, Taylor.
Yeah, Seville trying everything he can to hold off Young in the closing laps as they work their way through. They are making ground on McKeithen here as they make their way over towards the heel of the boot into the braking zone. They will go contact between the two of them, but they will be able to keep it on the pavement as they work their way through, as Seville tries to hang on for that third position. Chambers closing in on this battle for third as well. If he finds the opening, he may go for it.
White flag in the air this time by for James Overbeck. He's going to take it. White flag now for McKeithen, Seville, and the rest of the field. And by the looks of it, good thing we're getting this rain out of the way here early on in the weekend. Tomorrow for the main events, rain is scheduled to stop at about 6 o'clock in the morning, just when the wake-up call hits for a lot of us here that are either staying at the hotel or close by. So for a lot of these drivers looking on for the weather tomorrow, it's just holding on for dear life today. And when it comes to it tomorrow, it's going to be a cold and dry day. It should be for the rest of the day. But blue flag in the air for the 614 after, again, getting collected at the start of this race, having to pull to the wayside to let the other drivers kind of still in it come through, and for Overbeck there as well. Smooth sailing, honestly, with a good qualifying, a good first and second heat races, and that should give them the pull for tomorrow. Again, considering that heat race number 3 goes a lot like this one went. For a driver who's not comfortable in the rain, who doesn't feel at home in the rain, has definitely looked at home here this weekend at SpeedSportz Racing Park. It's a full-on Midwest invasion here this weekend. James Overbeck takes heat race number 2. Christopher McKeithen from North Carolina gets it done in second. Seville back to Young and back to Josie Chambers, your top 5 finishers here in this one. Jensen Harrow in 6th, Kelvin Zing in 7th, Shane Reddy back to Samuel Young. Barnwell, your top 10. And you look down the rest of the field as well, as a couple of the big names that didn't finish. JD Lamping, unfortunately. Sam Toll at the back of it. Frank and a couple of others just couldn't make progress in this one after getting collected there in the midfield. And again, with the rain comes tricky conditions, so it's still, we'll see how this weekend continues for a lot of these. A quick commercial break on our side. We'll be right back with more.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com.
On the racetrack now, your 206 cadets, and unfortunately for Aston Wyatt, out onto the track a little late here for Aston. I think he may have to start at the tail end of the field if he can't catch back up to the pack, but Tyler Moraviec starting on the pole alongside Brody Stoffel, Drew Blem, and Aston White on row number 2. If White can make it back up there, and White, Milo Podoraki on row number 3. Killian Short and Beckley Anderson on row number 4. Dusty Strayer and Benton Hale on row number 5. Sebastian Sampson and Yuramangelis Vargas on row number 6. Itayo Elisa and Sebastian Kim on row number 7. Mace Ledgesek and Kensley Howie on row number 8. Mikey Todd and Caden Lehans on row number 9. And Jaden Jolivet starting 19th here in this 206 cadet race. So we'll see how it all plans out. And Aston did make it back up there onto row number 2. So gets their heart rate up a little bit, gets the nerves running, I'm sure, for his dad, Sean Wyatt, as well on the fence line. But way to take the green flag as Tyler Moraviec going to lead us to it. Into the tram lines we go as they wait for the green flag into the start box. Now, green flag in the air. We are racing here once again in 206 Cadet. A good start by Stoffel, looking on the inside, can get a shove from Aston Wyatt to push them through. Moraviec falls back to 3rd. Drew Blem up into the 4th spot, and everybody looking to work their way through. All drivers have made it through. 2 go around, actually, on the exit of turn number 5. Like one of the CRG machines and another as well spun around, but Stoffel up into the point of the field. Aston Wyatt now looking to hold on a second as Moraviec look to go back and regain a little bit of track. Not going to be enough as they go side by side. Aston Wyatt's going to look to stay ahead. Drew Blem there as well, and more drivers start to come into the mix. White fell back a little bit. Milo Podoraki, I believe, is the first of the factory carts there, who currently sits in the 4th spot as this race continues to go on. 5th spot for Podoraki, as Aston Wyatt now going to chase down Brody Stoffel as we come through to take the stripe this time around. 1 lap down, about 7 laps to go for these young 206 cadet drivers this time through. And again, a good start by Stoffel starting on that outside, and him and Wyatt, I think, planned that out perfectly to get themselves through. For Wyatt, considering couldn't even make it out onto the racetrack there on time to get there now, is it's some good speed shown, and these conditions again continue to worsen here as this race goes on with more and more rain starting to come down here, Alex.
Yeah, I was just recently outside, and again, the weather's just off and on, right? Now it's back on again. It's been this consistent 20-30%, drizzle down on the racetrack. Never gives this track a chance to really fully dry, and it just keeps getting more and more wet. But the one thing that is good for these drivers is that the conditions are at least consistent enough to where it's not changing every single lap, and that's why we see a lot of the same drivers up front here in this 206 Cadet class. Stoffel and Wyatt doing a really good job here just navigating this course. Further back, though, like we mentioned earlier, Moraviec there and Blem going after it there. Blem with a pretty good run out of turn number 9 and 10, and now through the fast left sweeper. We could see a move down to the inside here, a little bit too far back from Blem. The driver looks really good as Podoraki. We saw him in the first heat come on strong towards the latter half of the first heat on that factory kart. Look for more of the same here in heat number 2, as Blem now has found the rear bumper of Moraviec there. And let's see if these two can work together, maybe catch up to the likes of Wyatt and Stoffel. The draft is a little bit less of a factor. Pushing is less of a factor here in the wet weather because of such a discrepancy in lap times, as Podoraki with a nice move on the inside of 4 and 5. Make that move stick. Factory kart up to 4th.
Yeah, good move there by Milo to get through, as Drew Blem now as well, just right behind him. Dusty Strayer, those two drivers get together. Dusty Strayer going to get through, as well as Wyatt White on the Croc promotion looking to get through. And wow, that paddle just on the edge of the top 5, kind of blowing a hole into it now, as Dusty Strayer moved up from Kid Kart as well last year, had a really, really strong Kid Kart career, moved up towards the end of the year. And now for Dusty on what's been a learning weekend for him as well in the rain and in wet weather conditions, now with a Paralyn team, has done a good job to get himself up there as well. So a good drive so far by Dusty Strayer, again, one of the younger drivers in this field, moving up from Kid Kart just a little bit early and able to get through. But battle for the lead, still staying the same. Nothing has changed up there. Brody Stoffel, Aston Wyatt, so 1st and 2nd. Moraviec losing a little bit of touch with the top 2, and Dusty Strayer still in the 4th spot, as he's going to lead that pack just on back. Samson and Elisa 8th and 9th. Kim rounding up your top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, good battle starting to form here with the likes of Dusty Strayer, Blem, Podoraki, and Wyatt White there. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. You see the likes of Dusty Strayer going to the bottom of the racetrack. Podoraki with a really late lunge into 5. Make that move stick, and now Podoraki has his sights set on the 222 of Dusty Strayer here. We saw Podoraki loop it around 2 laps to go, but that factory kart is on absolute rails. He's been one of the fastest go-karts all race long when he keeps it facing the right direction. Further up front, we have this great battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. The top 2 drivers are still nose to tail. They both ran identical lap times up front of 1:13.025, 1:13.023, respectively, between Stoffel and Wyatt. So that battle is going to continue to brew as the race goes on here, but a little bit less than a minute to go. Side by side here, Strayer and Podoraki. Podoraki could make the move stick and hit the back out of it. See him wiping his visor. He's got the dark visor on, clearly fogging up here. Almost lost it when he had 2 hands off the wheel trying to wipe his visor, but he kept it facing the right way and actually has a pretty good run going for himself here through 4 and 5, and if he can really square it up out the corner, we might have a change for 4th here, but Strayer with a really good exit onto the back straightaway keeps his go-kart ahead of the factory kart machine. But this is where Podoraki made a late lunge last lap to make a move stick. Not late enough this time to make that move stick, but again, on the bottom of the racetrack, he tries it. Now if he can go high, then low, but just couldn't find the grip center of the corner, and Podoraki's going to have to figure out a different way to get around straight.
Yeah, Milo definitely going to have to get creative here as Dusty's still holding on to that 4th spot. Drew Blema, also has had a good pace and not the best of luck for him in the first heat race. The second one looking a lot better so far. To, again, try to improve that average here before that main event. As we look on, the battle for the lead still staying the same. Stoffel still leads us away from Aston Wyatt. And these 2 drivers have really been going back and forth, and I'm sure Wyatt's kind of starting to learn a little bit of Stoffel's line and seeing where it kind of differs just a little bit. We saw Stoffel struggled in the first heat race throughout turns number 2 and 3 and kind of cleaned that up now, and has been able to stay ahead of the Brellart machine there of Aston.
Yeah, Brody Stoffel is doing just enough at the moment here to stay ahead of fast Aston Wyatt. He's got a lap and a half to go here to see what he can do on that Brellart machine. But again, it's the average of all 3 heat races is how you start for the main event, so there's no need to make any risky moves here. We're already running really good. Fast Aston Wyatt knows he has one of the 2, maybe 3 best go-karts here in this 2-assist cadet class. No need to make a late lunch here in just the second of 3 heats today, but see what he can do. At the end of the day, they're competitors. You want to kind of stick it to the drivers around you to let them know that you're here to fight and not just to play around. So through the short chute we go. Really good run for Aston Wyatt. We have a really nice battle here. Podoraki has gotten around Dusty Strayer, still wiping that visor on board the factory kart machine. So clearly didn't use enough rain and fog X maybe on the visor, but nonetheless doing a pretty good job with limited vision, I'd say, for the 223 machine. He's been wheeling that go-kart up to the front even after the spin. And lap time-wise, he's been one of the quickest drivers on the racetrack. Here's the battle for the top 2. White flag is out. This is the final lap for heat number 2. And Aston Wyatt's gotten around Brody Stoffel, but with a pretty good run here on the back straightaway for the CRG machine, Wyatt's going to have to go defensive. Down the back straight we go. Stoffel, we know he loves to be late in the brakes here in 5. Who's going to be later? Wyatt's got the preferred line, but around the outside, Wyatt's going to try to defend this one. Does a pretty good job. Slicing a little bit too wide. Stoffel got some traction on the exit of the corner, but just couldn't make it stick. Aston Wyatt holds on.
Aston Wyatt holds on for now. Again, Brody's looked for moves in a turn number 11, which is coming up here in a couple of moments. But I don't think Brody's close enough this time around. I think Wyatt was able to get Brody's number this heat race. And again, Aston just keeping it really nice and clean on the exit of turn number 11. Brody looking to close in. Not going to be enough. And Aston Wyatt here, one more corner to go before he gets the checkered flag. Brody again, last little attempt there. Not enough. Aston Wyatt, a slow start out onto the racetrack, but had a fight for it here in heat race number 2. He gets it done. Wins the second of the heat races in 206 Cadet. Brody Stoffel up in a second. Tyler Moravietz third. Podoraki fourth. Dusty Strayer, your top 5.
Yeah, Dusty Strayer in the top 5 there. Yeah, I saw that. The ticker showing Aston Wyatt falling back to 6th. We'll have to keep tabs on that one.
So, yeah, just got confirmation here. Obviously, I said Aston was late out onto the racetrack and wanted to retake his track position, but passed the commitment cone, which if you look here on our second camera, the commitment cone are the 2 yellow cones before you get into the boot, into turn number 12 there. So he passed after that, which he received a penalty for and got moved back to 6th. And again, you're not allowed to pass after the commitment cone. The grid has to be formed. So if you pass after that, a penalty will go your way, and that's exactly what we saw there, Alex, with Aston Wyatt, which again is what's regular standard. There's obviously courtesy for some drivers, but obviously not allowed to pass. I've definitely done that, received a penalty for it over at the CKNA Summer Nationals just last year in the summer, and again, just not allowed to pass after the commitment cone. So a post-race penalty for Aston Wyatt, but good to see the pace is definitely there in the rain. Little pause in the action here in a couple of moments. KA100 Masters get set to hit the racetrack. Track is clear, so they will be rolling them out here. Ready racing from here on out, as can't say the sun goes down because the sun hasn't been out all day long, as much as we'd wish it was here with us. Not joining us today, hopefully tomorrow, on what's been a very, very overcast and gloomy day, I should say. But it's been some good racing all the way throughout, Alex.
It's been great. It's been clean. I mean, it's been tough conditions for these drivers, and the track's always changing. And anytime you have a soggy day, it makes you feel really nice that you're up here in the booth, for sure. I know our camera guys, hats off to everybody on board the Kart Chaser, because it's rough out there. And
the TSRS crew as well. I mean, they've gotten poured on. It's been picking up go-karts, picking up whatever. It's been a rough day for them as well. So for our guys as well, we have some super subs here, and it's not just everybody being under the weather. I know yourself as well. The conditions haven't been great for allergies and whatnot. So on this slushy Saturday, like our very own Jake Faulkner would like to say today.
Slushy sounds really good right now.
7-Eleven, just right next door. Just right next door, right? That being said, though, out onto the racetrack now. K100 Masters, Gary Glanger out there starting on the pole. Miguel Mir starting second. Shane Burkett, Trevor McAllister on row number 2.
Yeah, further back, Brent Harper, Pierce Baldus, David Pergonde, Daniel Howie, your top 4 rows. Then you go back to Slade Miller and Anthony Harwin. Neil Faulkner, Junaid Din, Doug Berry, Jonathan Westcott, Curtis Terry, and Kyle Hale, your top 16 drivers here for KA100 Masters, getting ready to set to take the green flag for their second of 3 heats on the day. And your front row, you look at the likes of Miguel Mir and Gary Glanger. Miguel Mir was really quick in that first heat race, was the best on the ever-changing wet conditions, as Glanger using a lot of curb on the inside of 1. It's going to cost them a spot there to the likes of Burkett. And they're going to get stacked and packed here as Miguel Mir almost goes off the racetrack. Might be by design, though, because what an exit he got out of 4 and 5. He will not have to worry about the CRG machines of McAllister and others here. Look at the run for the 442. Sean Burkett to the inside and maybe clear of Glanger, but Glanger's going to find a lot of grip around the outside and hold on to P3 and make it P2 as McAllister's going to chop the nose and hold on to P2.
Yeah, T-Mac able to hold on there to the second spot. Shane Burkett now looking for a mover on the outside on the double right-handers. Try and set up some sort of an over-under there for the MPG Academy Kart Republic. Not able to hold on. It was a privateer this weekend, I should say. But Miguel Mir, again, you see the lines. You see it kind of slow on the entry, but really, really fast on the exit, keeping that momentum up, keeping those revs high in these rain conditions. And again, for the experience, for the caliber of driver that Miguel Mir is, for having 7 regional Texas Sprint Racing Series championships back to back to back, is definitely a great showing for him. A couple of drivers who had issues earlier on. Pierce Baldus was one of those, the reigning champ. Finds himself down the order at the moment, currently 5th after a DNF in that first heat race. So it has to be a climb back for Pierce. And now Gary Glanger and Trevor McAllister pushing each other along. As T-Mac looks like he hasn't really skipped a beat. He's been out of the go-kart for quite some time, but has definitely shown his speed against these master drivers who are regulars here on the TSRS circuit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has a pretty different line. I mean, through 7 and 8 there, not as different as what we see from Granger, but the first couple of corners, especially through 5 and 6, he runs a tighter line than a lot of those other guys, and it goes to show you here in the rain, as you see again, middle of the track for T-Mac, high side for Granger, and it goes to show you here in the wet weather conditions that there are so many different approaches to it, right? I mean, there's obviously the natural rain line that you hear a lot of drivers and coaches talk about, wider the better, right? Almost like a rim shot around the outside, but as the track constantly changes, as the wet tires continually evacuate the water, it pushes the puddles around, and the line's always changing, and you're always exploring new things. But normally, like you see T-Mac there, it's a really wide line. You compromise your exit for your entrance for a much better exit, and that's what he did there through 4 and 5, and it makes it really difficult for the likes of Granger to even get a run down into turn number 5, which is one of the best passing opportunities on the racetrack, but that was probably a little bit too wide for T-Mac, but he holds on to P2.
Yeah, able to hold on to it there. Yeah, just a little bit too wide for comfort, I should say, and able to hold on to it. And you see that line, the most optimal that I've seen, especially that double right-hander, is going over those curbs in the best way possible. You almost have to kind of diamond that corner just a little bit more than the others there on the racetrack. So he's definitely using that to his advantage there.
Yeah, now that T-Mac has created a little bit of gap in space between himself and Granger, he can have his sights set forward, but right now nobody has enough to challenge Miguel Mir up front at the moment. Granger now is about to be under fire from the likes of Shane Burkett there in that 4th place spot further back. Pierce Baldus finds himself inside the top 5. What a run for Pierce there. And look at the different lines and approaches we see through 4 and 5. Some drivers are electing to take both curbs. Some guys like the middle. Some drivers like the high side. I think the high side is probably the best bet as long as nobody's behind you, because you can get such a good exit like T-Mac does, and it makes it so difficult down into the brake zone of 6 to make anything happen. But here's a pretty good scrap. Burkett, Howie, and Miller. Miller's gotten around. Slade Miller's gotten around the likes of Daniel Howie on the TV kart machine. So move Slade Miller up into 5th.
Yeah, Slade Miller actually still just right behind them. Howie is the TB kart there. Slade Miller a little bit ways back. Trevor McAllister there, the CRG. And Pierce Baldus, the driver in the 476 in the high 5 performance machine, the LSR Motorsports powered machine there, able to get through. And there goes Shane Burkett looking on the inside, able to get through now on Granger. Can't make it stick. That was one of the best attempts that Burkett has had so far in this race, but just not able to hold on to it there on the exit. A lot more traction in that line for Granger to be able to hold on to his spot.
Yeah, good run here for Granger. Head down on the wheel there. You can see he's still pushing. He's lost ground to T-Mac. Everyone's lost ground to Miguel Mir, who's consistently about a second faster, a little bit more than a second faster than the rest of the field, as we see a late lunge from Shane Burkett. Couldn't make it stick on Granger, but a nice crossover move here down towards 7 and 8. Do we see maybe a slight bump and run? No, but look at this. Slade Miller, trying to dive down the inside of 8 and 9. Couldn't make that one stick, but now when I see a late lunge here from one of the drivers, no, we're looking for the crossover here from Miller. Not going to happen, and now Burkett with a really good run down towards 13. Do we see a lunge to the inside? No, but I suspect maybe in the final corner you might see a move here from Burkett. He's going to go for it, but wow, Granger finding grip around the outside there, and that's typical rain racing, right? You dived on the inside, and you almost have to sacrifice the exit and kind of ruin both corners for both drivers there, but Burkett showing the respect, and Granger said, all right, if you're going to give me the respect, I'll go around the outside there and hold on to my spot. But I love seeing the respectful racing here at Masters. I'm sure if that was a main event, it would have been a little bit less, but nonetheless, keeping it facing the right direction is always the way to go about heat racing.
Worked their way through this time by turn number 6. Burkett and Baldus, they're going side by side. Pierce Baldus looking on the inside. He's able to get through. And Burkett, again, just hard to make these moves stick here with a lot of over-under opportunities here at this racetrack, Alex.
Yeah, that's the second time in 3 laps that Slade Miller has tried that move using all the curb. And it was a good attempt, but again, I really do think just too much curb. There's a puddle sitting in the middle of the corner, and it's difficult to make it happen. But nonetheless, I like to see the drivers exploring parts of the racetrack, experimenting with it all. So 2 to go here for Glanger, trying to hold on to that top 3 position there. He's had a really good start to the day for him, and with one more heat to go, he'd love another top 3 here today to put himself at probably top 3, top 4 for the main event tomorrow. So really good stuff for Glanger. Burkett's had a solid heat number 2, and he's trying different lines now. Glanger a little bit too narrow on the exit of 4. I wonder if we're going to see a decent run from Burkett. It's a solid run, but it'll take a heroic lunge here to make something happen in the 6. We might see it, though, because I've seen some crazy attempts from Burkett before today. Not going to happen, but the more that Glanger starts to really slide and he's losing the rear of that go-kart, the more we're going to stack up this group. As Burkett's going to try the outside, it might become the inside. Uses a little bit of the front bumper there, some assistance. Not going to make it stick. Glanger's doing a great job of holding on, but Glanger's now holding up Burkett and drops a tire. Here comes Slade Miller. Who's going to go for the move?
Yeah, Pierce Baldus, the driver in the high 5 machine there, looking to make that over-under there on Shane Burkett and Glanger as they work their way through. Yeah, and Baldus just not able to hold on to it. Miller still in 7th, back behind Daniel Howie in the TB kart machine, but Pierce Baldus, again, the reigning champ here, as just trying to get creative, and it almost seems like it's been a setup for Shane Burkett to try and set up a move in a spot where he's comfortable, where he thinks it's going to stick, and it just hasn't been able to kind of set it up the way that he would like. But for Miguel Mir, with the experience in wet weather conditions, we look back to AMR Homestead the last time, I believe, he raced under full wet conditions, where he lost a championship, a national championship that time out, and lost a championship last year, just itching to get back up to the top step of the podium here this weekend, and off to a really, really good start for Miguel Mir.
Yeah, and you can see just the confidence on board that 477 machine. Just a little bit more than everybody else. The only driver to be in the 106s all race long. 107.1 for T-Mac, his personal best last time around. But again, Miguel Mir was the fastest driver on the racetrack throughout all of heat number 1, throughout all of heat number 2 as well. And as he rounds the final couple of corners here, Miguel Mir leaving no margin for error on the exit of the corner. But nonetheless, that's how he likes to drive. It's 2 for 2 for Miguel Mir. He wins heat number 2. Further back, here's a big group coming up to him, and it's going to be T-Mac crossing the line in 2nd, Gary Glanger, Shane Burkett, Pierce Baldus, Daniel Howie, and Slade Miller, your top 7 drivers.
David Pergande back to Neil Faulkner and Janate Din slated to come across in 10th. There's Faulkner now crossing the line. Janate Din back to Doug Barry, Harwin, Brent Harper, Jonathan Westcott, Curtis Terry, your top 15 drivers in this one. Pickup getting set to come underway here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Your my mistake. Your 206 juniors getting set to come out to the racetrack here in a couple of moments' time. We'll be right back.
on the racetrack now, your 206 juniors. They get set to take the green flag. Levi Meter, Ava Blem, Thomas Smith, and Francisco Reyes, who finished second in the first of the heat races, starting on row number 2. Presley Peterson, Holton Edwards on row number 3. Dustin Walker, Micah Masad on row number 4. Easton Walker and Sawyer Chambers on row number 5. Mia Johnson and Dean Gurier on row number 6. Rodrigo Palaya and Brandon Green on row number 7. One driver looks like had some sort of issues on the exit of the grid. It looks like it's Palaya. Unfortunately, slated to start 13th. And again, we saw the penalty that Aston Wyatt did receive in his heat race for passing after the commitment cone. And just important that Palaya doesn't do the same when he gets to the tail end of this field. Brandon Green still starting and taking a look back to see where Palaya is, and still a little bit ways back, but nonetheless, this field getting set to take the green flag. And a couple of drivers that were impressive. Reyes in that Intrepid machine starting on the outside, and a couple of others as well that impressed us in the racing action, kept it on the racetrack. And green flag in the air this time around. Good start by Meter on the inside. Smith as well, looking to push him through. Ava Blem, your Heat 1 race winner. They're looking to make up some spots there at the start. Not the start she had in heat race number 1, but still to be up in third is a good drive so far. And again, she had the best pace out of anybody else out there on the racetrack. The fastest lap came in the last lap. Smith now on the CRG, looking on the inside, looking to make a move. He's able to get through. Meter going to drop back 1. Francisco Reyes losing a little bit of touch as Peterson gets through as well on her CRG for the Aero Academy.
Yeah, a lot of side-by-side action here as, the 305 way wide. Francisco Reyes, good job for hanging on to that thing, but lost a handful of spots there. And now the rest of the posse is going to try to follow through here. But still, Thomas Smith leads over Meader and Blem. Presley Peterson, that's actually Holden Edwards. Holden Edwards up to 4th on the TB kart machine. What a run. I think that was when Francisco Reyes went off the racetrack. He took advantage of that one, the 372. Up to P4.
Up to P4 for the 372. They're able to get through. Thomas Smith. See that change up at the top of the pylon. Able to get ahead of Meter there, and that gap starts to open up. So it's like Smith has the best pace in the field so far, and able to hold on to his lead. And again, that rain just coming down once again here. And Alex, we talked about this throughout the day. It seems like the track gets better and better, and then it obviously another cell of rain comes over us, and it goes back to square one. And there goes Sawyer Chambers looking to get through. He was able to get that move done there on the 372 of Edwards.
Sawyer Chambers is pretty quick here. Heat number 1, Sawyer was one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack throughout that race. Went purple at one point in it as well. So do not count out the 345 machine. Sawyer is on his way up through the field. Right now it's still Thomas Smith leading on board the CRG machine, Yater, and Ava Blem there having to wipe the visor, so clearly fogging up a little bit. The spray is starting to bother her, and Sawyer's got a really good run, and if we can get a nice view of the final corner, I think we might see a move. We are. Sawyer Chambers up to 3rd. We saw a half move from Meader as well for P1, but it's still Thomas Smith that leads, and the likes of Sawyer Chambers up to 3rd.
Sawyer Chambers has been the driver who's made the most progress so far in this race, and Meter just the driver right ahead of him. We'll see if Sawyer can look for a move. And again, you talk about gear, it looks like Sawyer definitely has a better one on that Intrepid machine looking on the inside. He's able to get clear up into the 2nd spot, and side by side, Meter looking to hold on to it. We'll see if it's enough, and that pedal just slowing down Meter, and Chambers able to hold on to the 2nd spot. Looking to chase down Thomas Smith, who has been pretty quick, but at this point of the race, Alex, Sawyer Chambers looks like he has the most pace still left compared to the other drivers. And for Ava Blem, just the pace that she had in heat race number 1, it looks like everybody else is caught up. Still the same pace, but
again, just a different racetrack and everybody else kind of catching up to where she was at the end of the first heat race.
Yeah, but I think Sawyer Chambers, once he does not have to worry about Levi Mader anymore in this one, he's going to have his sights set on the leader, because Sawyer Chambers, like I mentioned earlier, one of the fastest in Heat 1, the fastest right now in Heat number 2. Lap time-wise, it's Thomas Smith, but that's because Chambers was making a pass. And actually, Sawyer, even with the pass, purple, 1:14.601, and you see Thomas Smith making a slight mistake through 4 and 5 and onto the back straightaway now. Sawyer Chambers has a slight gap over Meter, but look at the run that Levi Meter has on the back straightaway. He's going to blow right by Sawyer Chambers. Levi Meter back to P2.
Yeah, had a fight for that one for sure, and they're getting back up to Thomas Smith. Blem going to push Sawyer Chambers through, and the Intrepid Machine back up to second, but just can't fight it all too much because Smith is still out in the lead of this one. Only been driving for a year for Thomas Smith, and done a really good job in tricky conditions to put himself in a really good spot. In what I think is his second Texas Sprint Racing Series start for quite some time. So a good drive so far by Smith to get himself up in the lead of this race, and for Sawyer Chambers as well, the rookie in this class, getting himself closer to the rear bumper there of Smith. So still some work to be done. Just a minute left in this race, plus 2 laps, so about another 2 before we hit the 2.6 in the air.
And now these two of Meter and Chambers are starting to work together. It's not as much of an advantage in the wet, but it's still better than one driver. And Sawyer Chambers is so quick through 4 and 5, able to roll a lot of speed. But we saw last lap, Meter has a lot of gear on that go-kart. Now the back straightaway, look at the run once again the 316 machine has, but elects not to go for the move. I think that was a smarter choice there for Levi, because at this point he realizes that Chambers has more pace overall, and it's better for his chances at a win if Chambers gets up to the front and gets to fight Thomas Smith.
Yeah, we'll see as this race continues to progress, and just a car length separates the two of them. Meter in third. They're pushing Sawyer Chambers along, a lot of pushing and shoving right now, and Blem in there as well, just sitting in fourth. Trying to push the two drivers ahead of her closer to Smith, but just doesn't seem like they have enough to really challenge. It looks like they're better in some parts of the racetrack and then struggle in others where Smith seems a little better, and you know, it's just kind of vice versa as they work their way around. And Sawyer Chambers pointed down at something, pointed down towards the engine, so I don't know what it could be for Sawyer, but it seems like he was signaling something to the fence lines as the 2.6 go in the air this time by 2 laps to go left in this race.
Yeah, this is where Chambers is really strong through the opening section of the racetrack here, and on the back straight. Let's see if he can get a decent run on Thomas Smith. But we've seen that the drivers around Chambers are a little bit quicker on the back straight than he is compared to everybody else. And Meter says, you know what? I have a little bit more gear. My gear's taller than yours, and I'm going to blow by you. Eva Blem as well. Or Ava Blem, sorry, is going to go by, and a 2-for-1 there. Wow, through 6 and then through 7. She gets up to P2, and she was the quickest in the first heat, won that one. Let's see if she can go back-to-back here. Has a chance at it with a lap and a half to go.
Ava Blem able to get up there to second. Now going to look to close down the gap to Smith, and it's been, you know, the pace for Ava has just kind of been watching from fourth, and indeed whatever Sawyer was signaling to on the motor, it was definitely looked like it is, you know, something definitely amiss, because that pace that he had at the start of this race is definitely not here with 2 laps to go, and he's looking back trying to see where Brandon Green is, where Edwards is, where Walker finds himself as well. With just 1 lap to go, Sawyer Chambers just looking to hold on. He has good space behind him, but the battle for the lead going to start to heat up. White flag in the air, last lap for heat race number 2. Another one, heat race number 3 later on in the day for these boys and girls in 2:06 junior. And Smith still holding on, but I tell you what, Alex, Ava Blem looking an inch closer on this back straightaway. Going to peek out on the inside. Ava Blem and Smith going to go side by side into 6. Blem goes through a little deep there on the brakes and able to hold on to it. What a move by Ava Blem to get it done and up in a first.
Wow, played it patient throughout the whole race. Last 2 laps made up 3 positions, and she's pulling away from the field. As long as she keeps it on the racetrack and further back, Meter gets around Thomas Smith as well. So what a move for the 316 machine. All 3 of these drivers have left Sawyer Chambers behind. So I think Sawyer might be fighting a bit of an issue because his lap times have tumbled 2 seconds off what he was running a couple laps ago. So maybe that issue that he was pointing to on the fence line is real for Sawyer Chambers. But nonetheless, no issues for Ava Blem. Rounding the final 2 corners now, and she's getting ready to see the checkered flag for the 2nd time in a row here for 206 Junior. She wins heat number 2. Behind her is the likes of Levi Meter, and then Thomas Smith further back. There's Chambers, and then you have to wait a little bit here for Holton Edwards, who's side by side, and it looks like Brandon Green actually is the one in 5th place, as Edwards had a rough last lap there. So Green and Pelaya 5th and 6th. Pelaya goes purple on the final lap there, and Presley Peterson, Francisco Reyes, Michael Massad, Easton Walker, your top 10 drivers here in 206 Junior. There's your results on the screen now. Ava Blem wins her 2nd of 2 heat races. When we come back, KA100 Senior racing action.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey.
The last of our 2nd heat races hit the racetrack now. Your KA100 seniors getting set to take the green flag. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Aiden Rudolph, Jake French on row number 1, Ibrahim Din and Jose Carlos Hernandez on row number 2. Ian Howell and Landon Skinner on row number 3. Mac Parks on what's his 2nd regional race this weekend finds himself inside of the top 10, starting alongside Preston Pico. Sir Rousseau and Dallas Dunlap on row number 5. Tyler Roberts and Shane Reddy on row number 6. Hamza Anbar and Taylor Roddy on row number 7. James Overbeck and Ethan Gonzalez on row number 8. Santiago Duran, Adrian Cruz, John Burke, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. your top 10 rows getting set to take the green flag here in this one. The final page here, 38 drivers. Peyton Phillips, Eddie Bamrou. Find your favorite driver. Into the tram lines we go as Rudolph and Jake French get set to do it all over again here in heat race number 2. And a good start by the inside. Ibrahim Din looking to get himself up in a 2nd. Jose Carlos Hernandez as well, side by side all the way through. And everybody tiptoeing. I think we lost one at the start, but besides that, a relatively clean start by everybody able to work their way through. And the CRG Norton machine leads them away. Issues for Jake French on the back straightaway. Heartbreak for the factory kart Jake French Racing Machine. I think he's able to get back going, but big issues there on that back straightaway. No idea what could have gone amiss there, Alex, but unfortunate start to him. And side by side there further back, John Burke finds himself in a wild scrum.
Yeah, French stays on the racetrack, so I think this is one of those things where you drop a tire, maybe a little bit of water in the carburetor early on this one, but he's still running pretty good. He's going to go low here. We know he likes that line. He can really use his body weight well, and it's going to get him a spot there.
Wow. Ibrahim Din, I think, was spun the wrong way around and indeed spun around on the exit of turn number 11 and stuck in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody able to avoid him, and Din's able to get back going, but wow, just a heartbreak there for Din, who had a good run in the first heat race.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that it can happen to anybody, right? And at the end of the day, if you can't, keep your go-kart facing the right way, it's not going to bode well for your average results for tomorrow's main event. So for Ibrahim Din, it's going to be a long heat number 2 for him, but it's going to be a fun heat number 2, I guess, for him now. He gets to fight his way through the field. There's a good look at Jesus Vasquez Jr. there making the move to the inside. He's down in 14th now, so that's make it a 13th place spot for him at the moment.
Yeah, been a quiet weekend for Jesus this weekend, as he has had a struggle in the qualifying session. Now finds himself just in the mid-pack, fighting his way through and looking to get himself ahead the rest of the competition. Got ahead of Taylor Roddy there on the exit of the double right-hander. Now going side by side. Shane Reddy there, stuck it into the grass, and around he goes. A couple of drivers collected. Santiago Duran in a huge puff of smoke there with all the water collected, and more drivers get collected there. Unfortunate. The Paralin, the 999 as well, gets collected. So unfortunate, I guess, turn of events for some of these drivers, and that driver going to find themselves way down the order there, Alex.
Yeah, and there's a couple more collected in that one. I want to say maybe the likes. It's one of the. It might be Adrian Cruz. One of the drivers there off. We didn't get a chance to get him on the camera, but had a really crazy off after the Paralin did. But back up front here, here's a look at Vasquez and John Burke going after it there. Burke on the 945 machine. You talk about a quiet weekend for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Pretty quiet weekend for John Burke, but also just good to see him back in a go-kart again. We know he can wheel it pretty well. So those two drivers probably expected a little bit more this weekend so far, but they're still fighting for a top 10 here. And again, wet weather conditions, it's a great equalizer. It comes down to more than just driving, right? It's setup, it's everything. So it's a team effort here, and Vasquez setting up the move into 15, make that move stick. No over-under for Burke. Burke's going to give him a big push, and Vasquez is going to have his sights set now on Sawyer Roussel in 9th.
Yeah, Roussel actually, I think it looks like just right behind them, fell down the order to 12th. I don't know if he got collected in one of the incidents there as well, but looking here outside of our window, Peyton Phillips not able to close this one out, and indeed, like you said, Adrian Cruz not able to close this one out either. So that's 3-4, a lot of pickup after this race, we should say. As we look on at Cohen Summers, Hamza Ambar, the rookie in this class, also having a pretty good weekend in his first weekend in the senior ranks. Fighting with Cohen Summers at the moment. Sawyer Roussel there as well, double duty this weekend. 206, looked like he struggled a little bit to keep it up at the front of the field, but looking like he's making some pretty good moves here in KA, and again, dropping that tire not going to help him out one bit as Summers all over the rear bumper there of Roussel, and they continue to fight, and the drivers right behind them looking to close in as well. So this has been a wild opening Saturday to the Texas Sprint Racing Series here, Alex.
Yeah, Roussel going defensive there. Look for a big crossover now from Cohen Summers. Summers goes through on Roussel, so Roussel continuing to drop back through the order here. If we can start to focus our way back up through the front of the field, we're starting to see a tighter fight between Rudolph and Jose Carlos Hernandez. It's down to 6/10. Might even be a little bit less than this at this point, and these two have been probably the class of the field, Caleb, throughout the weekend so far, especially when the rain hit. Nobody was as good as these two, and you see the different approach. Aiden Rudolph likes the middle of the racetrack sort of line. Jose Carlos Hernandez going for all the curves, using a lot of his body weights there, and they're two similar height drivers, but they sit differently. The way the seat is placed in the go-kart and how close they are is different. You see Hernandez uses a lot more of his upper body under braking as well to get that kart to rotate. So I love to see the two different approaches, and it's just to show you there's more than one way to skin a cat and make it work.
Yeah, and indeed, and also I think Jose Carlos is in the best position than anybody else, learning from Rudolph here in this first one. And again, Aiden with a lot of practice at this racetrack, and especially in wet weather conditions. I think he's taught more drivers how to drive in the rain around this place than anybody else here. So, again, taking a look back over the shoulder, looks at Hernandez, and these two for sure have definitely come to life in these conditions. Again, you said taller drivers, kind of built for the shifter class, right? You have a lot of taller drivers, a lot of bulkier drivers in that class. Hernandez drove in a shifter not too long ago over in Mexico with the High Five team, and it just went on a tear there as well, put a big gap on the rest of the field, and again, he's flourished in wet weather conditions. And now on the inside, Jose Carlos Hernandez, a pass for the lead. He goes up to first. Rudolph looked like, I guess, got tripped up on the exit of the double right-hander, and Hernandez was able to get through. And again, these two drivers, the different approach in that last corner, and we'll see whose hands it kind of falls into. And a great exit by Aiden Rudolph there. We're going to go side by side into the S's.
Rudolph wanted to go around the outside of turn one, but Carlos Hernandez did not give him enough room to do so. And now both drivers really using a lot of curbing here. They both have the same exact line through 4 and 5, but Hernandez a little bit wider through the center of the corner. It gives him a much better exit off, and the Red Speed driver starting to pull away slightly over Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, and we'll see here in turn number 6, Hernandez and Rudolph still 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. And also Ian Howell, what a drive by Ian Howell to get himself up to third. I think this weekend under the Jake French Racing team was with the High Five guys last year, and decided to switch camps this year. And again, falling into his hands as now Jake French, Landon Skinner going side by side. French able to get ahead. Skinner behind the veteran here. We learned just a little bit. It was Skinner again in his sophomore season in the rain. We didn't have too much rain racing last year. Only Amarillo was the race that provided us with some wet weather conditions. But white flag in the air, and Hernandez opens up his gap to Aiden Rudolph there as we get to the last lap.
Last lap here for the final heats of heat number 2. We still have one more round of heats to go here today at SpeedSportz Racing Park. It's been a great day of racing action. It's been a different day, probably gloomier than most would have wanted, but if you love the rain, you love today. And Jose Carlos Hernandez, fast in the dry, fast in the wet, doesn't matter. That Red Speed is always rolling here. And so for Jose Carlos Hernandez, starting to pull away from Aiden Rudolph. I don't think Aiden Rudolph at this point in the race is pushing that hard. There's no need to really risk any more than you already have to, because we've talked about it for a lot of the day, but that's a last minute put together for the CRG team. Didn't even practice yesterday in the KA, put it together overnight, and showed up and put it on pole. So for Aiden Rudolph, this is a win no matter what for him to put it P2. We know he loves this racetrack. We know he has more laps than anybody else here, but Jose Carlos Hernandez has stuck it to the competition at this point in the weekend. He shows how good he is in the rain and rounds the final corner now to take heat number 2 ahead of Aiden Rudolph. And you have to wait about 5.5 seconds, maybe a little bit more, to the likes of Ian Howell, who at this point is still in P3. Ian crosses the line now, third for him. Preston Pico actually crossed the line third, so gets around Howell in the last lap. Howell made a mistake, ran a 107 flat, so Pico third, Howell, then French in fifth. And considering French had a issue on the opening lap, top 5 is pretty solid for him. Landon Skinner, we saw him going after it with Jake French. Dallas Dunlap Vasquez Jr. up to 8th. A quiet but good race for Jesus there. And then Justin Music and John Burke round out your top 10.
Yeah, and spoke to Jose Carlos Hernandez earlier on the week on Thursday. He was kind of looking at the entry list, and when at first he didn't see Aiden Rudolph, he was kind of upset about it. Came here to race the best, and came here to race the best that we have here in the state of Texas. And he kind of got what he wished for, right? Rudolph raced, and Jose Carlos gets the better of him in the second heat race here, and that's exactly why they brought him here. It's exactly why the Red Speed team brought him out here and win some races, and they get it done here. A lot of pickup getting set to come our way here. A lot of drivers get collected here in this one with the rain and the mixed up conditions here nonetheless. And just looking out of our window here, Rudolph and Jose Carlos Hernandez, just a little bit of a conversation as they work their way into the scales. Just talking about the race that the two of them just had, and again, we'll see more once we get down to it. But pause in the action. When we come back, heat race number 3 goes green.
you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free.
I'm Alex Speed, the team principal here at SpeedSportz Racing. We have an elite karting program. We really focus on giving the drivers the tools they have to take to the next level. We don't really want to, it's important to win racing and go-karting, but really give the kids the tools they need to hopefully become professional racing drivers. We're on the OTK Red Speed Kart. We have our own in-house motor program with Speed Lab. We do really competitive in the national races, but again, our main focus is really giving the kids, the tools they have, looking at data, looking at video to really give them arsenal to go on to car racing and hopefully be successful.
Check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/speedconceptsracing or email us at speedconceptsracing@gmail.com.
Brandon, Why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
We get ready to do it all over again here for the third of our heat races. Starting at the start of the order, Aston White and Tanner Barsh on row number 1. Schniegenberg, Tyler Moravietz on row number 2. Schniegenberg has one to his name already. Alex Chandler has another one, and we'll see who can take heat race number 3 as we work down the rest of our starting order. Kimo Ahmad taking a penalty, starting at the back of the field for this last heat race, and we'll see what he can do from there, but green flag getting set to go out this time around. It's out, and a good start by the inside line. Schniegenberg, a good start, as well as Kimo, who's up to third, starting actually in his normal starting position. Barsh in fourth from the outside, lost a couple of spots there at the start, and what a move by Colton Schniegenberg on Aston Wyatt. Gets to the point of the field here.
Colton Schniegenberg has been one of the best drivers out of all the classes in the wet weather condition. He just has a grasp on what it takes to wheel this racetrack. Like you mentioned, has a win to his name already. Whoa, Kiko Ahmad, he wanted a 2-for-1. He's actually going to lose a spot here, potentially to Tanner Barsh. Barsh threw up into third, and Ahmad went from P1 for about a second to fourth. And all this fighting for second, third, and fourth is going to give Schniegenberg a pretty decent lead here in the opening half lap.
Yeah, Barsh as well there in the third spot. Was able to make up a spot on Kimo Ahmad. There's a couple of others as well working their way through. Adrian Vargas, they're not too far back. Just behind Alex Chandler, who got stuck in the 6th spot. And see some moves there. There goes Vargas looking on the inside. Able to get clear that time around. Ahmad over under, nice and easy. Able to get back ahead there of Vargas. So Vargas stays in the 5th spot. Ahmad holds on, and Chandler starting to close in.
Yeah, here comes Alex Chandler on board the Iron Rock machine up into the top 6 as well. You look further back, Tyler Moravietz down to 8th. Not the greatest start for him, but he's been quick all day long. Expect the 177 to climb his way back through the field. What a run. Kiko Ahmad is going to peek a nose to the inside, but Tanner Barsh is going to break later than everybody and going to move Aston White up the racetrack. Didn't mean to do that. It's just a lot tougher to slow the cart down in wet weather conditions, so Aston White is going to hold on to that 2nd spot, but Tanner Barsh looking pretty good here on the TRG Norton machine. No one is quick as Schniegenberg to open up the top 2 laps.
Yeah, Schniegenberg starts to pull away here. Aston White in second, and Barsh still continue to go at it. Barsh looking on the inside. He's able to get clear. Wyatt back to third, and new life here for Kimo Ahmad as well to look to close down his gap. And these two drivers continue to fight. It looked like that front bumper got hooked on the rear bumper of Tanner Barsh, and Wyatt loses a little bit of time, and side-by-side action further back. Vargas and Alex Chandler, who's able to get through and up into the 5th spot.
Yeah, but all that fighting for Alex Chandler, he lost a second to the drivers in front of him, so he has a long way to go to catch up to the top, 4 drivers. But with the racing that we've seen all day long and all race long, it would not surprise me if he gets back up to the bumper of Kiko Ahmad, because they're due to fight here, because at this point, with Schniegenberg 2 seconds clear up the road, lapping a second faster than the rest of the field, these drivers at this point in the race know that the best they're probably going to do is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th if you're Barsh, Wyatt, and Ahmad. And so Alex Chandler right now up on the wheel. The kart looks really good early on in this one, and it would not surprise me if he gets to the rear bumper of Ahmad soon, as Wyatt really having to fight the go-kart on the exit. So not as happy probably with this go-kart as the likes of Chandler and others, and now he's starting to really lose ground to Tanner Barsh.
Not too many changes here in the field for now, as everybody just kind of trying to hold on to their track position. Ahmad, I think this is the closest he's been up to the top 3 so far this weekend. He's had good pace early on in this race, but as he continues to progress, he's kind of fallen off just that little bit, but he's looking really good so far in this one. Kimo, again, for his first regional mini Swift start, doing a good job. And like I said in that second heat race, having to move up early, just continues to grow and getting himself up in a contention here is good. And he's looking for a move now on Aston Wyatt. A little bit earlier on the brakes there for Kimo. And that's going to give Wyatt the good run on the outside that he's going to need to stay ahead from Ahmad.
What an over-under, though. Kimo Ahmad is going to try the outside. It means he's on the outside for 7 and 8, and it's not the preferred line there for Kimo. And so for Aston Wyatt, he holds on, but the more they fight, the more they bring Alex Chandler into the mix. I suspect we might see a move here from Ahmad if he wants it. Elects not to take it. He's been pretty good through the last couple of corners, so he might be waiting for those, because he looks over his shoulder and he's going to see the 196 who's wiping his visor. You can tell how much spray there is as Wyatt really going for it, and I don't think he realized Ahmad was setting up for the corner, and unfortunately clipped his front nose there. It actually cost Ahmad more than it helped him, and it's actually going to give Wyatt a bit of breathing room to start this lap.
Yeah, Aston was very busy on that steering wheel, trying to hold on to it, trying to find traction wherever he could. And again, this is all just behind Colton Schniekenberg, who continues to set in really good laps. And there goes Ahmad. That's probably one of the better chances that he's had so far. No help from behind. He's going to have the run here on the straightaway to try and pull ahead of Aston Wyatt, and he does. Kimo Ahmad, after times and trials after trials of trying to get ahead of Aston Wyatt, finally gets it done, and for the young Egyptian, up to 3rd.
Yeah, that was great. I love seeing drivers, especially the younger drivers, really set up their moves and plan it out. It's like a chess match, as we know racing is. So Kimo Ahmad makes the move sick, and now Chandler all over the rear bumper of Aston Wyatt. The kart not to his liking like it was in the first 2 heat races there for Aston Wyatt. At this point, he can just hope that he holds on to a top 5 for him there, because he's been the one that's sawing at the wheel more than everybody else around him. As they're going to have at least 3 laps to go here in this one, as Ahmad's starting to pull away. The gap up front is staying stagnant there, with Schniegerberg and Barsh matching each other's lap times, the only 2 in the 109s.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh up there as well in the 2nd spot. And again, for Aston, just a little bit of struggles in the rain, and Alex Chandler going to be the next up to try and have a go on the AR Academy driver there in the Nitro kart that currently sits in the 4th spot. Again, Chandler already with a heat race to his name to start it off. Looking to improve his average here, but I think by the looks of it here, Alex, if this race stays how it currently stands, it will turn the way of Colton Schniekenberg for the pole position when we get into the main event tomorrow. That looks to be in dry conditions, and look at that for Alex Chandler, just a little too wide there for Wyatt. Hit a puddle on the racetrack, and Chandler able to set that over-under nicely.
Chandler taps the helmet saying, let's work together, even though I don't know how much working together they're going to be doing, because Chandler is, at this stage in the race, quicker than fast Aston Wyatt. So for Chandler, with 2 to go, it's going to be a tall order to get up to the rear bumper of Kimo Ahmad, but it's doable. I've seen crazier things, and in the wet weather, you never know what can happen. So there's still at least going to get 3 laps to go here for the Mini Swift drivers. And so for Chandler, he has a 1.6 second gap to close. Barsh's gap to Schniegerberg grows now to 2.5 seconds.
A lot of spray continuing to come down here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. And again, I said it earlier, but it does look like there's a hole tomorrow for all the main events to go underway in full dry conditions. Two drivers, I should say, off the racetrack there on the edge of our screens that aren't going to be able to conclude this one. For Alex Soon, closing down on Marshall Steves there as well. They're just behind Adrian Vargas, who currently sits 6th. They're just inside of the top 10, but again, not too many moves in this one being made so far. White flag in the air this time by for Colton Schniekenberg, and this battle further back, it's getting closer. Vargas losing a little bit of time to the GFC of Marshall Steves as they continue to get closer and closer. But for Colton Schingenberg, we talked about his time over in Europe. We talked about his time with Gary Willis, especially over in Europe and working with a Ward Racing team and kind of coming to life in conditions like this where it seemed like it's been a flourishing moment for Colton Schingenberg on his second year, full year in Mini Swift racing. A lot of bad luck for him last year, and it's been a claw back to get back to where the point he's at and get that confidence up. But Colton has definitely really come to life, and the maturity of the driving in Colton as well is definitely coming to fruition here today, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I touched on it earlier on, but he has been the most poised in the rain, and that go-kart is set up perfectly. He has to use the least amount of steering that I've seen from drivers, no matter what class they're in. It's just a point-and-shoot style go-kart, and obviously with Schingenberg behind the wheel, he is absolutely wheeling it. 2 for 3 on the day for heat races. Surely that'll put him front row and probably P1 for tomorrow's main events. Schingenberg wins heat number 3. Further back, Tanner Barsh getting ready to cross the line. P2, Kimo Ahmad 3rd, Chandler 4th. Aston Wyatt holds on to that top 5 position.
Back to Adrian Vargas, Marshall Steves, Balak Soon. There falls back to 7th. Kimo Ahmad fell back to 8th there. I think some sort of a penalty, unfortunately, there for Kimo. And Jack Cowell as well to finish 9th. Yeli Vargas 10th, Theo Mitchell in 11th. And again, just some more changes there in the order of how they crossed the line. But Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, in 11th. Back to Hale, to Simon Jack Klein, Tyler Moravietz. Not able to close this one out, unfortunately, there for Tyler and Jensen Willender as well. Silas Root, Caden Lehans, your 17 drivers. Pickup getting set to come our way here. In a couple of moments, Micro Swift gets set to hit the racetrack for the final of their heat races in the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Onto the racetrack now, your Micro Swifts. Brody Stoffel and Tyler Blackwood on row number 1. Bo Wyatt and Brody Brown on row number 2. Bodie Byer and Shep Sullivan on row number 3. Wyatt White and Dusty Strayer on row number 4. Beckley Anderson, Rodolfo Garza on row number 5. Adam Torrealba and Hayden Sampson on row number 6. Sebastian Kim and Aiden on row number 7. Wiley and Alex Capitan Garduno on row number 8 here. Your 16 drivers getting set to take the green flag in Micro Swift. It's been all about Brody Stoffel, who's made just a little bit more difficult for him in heat race number 2, but was able to weather the storm and get back up to the front of the field there to pick up where he left off in heat race number 1 and 2. And if he finishes inside of the top 5, that should be the pole position going his way when we get into the main event racing action tomorrow. And again, warm-ups will be live and free for everybody to view. And then for those of you watching on now, it will be live for you guys there as well, as Brody Brown a little bit out of line, as well as Shep Sullivan there, who gets into line. It's an all Bennick inside row and 2 CRGs. An all Bennick outside row as they get started, and no green flag to start this one out. Yellow in the air. It's going to be one more lap around for all these drivers. Just a little too fast. That outside line looked a little bit antsy to get going, and one driver stuck in the mud. I'm not sure, but it looks like one of the Paralympic machines, so could either be Dusty Strayer or another driver that's out there. It could be Aiden in the 246 as well. It could be the driver that's kind of stuck in the mud there. But that being said, one more go around for these drivers to try and take the green flag this next time around. Clock is still running, so again, the aborted start is going to start their clock, so time is of the essence here in this one. Again, imperative that they do get this one started, and for that driver that was further back, Dusty Strayer still out there on the racetrack, so again, I do think it was a 246 of Mr. Aiden that unfortunately did go around, so going to have to get back up to the front of the field. So we'll see what they can do this time. Going to the tram line. Tyler Blackwood hand in the air. Brody Stoffel as well there on the inside. And not on the tram lines there for the outside row. Green flag still going to fly, but definitely going to be a tram line violation for everybody who started that race early outside of the tram lines on the inside, just right next to Brody Stoffel. So you have to get that one started inside of the tram lines. And unfortunately for Blackwood, that will be a penalty coming his way post-race. And for Stoffel now looking to work his way through. So we'll see what he can do throughout this one. There goes Stoffel looking on the inside on Bo Wyatt. He's able to get clear, and everybody else working their way through. Stoffel there and Brody Brown side by side. What a move by Bodie Byer on the inside of Wyatt. He's able to get clear, and everybody else working through the double rights here. Side by side once again, Bo Wyatt and Bodie Byer still fighting for the edge of the top 3, last of the for the top 4, last of the podium places as Blackwood, Brody Brown still leading the field away in their Bennick machines. And here comes Brody Stoffel now looking for the second spot, closing down his gap there as well as we get into the S's. Still not able to get ahead. And again, differences in lines here. The CRG machine looking pretty good into the double rights, and we'll see if he can attempt to move here on Brody Brown on this back straightaway. Still looking close, but just not close enough to make that move stick so far. Brody Stoffel there looked at peek and nose on the inside on Brody Brown. Just couldn't make that move stick. And again, Turn 11 has been one of the favorite passing zones for Stoffel. Looking on the inside, he's able to get clear and up to second.
What a move for Brody Stoffel there. You mentioned it, right? Turn 11 has been one of the favorite places to pass for most drivers, especially Brody Stoffel. You don't really see a move on the inside of 13. Brown went for it, couldn't make it stick, but now look for the over-under, maybe out of 14. Not a good enough run out of the corner. Stoffel now up to P2. A little bit less than 2 minutes to go here for Stoffel to chase down Blackwood. A little over a second back from your leader here. But Brody Stoffel's been one of the drivers to beat all weekend long, all day long. It looks as though he's still struggling a little bit, not as much as he was in the second heat, but still through turns 3 and 4, struggling a little more than the drivers around him. It's a one weak spot for him all day long in the wet weather conditions, and it's really cost him the chance at fighting up towards the front for the lead. But he still had a really, really solid run all day long. Brody Brown's going to lose a little bit of ground to Stoffel, but the top 3 have pulled away quite a bit over Brody Bear.
Yeah, and again, Blackwood there still looking onto the lead. It will go the way of Brody Stoffel post-race, but again, just wanted to make it stick onto the racetrack now for Stoffel, and he's closing in there as we get into the straightaway into the boot now, and Stoffel set that up quite nicely into turn 14. Looking on the inside, he's able to get clear. Brody Stoffel to the lead of the race, Tyler Blackwood to second. And we'll see if Blackwood can go back on Stoffel. Looking on the inside there of turn number 1. Just not the speed, not the run that he would have wanted. And again, just a very tricky part of the racetrack there on the inside. And one driver off. It's like Beckley Anderson, unfortunately, going to DNF from this one.
Yeah, Beckley Anderson out of this one here. A couple drivers are the beneficiary of that one. But Brody Stoffel wanted to win it on the racetrack. So far, so good. The next time around will be 2 laps to go for these Microswift drivers. And can anybody chase down Brody Stoffel?
Stoffel still leading this field away here in the lead of the race. Tyler Blackwood just right behind him. And again, Stoffel just coming to life in these rain conditions, and 2.6 in the air this time by for Stoffel. Been a really, really good drive so far this weekend in the rain. And again, a lot of practice for him in torrential conditions. Him being from the area, this is home track, along with GCKI, Gulf Coast Karters, not too far away from here, and himself and a lot of the other drivers that I've seen kind of coming through the ranks in the Houston area as well, Kimo Ahmad, drivers that put in laps in torrential downpour, and they come off a big national weekend and then they get home and just want to get right back into the go-kart. Speaking to Brody's mom earlier on in the week, last weekend I should say, Brody came home from the SCUSA Winter Series and just wanted to get right back into the go-kart, wanted to get right back into it and back into racing action the day after he had just landed. And his parents told him to take a little bit of a break, a day break, and they'll be at the racetrack on Wednesday. And then moving to homeschool as well for Brody this year has been a full commitment to be out there doing the national stuff and being out here at the racetrack days after days and treating it like any other sport, right? We always say that you spend 4 days out of the week practicing football, practicing soccer, practicing whatever, sometimes 5 days out of the week if you're playing school sports. And it's the same thing in racing. Whenever you're out here and wanting to, contend with some of the best in the nation, is being out there and being fully committed to the sport. And that's exactly what this kid has done, and his family as well, to improve year after year, race after race. And it's showing out there on the racetrack. And the same goes for Tyler Blackwood and for Brody Brown, that are full committed to the year and have really starting to show their mark here in the regional racing series and regional racing circuit. So for these drivers, your top 3 have shown really, really good pace in wet weather conditions, but by far the best package at the moment. Brody Stoffel still holding on to the lead of this one and doing a good job of it. Really, really good and really mature drive by Stoffel and by the rest of them as well. Some lap traffic coming their way here in a couple of moments, so we'll see if they can work their way through. Stoffel running up the last 2 corners on the racetrack. Checkered flag will be out this time around for Brody. Just has to get around this lap traffic. The 277, it looks like there, of Torrealba. Checkered flag in the air. Stoffel takes the win in heat race number 3 as the rest of the field comes to the checkered flag. Tyler Blackwood in second. Brody Brown to Bo Wyatt. Wyatt White, again, a good debut weekend for him. Wyatt drops back to 5th. Looks like some sort of penalty for him. And again, a little bit of some changes there on the timing pylon. Wiley Lee finding some good pace up inside of the top 10 from the kid from San Francisco to get himself in contention. But again, still a very, very gloomy Saturday here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. The racing continues. Still 8 more classes to hit the racetrack. Coming up next with your shifters. Shifter out onto the racetrack now. Nozars again starting on the pole position. Struggled a little bit in the wet conditions. John Paul McCurry as well, a DNF that went his way in the second of the heat races. Found him out of contention throughout that one. Aiden Rudolph starting 3rd. Luis Mendez 4th. Jeff Mills, Derek Proctor, your 6 starters. And I don't think Alfred Alvarez Castillo, unfortunately, not going to be able to continue in the shifter class this weekend. Set his focus, I believe, if he's running KA Senior here as well. So that's going to be his main focus from here on out. And issues for them in the qualifying session just didn't let them, progress. Didn't even go out on the racetrack for the qualifying session, and now just struggles all the way through. But we get set to line them up here for the final of the heat racing action as the lights turn on here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, and we're going to race under the lights until the KA Seniors hit the racetrack at the end of the day. It's been a long day here at SpeedSportz for the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And again, a huge shout out to the entire TSRS crew that's out there getting soaked. And I know it's wet and cold, and to our crew as well, inside and outside. So a huge shout out to everybody who makes this possible, and to all the sponsors as well that we get to highlight here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series as well. But everybody getting into their starting boxes as we await for the wave of the green flag. It's been a good couple of hole shots for a couple of these drivers. We'll see what they can do. Green flag in the air. Give the hole shot there to what looked like Luis Mendez for a second. Couldn't get it done, and Rudolph struggled on that start to get off the line. Falls back to the tail end of the pack, and John Paul McCurry as well. Sits there in 6th. A couple of spots gained there by Rudolph, and for Jeff Mills now as well there further back. And Derek Proctor, Luis Mendez going to have their sights set on Noah Zars, who was able to get a good shot off their grid and able to get ahead. And now Mendez struggled for traction there on the exit. Rudolph now looking to go by on some teammates. Rudolph will move around the outside, able to get up to 2nd. Everybody else there further back kind of got just stuck on the exit there of turn number 6 and not able to get good traction, as McCurry now looking on the outside. And now Rudolph going to try and chase down Noah Zars for the rest of this race. And with a DNF going Rudolph's way, I would think with a win already to his name, as McCurry gets into the side of Derek Proctor there. Slowed down a bit, not going to help his run there on the exit of the boot onto the front straightaway. But I would assume that if Rudolph would have to win this race to really put himself in contention for a front row starting spot alongside Noah Zars when we get into main event racing action. But it will go the way, I would believe, of Noah Zars if Rudolph can't get ahead of him, with a win already to his name in the first heat race, the 2nd place finish in the 2nd one. And we'll see how this one pans out in between Rudolph and Noah Zars. But again, Rudolph, a little bit of a different line throughout this one so far, just still looking to close down his gap there to Noah Zars, who's ahead. And this big scrum further back, and Luis Mendez, Derek Proctor in there as well. And funny enough, joking with Derek Proctor, he's looking to want to have a start at the Pro Tour, but again, he still feels like he's lacking a little bit of that kart fitness that he would need to kind of run against some of the professionals and get up there and run with some of them, as John Paul McCurry with a huge send set that up nicely, and a change for the lead. Aiden Rudolph goes on Noah Zars. Rudolph, your new leader, and this is really the battle for the pole position tomorrow. And I would think that the best average would go the way of Noah Zars there. And when we get down to it, so a 1st and a 2nd would put Noah Zars at an average there of about a 1.8 finishing spot. So we'll see how it kind of ends up for these two drivers when we get down to it here. And yeah, that would put Noah Zars at a 1.6 and Rudolph with a 101 and a DNF. Not sure where that would really put him in the end. And I think that would put him 2nd indeed. So I think the pole position would go the way of Noah Zars tomorrow in the main event. But again, a good showing by Rudolph so far in the shifter race, and Noah Zars to be in 2nd there. So with that DNF, obviously have to start pulling into the pits early for Rudolph. Not going to be enough to knock down Noah Zars from the top step there. And starting, I would say, opting to see where he starts tomorrow would be a good tell, and who could get the whole shot there in between the two drivers who have been the quickest in this field so far here this weekend. And that gap staying pretty much the same. Rudolph still put in a 2nd there on Noah Zars at the moment on the racetrack, a couple of tenths quicker lap by lap. And this battle here further back, Jeff Mills, Luis Mendez going side by side in the double rights, and a good run on the exit. Jeff Mills looking on the inside. He's able to get clear, and that was exactly what he needed. Drop a gear and disappear there by Jeff Mills in the double right-hander and onto the straightaway. He's able to get clear. So Jeff Mills, a really good drive so far by Jeff to put it on some of the younger guys in this field here as well. Minute and a half left in this race. Derek Proctor working his way through, and again, he talked about the physicality of it all. And during the preseason, him and Aiden Rudolph did a lot of laps together here at this racetrack, trying to get up to speed and trying to get up to grips with what's a new season of shifter racing. And joking around, Derek said, you know what, Aiden, you're a lot more fit than I am. I think if I want to keep up with you, I'm going to need an oxygen tank strapped onto the back of my CRG machine to try and get through a whole race because of just how physical it is to go around in a shifter around any track, and especially this track, especially turns 1, 2, and 3, you're on the gear, banging gears going down and up as well, and a lot of these fast-paced corners. A lap around here about 49 seconds in full song in dry conditions, and then in the wet, I mean, I couldn't even imagine how busy they are adjusting bias and whatnot as they go corner to corner. So it's one of the biggest things for these drivers to get used to. And for Derek as well, had a full year of shifter last year, and very familiar with the road racing side of things as well. For Derek over in, I believe he's over in Kansas right now. So a lot colder out there than it is here, but a good battle. Jeff Mills goes back on Derek Proctor, and he's able to get through. About 2.5 laps to go left in this race. When they get to the line, 2.6 will be up in the air, and the gap from the lead back to Noah's Ark about 2.5 seconds and growing. Rudolph still putting in a good gap on Noah's Ark. And John Paul McCurry, only 14 years old in the shifter class, the youngest driver in the field. Not an optimal start to his day. Using his set of rain tires in almost dry conditions. Kind of put him on the back foot and a DNF in the second heat race, but a really, really good showing for John Paul here this time out. And we want to see more of this. More young drivers are trying to see it on the national circuit with the likes of Anthony Martella, Lucas DeLongchamp's moving up as well this year. And, you're starting to see a trend here with a lot of these drivers starting to move into the shifter categories, and we want to see more of it, right? So a good showing by him, and hopefully he can show us a little more tomorrow when we get into dry conditions. But 2.6 in the air this time by 2 laps to go under the lights here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Issues there for Jeff Mills, unfortunately, in turn number 6. Half spun around and able to get back going, but issues, unfortunately, there for Jeff Mills. This time around, white flag in the air. Another second on the gap there by Eden Rudolph. That was at 2.7 the last time around, and that grows to 3.8. So Rudolph still flourishing in the wet weather. Won't talk too much about that. We saw what happened in heat race number 2. Noah Zarsa as well in his sophomore year here running at the Texan Racing Series and shifter. He's done a good job. Has a couple of national starts to his name as well. And when he went out there to Newcastle Motorsports Park, I believe it was either for the Stars Championship Series or for the SCUSA Pro Tour when it went out there. It was kind of a little bit of a wake-up call for Noah and what he needed to improve on, the areas of being fit to go 25 laps on main events like that. It's the same thing that's been the adjustment point for the likes of Rudolph and for the likes of other drivers. We talked about with Derek Proctor earlier that this is the biggest thing. These drivers really are professionals in what they do. You talk about AJ Myers going 25 laps, Mateus Morgado, and it's all about the physicality of it and understanding what the kart is doing, how it's reacting, and it's a lot more precise than what you'd find on a KA or an X30 package as well. Understanding everything that's going on in the go-kart is usually the hardest part for a lot of these drivers. But Rudolph, perfect in the latter half of the day, sweeps the night in heat race number 2 and heat race number 3. Noah's Ark slated to start on the pole with 2 second-place finishes and a first to his name. Going to be a better average than Rudolph's. Going to start on the pole when we get into main event racing action tomorrow afternoon. John Paul McCurry across the line third. Derek Proctor, Jeff Mills, Luis Mendez, and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo not able to take the green flag in this one. Quick commercial break, quick pause in the action. When we come back, 206 Cadet gets set to hit the racetrack.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others.
What do
I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Your 206 Kid Kart's out onto the racetrack now as they get gridded up here for their final heat race of the weekend. Vettel Baker, Liam Lofton, JJ DeShong, Maverick Reddick, Galliano, and Booker Anderson getting set to take the green flag. Green flag in the air this time by. A couple of drivers needing a good finish here to end off the weekend, and what a start by Maverick Reddick to get himself up to second. It's been a trek forward after issues for him at the start of the second heat race to find himself up in a second. A good start by Mav to get himself up there, and for Vettel Baker as well, needing a good finish after a DNF for him earlier on in the day. Put him towards the back of the pack there, unfortunately, and not going to be the best finish for his average here. But down the back straightaway he goes, as well as the rest of the drivers, everybody able to get through. So a really good sight here for our Kid Karts to start off their final heat race of the evening. A little bit of side-by-side action there. JJ DeShong looked to go in on Galliano, who was able to get the win over the rest of the CRGs in this field in the second heat race. And now everybody else working their way through. A couple of drivers coming alive here in the final one. Mav Reddick, one of those, up in a second. And now DeShong looking on a move here on Galliano. We'll see what JJ can do into turn number 11. See the lines kind of almost all the same as you go into turn number 11 as they work their way into the boot. And a good drive so far by Vettel Baker to pull away from the rest of the field here so far. We'll see if Mav can pull something out of the bag as they work their way through. Green flags flashing. And there goes Booker Anderson, it looks like. A good start by Booker to get himself up into the third spot. Galliano up to fourth. DeShong back to Liam Lofton, and Booker there early on the brakes in a turn number one, slides out, and that's going to allow Galliano to work his way through and into the third spot. Going to try and chase on Maverick Reddick here now as Vettel Baker continuing to pull away from the field here. Booker Anderson and JJ DeShong still going back and forth here as Maverick Reddick goes for a spin, and in turn number 7, out of second. Unfortunate there by Mav to go around there, and he's going to go to the tail end of the field. So a lot of work to be made up there, and again, it shows you how tricky these conditions are here today and tonight, I should say, at SpeedSportz Racing Park. More side-by-side action. Galliano and JJ DeShong still going side by side and continuing to battle for that spot. Booker Anderson up to second, the highest he's been all day. So good showing for him so far. And now we'll see what they can do as Booker Anderson gets tripped up just a little bit. Galliano going to start to close in and try and
attempt to move, and again, just kind of trying to set it up in turn 1, 2, and 3, and when you get into 4 and 5, that's where you try and set that move up for turn number 6, and aquaplaning there for Booker Anderson just a little bit. It went over the puddle in turn number 1, where you still have a lot of standing water. The rain is kind of held off at this point of the night, but still very, very damp and slick racetrack. Just some light sprinkling out there, and still very, very damp. So everybody tiptoeing their way around. See what Galliano can do as we get into turn number 6. Looking for a move. Still not close enough. Galliano looked to set up an over-under there on Booker Anderson. Couldn't quite make it stick there on the exit, and wasn't able to get through. Vettel Baker, again, has put about 3.5 seconds on this field, continuing to pull away, and that's what you get from starting on the pole, right? You are able to start ahead from the rest of the field, able to pull away, and get yourself in a clean air, and get yourself out of the trouble as everybody else continuing to fight there, side by side. Galliano, Anderson into turn number 1, and still battling just that little bit more. Deschamps hasn't been close enough to go for a move so far, but looks like Galliano got a little tripped up there on the exit of 5, and it's going to bring everybody else a whole lot closer. About 35 seconds to go left in this race. We'll see if Vettel Baker is going to get the 2.6 in the air, and I think he might. As a battling further back, JJ Deschamps, Galliano still going at it. Booker Anderson holding on in the second spot, and a lot of drivers getting closer. Liam Lofton as well, closing that gap in from 5th. Getting closer to 3 drivers ahead of him. Still a long way to go, but inching his way closer as Deschamps still trying to set up that over-under move, but not quite sticking and not having the good run that he needed on the exit of turn number 14. 2.6 in the air this time by. 2 laps to go left in this race. Again, if you take a look at the bottom here of our schedule, KU Junior next to hit the racetrack, 206 Senior as well. Coming up later on in the evening. Everybody racing under the lights from here on out. On a very overcast day as Galliano finally able to work his way through there on Booker Anderson. Took him a lot of trials, and we'll see if Booker can make it stick around the outside. He can't. After a lot of trying, Galliano finally able to get up to second, and Booker hits the puddle there on the inside. Goes around, and that's going to draw him a lot closer to Maverick Reddick at the back of the field, but man, unfortunate there for Booker, who is slated to have his best finish so far on the weekend, but that puddle obviously not treating him all too nicely. The same goes for Galliano, drops the tire off the racetrack. Now JJ Deschamps with new life, looking on the inside now of Galliano. A puddle for him as well. That's going to stop all the momentum that he had as they work their way into turn number 13, and that's going to bring him to the white flag this time around. Galliano still holds on to the second spot after that mistake. Got him closer to the drivers behind him, but not close enough for them to make a move. Final lap underway, and a little bit of a pause in the rain, but it's picked back up here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Vettel Baker, though, not phasing him at all. Still able to stay ahead from the rest of the field. Well, it was a DNF for him in the second heat race. No idea how the averages in this one are going to kind of average out with the finishes, but should be a good step in the right direction for Vettel Baker and the MSO Racing crew with the CRG chassis. And Vettel just last couple of corners coming his way here in the rain racing action. I'm sure after this, straight into the trailer, straight into some dry conditions and out of the cold, hopefully, and a good night's sleep for all the drivers here today, especially our youngest competitors. But around the last corner, Vettel Baker going to be your winner in heat race number 3. Galliano going to come across the line in second. Back to JJ DeShong, Liam Lofton, Booker Anderson, and Maverick Reddick, your field here in Kid Kart. The field is set here for KA100 Junior. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Travis Pettit trading a couple of heat race victories so far today. And the two of them going to decide who starts on the pole here in a couple of moments. Into the start box we go. Green flag in the air. Your KA100 Juniors are racing here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. A lot of side-by-side action here at the start of this race. The Berry twins working well together there on the inside. Side-by-side in between the two of them. Carson and Mason Berry into the last corner. And everybody able to get it through. Nico Orbezo goes around in the middle of the racetrack. Not the start that the rookie would have wanted here in this one, but the battle for the lead. Travis Pettit, Tyrone Kemper Jr. Side-by-side, not working together. Pettit wanted to push. Not going to get it from Kemper, who goes to the lead of the race. First lap in full song here for the final heat race for these KA juniors. And again, this is make or break on the weekend. Get the best finishing spot that you can. Get the best average before the main events tomorrow morning when you hit the warm-up
And when you get into main event racing action, there Travis Pettit, Tyrone Kemper Jr., your leaders. And at the moment, the pole position goes the way of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Side by side, Nathan Golseth able to get through there on Carson Berry. Those two drivers have grew up a couple of blocks down the street from each other and have now found themselves on the racetrack. Nathan Golseth got into karting because of the Berry twins. And now they find themselves here sharing the same racetrack, sharing the same piece of real estate. And there goes Mason Berry on the inside, able to get through on Davis Henry, who sets up that over-under nicely over the curb there by Berry. Side by side, Berry able to stay ahead. Nathan Golseth going to look for some way through on the two drivers ahead of him to try and start inside of the top 5 for the main event tomorrow. Second lap underway. Carson Berry needs a good finish here in this one after a big incident in the first one and a spin in the second one. Definitely not falling into his hands, but just needs to salvage something, salvage a result here in the last of the heat races here today. And more battling. Davis Henry, a good run on the exit of 5. Looking at the bottom of the racetrack. Thought better of it back in the line, and now Mason Berry going to be able to hold on to that spot. The gap up ahead for the lead, still very not too close. About half a second in between the two of them. What a send by Nathan Golseth. A 2-for-1 move into the double right. The Arcane Motorsports machine makes up 2 spots in one move, and what a move there to get himself up into the top 5 now. He's up in a 4th. Gage Bailey as well running away with it, sitting behind his Speed Concepts Racing teammate who's in 1st, and Travis Pettit, a national racing competitor as well, who sits in the 2nd spot. And this is a battle from 4th on back. Golseth going to lead the pack with Ibarra well in tow. Carson Berry not too far back. Juanjo Paramo in 9th. Easton Cox, your top 10 so far in this one. And again, a lot of battling throughout it. Look at this here. David Ibarra, Davis Henry, still side by side, and a lot of sparks flying here. Juanjo Paramo looking to get through on Carson Berry. He's able to go by. Juanjo there again, looking on the inside of Davis Henry. Couldn't get clear that time around, and he does finally on the exit of turn number 7. Had to work for it. Definitely wasn't easy. Was able to work his way through, and then you look here further back. Another one of the CRG machines. They're working his way through. I think that could be Jordan and Vonnie there, and indeed it is. Jordan and Vonnie for the MSO Racing crew here this weekend finds himself inside of the top 10 and trying to work his way through, but nothing yet for these drivers as they come down with just under a minute and a half to go left in this race. The 846 there, Bobby Klein, is the one who leads Jordan and Vonnie. Luke Cruz, the driver right behind him in the TB cart. You look down on Maui Angel, unfortunately, issues for him at the start of this one. Put him out of contention as it went on, and just not how he would have wanted to start that 3rd heat race, as more moves here further back in the back turn, and a couple of more drivers fighting. Juanjo Paramo gets another one. Mason Berry loses a spot there to Juanjo Paramo. Unfortunate turn there by the Berry twins, just continuing to fall down the pylon and finding themselves closer to each other on the racetrack. How about Nico Orbezo? Went around at the start of this race, now finds himself making up a good number of spots, about a crack into the top 10 if he hasn't already. But man, me and Alex talked about the maturity of that driver and how he was kind of coming along throughout the years, and he's done a good job to get himself into a good spot to put himself inside of the top 10. So man, for Nico Orbezo, up in a 9th from facing the wrong way on the racetrack, a drive that Nico Orbezo could definitely be proud of here today. Side by side still, Carson Berry, Nico Orbezo.
So battling for that spot there inside of the top 10. Davis Henry just still right behind him in that Trackside Karting Services GFC. Hasn't been able to hold on to a move there. As now Barry going to follow Orbezo through. Mason Barry just ahead of them. As they work their way through. So it's been a tough ride. One driver actually went around over here. That's Mason Barry. The Barry twins, unfortunate couple of events for them. So 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 laps to go left in this one. Again, our pylon not correct. 2 laps left to go in this race. Kemper Jr. and Travis Pettit still in the lead of this one with a second and a half back to a couple of other drivers. Gage Bailey about 4 seconds back from the top 2. And again, they continue to run away with it here in this one. There on your screen, Luke Cruz with a couple of other drivers there as well. And there's your leader of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Going to take the white flag this time around. This time around, white flag in the air. Travis Pettit still in that second spot. Gage Bailey back to Nathan Golseth. And again, 5th on back for David Ibarra and Juanjo Paramo. And the battle has really only kind of ensued just on the edge of the top 10 and everything further back. But this field is really spread out in this one. There's a lot of battles there further back. But talk about recovery drives for Orbezo. Talk about drives up the field for Juanjo Paramo. And a good salvage by David Ibarra after a DNF for him in heat race number 1. For Nate Golseth, 3 good results. That puts him starting inside of the top 5. For Gage Bailey as well on his return to karting action this weekend. Finds himself inside of the top 3. For Kemper Jr. looking to hold on to that number 1 plate as well to be up at the top. And for Travis Pettit in his Texas Sprint Racing Series debut this weekend to be up in a second starting on the front row alongside the reigning champion is definitely the way that TB Kart USA would have wanted to start. And I'm sure Kyle Uchinski is going to be happy about a front row start. But for Tyrone Kemper Jr., the kid from NOLA, will hit his home track later on in the season. It's a good start to the season. 2 heat race victories on the opening Saturday of Texas Sprint Racing Series action. Travis Pettit across the line in second. Gage Bailey to Golseth and to David Ibarra, your top 5 finishers here in K100 Junior. .206 senior out onto the racetrack now, and it's been all about James Overbeck and his Coyote machine so far in this one this weekend. Sawyer Roussel starting alongside him on row number 1. Jacob Oliver, Josie Chambers on row number 2. Tyler Robertson, J.D. Lamping on row number 3. Samuel Young, Christopher McKeithen on row number 4. Shane Reddy and Reagan Seville on row number 5. Bowden Barnwell and Jackson Young on row number 6. You go back to Robert Arena and Kelvin Zing on 7. Cameron Reed, Bryce Frank on row number 8. Eddie Bamaru and Jensen Harrell on row number 9. Carter Kilgo, Samuel Doros, your top 10 rows and your top 20 starters here in this one. You go back to the next page of starters here. One more left to go, but again, a lot of work for some of the drivers that find themselves back there towards the back of the pack with some moves to be made up. Find your favorite driver. You're not going to want to miss the action. For a couple of drivers who've been struggling, Landon Melson in the 625, as well as struggle weekend for him. We're used to seeing him up at the front of this field as well, but we'll see how it all pans out here. Just have to keep James Overbeck in their sights. Roussell's been up there to challenge early on, but just nobody's been able to get it done. As well for Jacob Oliver, just struggled in the wet conditions. A spin in heat race number 2, found him falling down the order, so that'll be something to look out for here for Jacob Oliver. But this race getting set to go green. Green flag in the air. Final race of the evening for 206 Senior, and a much better start for Sawyer Roussel to take the challenge up to James Overbeck. And for the first time this weekend, a change for the lead. Not for long. Roussel looking to hold on to it. Overbeck around the outside, and there goes Josie Chambers to the point of the field. Roussel in a big crash there on the exit. Reagan Seville is in that wreck. Another driver, one of the Kart Racing Solutions machines, Carter Kilgo, Sam Toll, and the 617 all get collected there at the start. But for Seville, the vice champ, not the best start for him. Lamping looking for a move on the inside of 7. A hectic start. I mean, joked around, said it looked like a demolition derby almost for some of the drivers in heat race number 2, and it looks exactly the same here for the start of heat race number 3, but a much better start for Chambers, who leads this field away. And more drivers find themselves working their way through the mix. And luckily for us, an outside perspective on what conditions are like on the racetrack. Aiden Rudolph joining us up here in the booth today. So firstly, a very, very cold afternoon here, Aiden. How are conditions out there? How tricky is it to go around this racetrack in conditions as cold and as wet as this?
Yeah, hey, sorry, Caleb. I'm a little bit out of breath right now. But yeah, thank you for having me up here. The conditions today have been something I've probably never raced before in my life. Honestly, I can probably speak for a lot of drivers here this weekend, but these conditions are not ideal at all. You know, the rain combined with the sorry.
You're good.
I ran over here. I got a last minute call up here, so
we'll give you a moment to catch your breath here as well as we continue to look on. But again, hearing from Aiden and how tricky these conditions are for all these drivers to kind of try and find their way around is, I think, been the hardest part so far. For McKeithen, finally gets himself up to the point of the field. James Overbeck to second. Josie Chambers up to third. But it's been a wild race so far. Barnwell finds himself up in a fourth, and I believe another driver from the Midwest there for Barnwell as well, and Samuel Young. But I mean, again here, and you've raced against some of these drivers. McKeithen here won the IKF Grand Nationals that year that you were close to it when it came to your home track. But I mean, these drivers out here, especially you've driven the fastest category in KZ, the KA so far, and you've driven this category as well last year with a couple of starts to your name. But what's the key to go around a place like this? You've been one of the faster ones out here at the racetrack, but what's the key? I know you're not going to give away too much of your secrets, but what are these drivers kind of looking for out there on the racetrack?
I mean, honestly, it's all these drivers have the same kind of perspective going into rain racing. Everyone has the same kind of rain racing line. Obviously, I'm not going to give too much away, but it definitely helps having as many laps as I do around here in the rain. Pretty much every time it's raining here, I try to get out on track. So that definitely helps a little bit. Obviously, I've raced in the 206K in the shifter class, and all the lines and stuff are pretty similar. This weekend in the shifter, the lines are definitely a little bit different. It's a little bit of a learning curve for me, but slowly getting better. I'm obviously the fastest one out there in shifter right now. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, but yeah, I mean, just banging out laps, banging gears, and you know, it's going well so far.
Yeah, it's good, and you know, as well for some of these drivers as well. You see the likes of McKeithen and Overbeck come out here, drivers that you've raced against in various different classes. Josie Chambers as well, one of the younger ones. Who has kind of surprised you the most so far this weekend, and who'd you expect to be up there as well in this class from some former competitors and drivers that you've raced against and across different classes as well?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, coming into this weekend, I saw the entry list, and I knew, obviously, Chris and James I've known for a little bit, and obviously they're insanely fast drivers. I don't know if either of them have been here in the past couple of years, maybe, but you know, definitely surprised me. I mean, not surprising in the sense, but surprising that they are, you know, I mean, I would expect the people like Bryce Frank or the Kelvin Zings that's in 6 right now to be able to run up front with them. I wasn't really expecting 2 Coyote boys to be pulling away as much as they are. But Joji Chambers I battled with at the IKF Grand Nass last year, and he's obviously gotten way faster. I mean, not way faster, but he's progressively getting better out there. So that's a good thing to see. So.
Yeah, and you see the progression of a lot of these drivers as well as the years go by, and some veterans of the sport. 27-year-old Kelvin Zing drives like he's still very young, right? Against some of the younger drivers, right? So Kelvin Zing, again, one of the veterans of this class, still showing the pace that he's got and getting himself up there. And again, the qualifying session didn't help these guys out at all. And for McKeithen as well, and then the 101% rule came into play, which gave him a little bit of a better spot. But again, you've seen the struggles that Bryce has kind of had under your dad's team, that Kelvin's kind of had, as well as a couple of the other guys as well. Just the qualifying that was just so hard on the conditions. And one driver off the racetrack, Sawyer Roussel, unfortunately, they're starting on the front row in a DNF in this one. Not going to let him close this one out. But, you talk about the temperature. This track has changed, I think, a lot as the day's gone on. You found yourself in the heat race with dry. How is it to kind of, for you guys under the tent, calling the shots? How difficult is it to stay, I guess, up to grips with the track and with how fast it's been changing throughout the day?
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to rain racing, I've always tried to keep a clear mindset, super calm. A lot of these people, try to get in their heads a little bit and start freaking out, changing the whole go-kart. I've always been the type of driver to just literally put rain tires on the go-kart and send it. And that's exactly what we've done this weekend. The karts have been phenomenal. We haven't touched it. I mean, I literally built my KA kart last night and haven't touched the setup one single time. A few gear changes here and there, but, that's the majority. And the whole morale into the tent's super calm and super chill. I try to bring that vibe to the tent, try to calm the junior drivers, the cadet drivers down a little bit because, they get a little freaked out when they see a little bit of rain. But, definitely these conditions can make you kind of overthink a little bit. But yeah, the track changing, the track hasn't really changed that much. It's just been a constant rain pretty much all day. The first heat was, a mixture between dry and rain in the first shifter race. We all went out on rain tires, except for Noah's Ark, which has been my main competition this weekend in the shifter category. And he went out there, he had a bad start to the race, but the track just kept getting drier and better. So, on our part, we kind of made a little bit of a mistake going out there in dries, and that's why you saw me pull in, is because, there's only 6 of us, and we didn't really see a point to, keep burning up our tires that we've had to use for the rest of the day. So it didn't really affect us all that much. Definitely glad I pulled in after lap 4, but the track hasn't changed that much since like midday on. It's been kind of just a very cold and very wet track condition, and everyone's hands are all frozen shut. So
yeah, I bet that's definitely the hardest part. I think about it, right? Just trying to stay warm, trying to keep your hands warm. But 2 drivers who have kept it out at the front, McKeithen and James Overbeck, still leading this field away, and it's been a little bit of a change up than what we saw earlier. I think the pole position will still go the way of James Overbeck, but a couple of drivers have been pretty impressive. Barnwell and Rafael Kraus finally getting up inside of the top 10, a driver who we've been waiting for, as well as the races kind of have progressed. On this one, he's up in a 6th. Samuel Young as well in the 7th spot. Jensen Harrow in 8th. Frank in 9th. Finally get himself into the top 10th, as well as Hinsey, who finds himself in 10th there. Carter Kilgo, unfortunate DNF for him, as well as everybody else on the bottom of that pylon there, either not starting or not finding themselves out onto the racetrack. White flag in the air coming out for one more driver, but for Christopher McKeithen and for James Overbeck, a smooth sailing race for the 2 Coyotes. Able to close this one out, and I think maybe even lock out the front row for the Coyote team. For John Seglum and PPK, Jim Lapari definitely going to be happy watching on from home as his 2 drivers just locked out the pole in the front row. Barnwell, Chambers, Zing, Kraus, Young, to Harrell, to Frank, to Hinsey, your top 10. And again, still a lot more racing action set to come your way. I know you're going back down there for KA Senior.
Yeah.
What's it kind of been like doing that double duty? What's it kind of been like, not driving as much as you'd like? Obviously, you've been very involved with you and down at the shop, just 20 minutes down the road. Talk about, I guess, to move up to shifter. We haven't really had too much talk about it, but talk about what these past couple of weeks have kind of been like for you.
The past couple of weeks have been super busy work. It's a great problem to have, obviously, but not as much track time as I would hope. We try to get out here every Saturday, Sunday when we don't have work to come and burn some laps in the shifter cart. But nothing prepares you for these conditions that we have this weekend. So it's definitely been a fun transition. I've gotten up to grips with everything pretty well, and obviously it was a super last-minute decision yesterday after the final practice to sign me up for KA. I was having a little bit of a fear of missing out watching all those KA drivers.
FOMO, right?
100%. A lot of FOMO, and I'm glad we were able to make that decision and go to the shop last night and build up a go-kart for me to drive today. So
how kind of was that process? What was kind of you and telling you, right, about the last-minute KA decision? I know it was more of kind of your decision, telling them, you know what, I think I'm going to drive the KA package here.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching it, and it was a total funny and lighthearted conversation. I was like, looks fun out there. I know there was a few like Billy Musgrave and Jordan Musser were supposed to come this weekend, and I was looking forward to having that kind of competition, but unfortunately they didn't make it out this weekend. So there's only 6 of us in the shifter category, and I'm still trying to get better, obviously in the shifter, but this is probably the best track to be able to run double duty in this weekend, and it's gone phenomenal so far. So
let's talk about the starts. How are the starts going? I saw the first one was good. The second one looked a little bit iffy, and the third one, no idea what happened there. It looked good off the line, and then it looked like you kind of got stuck.
Come on, Caleb. Yeah, so pretty much it was okay me qualifying in third, just because this is obviously my first shifter race, so I'm trying to get that get the groove on the starts and stuff. Was good to start behind people, which was Ewan's perspective on it. And my starts have been not the best. Honestly, just not positioning my cart right in the grid spot, and just getting held up behind drivers. I get off the line well, and then kind of just get stuck behind the drivers in front of me. So luckily, I secured the pole for the final tomorrow. So hopefully you didn't commentate or curse me, and I'm going to have a horrible start to my final. But I've had unfortunate starts today, and being able to have the pace that we have is awesome. And we were able to race our way back up to the front, so it's been pretty awesome.
Yeah, last one from me here. I know you have to get back and get ready for the KA stuff. So how different is this? Second time around trying the shifter. You tried it not long ago. If you want to look back at 2023, I believe was when you had that first shifter start under the Burrell Art team. Now you're with CRG 2 years later. How different is this than that first time you tried shifter here at this track at the opening round?
For sure, completely different. I mean, when I tried it a few years ago, it was also kind of a last-minute decision. We saw a good turnout, actually more people a few years ago than there are this weekend. So it was a total last-minute decision a few years ago, and to get out there. And I was just having fun with it. I didn't even race the Sunday final because my mechanic Franz told me not to, because I wasn't as fast as I should be. But totally different because this year I have a full 2025 program, with our amazing partners, LSR Motors, that are helping us out big time with that stuff. So it's totally different just having a full program to be able to have the confidence behind, and not just have a fun little one-off race. This is my whole season right here. So it's definitely enjoyable with all the guys I have.
Well, thank you very much for hopping in for 206 Senior, and we'll let you get back down.
Man, I'm gonna have to come back in here a few more times. Call me back up here because it's nice and warm in here. It's way too cold down at the tent. So
it is, man. But thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
Caleb. It's always a pleasure, and we'll see you out there on the racetrack.
Thank you.
He just said it took him a little too long to catch his breath, but it's all right. We thank him for joining us up here in the booth. He's going to get ready for his KA Senior final heat race. Try to hold on to the pole position there. Him and Jose Carlos Hernandez have been trading spots, trading some paint as well, but we'll let him get back to it. And Tyler Moraviec and Brody Stoffel on row number 1. Drew Blattman, Aston White on row 2. Wyatt White. Milo Podoraki on row number 3. Keelan Short and Beckley Anderson on row 4. Find your favorite driver. This 206 cadet race has definitely delivered. A lot of drivers have gotten themselves into the mix. We'll see who can hold on to it at the end of it. Brody Stoffel was pretty strong in the second heat race. For Austin Wyatt, fell back a little bit. Tyler Moraviec as well. A couple of struggle points, but nothing that can't be fixed. Try to get it done here. Final time in 206 cadet action. A good start by that outside line. Brody Stoffel gets through. Austin Wyatt as well. Holds on to it there on the exit of turn number 2. Austin Wyatt up to second, almost a completely dark backside of the racetrack. And there goes Austin Wyatt to the point of the field. He's able to get through on Brody Stoffel. Moraviec as well, looking to make up a move. Podoraki in the mix. Drew Blem right behind him, pushing each other along. Brody Stoffel on the inside. And there goes Podoraki, able to get up in a third. Working their way into turn number 11 now. Drew Blem, single file, getting on the brakes pretty quick to avoid plowing into the rear bumper there of Moraviec and the Trackside Karting Services GFC Expel machine there by the Stilo-sponsored driver. And he's working his way through turn number 14. Now Austin Wyatt holds on to the lead of this race. Half a car length in between himself and the CRG USA machine of Brody Stoffel. A little bit of trade-off. These two drivers went back and forth in the second heat race. Sparks starting to fly, and still the big rooster tails coming out there and just completely dark on that back section for those two drivers to work their way through as they push each other along the back straightaway. White also a good showing for him his sophomore season here in 206 cadet racing action. Finds himself in 6th. Killian Short, the driver right behind him. Back to Beckley Anderson. Benson Hale, Dusty Strayer, your top 10 in this one so far as they continue to work their way through. Into the double rights we go. These drivers, I mean, for those driving double duty, they have more laps than anybody else out there only driving one class. So they've been out there on the racetrack. They've seen it progress. They've seen it change. They've kind of gotten more and more used to being out there. But I do assure you, they definitely are colder than probably anybody else out there on the racetrack. And I'm sure they have to de-thaw their hands as soon as they get into the tents, get into the garages, to try and warm up. And this time around, Moraviec still holding on a 4th. Stoffel looking a lot closer, trying to avoid the rooster tails there by Austin Wyatt into turn number 1. And again, still a lot of standing water there on the inside, which is why you see a lot of drivers kind of opt to take the wider line through that corner. Arc the corner a little more to avoid hydroplaning, like Alex said earlier on today. Hitting those huge puddles of water is almost like hitting a brick wall. It really stops you in your tracks. And they're further back, just 2 car lengths in between the AR Academy Burrell Art machine and Wyatt, and the CRG USA machine and Brody Stoffel as everybody else works their way through. Podoraki still holds on a 3rd. This time through, about 2.5 minutes to go left in this one. As Austin Wyatt, Brody Stoffel still lead this field away. Podoraki still finds himself in the 3rd spot. Moraviec in 4th, Blem. And you have everybody else, White, Killian Short, Anderson, Strayer, and Lehans still on the top 10. Benton Hale actually dropped a spot. You see some more shuffling there for the back. A good little battle going on here. 8th on back. And we'll see what they can do. Still following along here with your leaders. Just about a minute to go left in this race. A minute and a half left to go in the rain. Continuing to come down here at SpeedSportz Racing Park on a very, very soggy Saturday night here under the lights. racing for the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Everybody, so just trying to hold on to it as now Moraviec looking at challenge a little bit on the factory kart there. Of Podoraki still not able to go by on him. And holding strong, holding in tow here for the remainder of this race. And one of the biggest things to highlight here as well, you see the differences in lines that everybody's kind of taking and how they're kind of adjusting to the track and the puddles that have kind of been standing out there all day long and especially all night long here as well has been, I think, one of the biggest struggles for a lot of them and for Stoffel as well to kind of figure out Aston's line, the difference there, what he can take back to his mechanic. As one driver off the racetrack there, that's a 254. That's Beckley Anderson. I think she can get her way out of there and just beached. Unfortunate there for Beckley. Bad luck continues. She had, I think, a DNF earlier on in the heat racing action as well. And now Beckley potentially going to be out of this one early. She seems to be stuck there on the exit of turn number 2. So just unfortunate turn of events there for Beckley Anderson. Not going to be able to close this one out. I believe she did get back onto the racetrack, so she will. But just unfortunate. Going to start from far back in the field when we get into main event racing action tomorrow. 2-6 in the air this time by, and your leader starting to catch some lap traffic here as well. So we'll see what they can do to get clear of that. Stoffel and Wyatt still out ahead. And you see them there kind of work their way through, as well as Podoraki, Moraviec, and Blem. Your top 5 still holding strong, and you see that gap. Just about 5 car lengths in between those two drivers, and Wyatt still just able to hold on and able to stay ahead. He's had the upper hand so far in this one. It went the other way for the second heat race, went Brody Stoffel's way, but just hasn't been enough in this one to really take the challenge. And again, I was saying earlier, just the differences in gear and whatnot is a good thing to take back to the mechanics. I know Phil Pignataro are going to be listening in as well and watching on along. I know you and Jeffrey with the CRG team as well, to see where they kind of missed it out a little bit. And this could all be irrelevant when you get into tomorrow as well, because looking at the schedule, it's still looking pretty dry. It could have changed in the last couple of minutes, but again, it's looking set to be like a dry racetrack tomorrow. The rain going to continue all the way through the night. Going to stop at about 5 a.m. local time here. And when we get onto on-track action, it should be a dry day tomorrow with a lot warmer weather. So I think that's going to be a big sigh of relief for everybody who's here, for all the crew as well that's out there. And again, a huge shout out to the TSRS crew for working hard and working their tails off to keep everybody safe out there, and for our crew as well to bring you guys all the live action right into the comfort and warmth of your home. So huge shout out to our entire crew as well for making it possible for us to be out here. So we'll see what we can do, but we'll see what Brody Stoffel can do as well. That gap closes down to about a car length and a half. Stoffel starting to close in, and again, the final lap, one driver way off the racetrack right under our screens here. Not entirely sure who that was, but one driver just completely went over the puddles out here in the grass and just right under our booth here. Unfortunate end of that driver's race, but man, not ideal to say the least there, as they worked their way through. Final lap the next time around. Or final lap this time around, actually, for these two drivers, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see what Aston Wyatt, Brody Stoffel can do. And indeed, Aston Wyatt going to end off the day with a win. Takes it away in 206 Cadet. Brody Stoffel across the line in second. Milo Podoraki next across the stripe, finishing third. Tyler Moraviec. Back to Drew Blem, your top 5. White, Killian Short, Caden Lehans, Samson to Olisa, your top 10 here in 206 Cadet. Rest of the drivers crossing the line. Dusty Strayer moves into the top 10. Good drive there by Dusty in what's his first full year. Still considered a rookie here for us. His first full year in 206 Cadet, and double duty as well for him on the Paralyn machines this year. Paralyn chassis, I should say, this year for Dusty Strayer. So we'll see how Dusty gets on tomorrow. Should be slated to start inside of the top 10 with a couple of good results in the heat races. So good showing for Dusty so far. And your unofficial results here for heat race number 3. We'll be right back with more racing action set to come your way. Again, a couple of more races. We're at the turning point of the evening. You saw 206 Senior. You just saw your 206 Cadets. Last couple of classes getting set to hit the racetrack later on in the day as well. Here, let's pull up that schedule for you guys just one more time to see just the last couple of races tomorrow. And again, podiums tomorrow at 2 p.m. Main events start at 9:20 a.m. bright and early tomorrow Central Time for those of you on the East Coast. Wanted to watch the racing action, 10:20 a.m. for you guys, warm up bright and early for us here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, 8 a.m. Still more racing action set to come your way. 3 classes left. KA Masters, 206 Junior, and KA Senior still set to hit the racetrack for the final round of their heat races. And your KA Seniors now working their way out onto the asphalt. And let's run you down that starting grid order here as well. It's been a good weekend so far by Miguel Mir, the 7-time TSRS champion, able to hold on to it. Gary Glanger, your pole sitter, has fallen down the order as his weekend's progressed. Shane Burkett as well has looked to make some moves through the field. Hasn't been able to make him stick. Trevor McAllister also has had a good showing so far. I believe at a third and a second place finish for him puts him within a good starting spot for tomorrow. Just has to capitalize here on this final heat race. Brent Harper as well. Pierce Baldus on row number 3. David Pregande and Daniel Howie on row number 4. Slade Miller, Anthony Harwin on row number 5. Neil Faulkner and Janae Din on row 6. Doug Barry and Jonathan Westcott on row 7. Curtis Terry and Cal Hale on row number 8. Your 16 starters that get set to take the green flag here in KA Masters. The grid gets set this time around, and Miguel Mir, alongside Gary Glanger there, gets set to take the green flag this time around. Trevor McAllister looking to capitalize here to end up with a good result here on the night. Racing under the lights at SpeedSportz Racing Park. We're green for your KA Masters, and what a start by Miguel Mir. Gets it done on the outside. Trevor McAllister goes up to second. Glanger falls back to third, and that inside has not treated him nicely here with a lot of standing water there for him. Just definitely hasn't fallen to play for him. And right behind him now, Pierce Baldus as well, looking to make up a couple of spots. It's been a slow trek up the field for Pierce. A DNF in the first heat race. A good result, a top 5 result for Pierce in the second one. And now just needs to capitalize here on the third one to really get himself within a good starting spot as Brent Harper through the puddle in turn 7. A big splash of water for him there as well. Going side by side with Daniel Howie into the double rights. Glanger still looking to hold on there to the spot, but Trevor McAllister, I think, looks closer than he has all weekend long to Miguel Mir. That gap closes in, and again, T-Mac in his first race back in official racing action here on the regional side of things. He's looking to close down the gap on a driver who's been a veteran of this class, who's in this class every single year, and racing across the national series as well. In Miguel Mir, we'll see what Trevor McAllister can do to take the fight up to Miguel here as this race goes on. But a couple of the high five machines continuing to fight. Glanger, Pierce Baldus, third and fourth, respectively. Back to Shane Burkett, who again just hasn't been able to make his move stick so far this weekend. Daniel Howie and Brent Harper, 6th and 7th so far as well. So we'll see how where these drivers can really make these moves stick. We look back on this race here on the racetrack. Joining me up in the booth for the rest of the night, Coyotes' very own Christopher McKeithen. Christopher, firstly, a pleasure to have us, to have you with us. We heard from Aiden earlier on today as well. What's the track kind of doing? You obviously came to grips with it quite early, but how's the track out there for those drivers listening, getting set to go onto the racetrack? What can you kind of tell them as they get set to go out for the final, for their final heat race?
In the heat we just ran, it's the wettest it's been. Tons of water, and just gotta avoid the puddles.
Yeah, and I feel like the puddles has been the hardest part. And we talked with Alex earlier, who right now is out sick, unfortunately. But we talked about the puddles. Going over those puddles, it seems like he said it almost feels like you're hitting a brick wall. I've kind of felt the same. Is that what it's like out there whenever you do hit a puddle on the racetrack, where you just lose that much time?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you get in it and it just brings you to a stop, especially in the lower horsepower classes. And the KAs don't have as much trouble with it, and they can kind of run a shallower line because they have the horsepower. But the lower horsepower, you don't have it to pull you off the corner.
And again, for these Masters drivers, right, you're seeing that kind of, some of them go over those puddles. We saw Brent Harper earlier on this race, who sits 7th, go over a puddle like that in turn number 7. There's a couple of spots on the racetrack as well. Turn 1, obviously, that big puddle on the inside. Turn 7, there's a puddle there on that curb as well, as we see more side-by-side action here on your screen. Glanger and Daniel Howie kind of going side by side, and we've seen the likes of Glanger kind of struggle to make these move sticks. How hard is it to keep the revs up on just any go-kart out there and making them sick? Because we've seen a lot of over-unders, especially there in turn 6 and 7, where it's been hard for drivers to kind of hold on to moves whenever you do try to go on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, you get offline and it's just so hard to pass. I mean, in the rain anywhere, with puddles or not, it's just you get offline and you have no grip at all. But he's doing a good job right now making this pass here, see if he can get around him.
And Glanger able to hold on there on the outside. Howie, the driver who's trying to make up another spot there in the TB kart. So we'll see what they can do as this race goes on. Again, just a minute and a half left to go left in this one. Harper getting himself back up and closer to the top 6 drivers in the field. But and again, you raced under the lights. We see that there's some darker parts on the racetrack there. Obviously, some lights are out here, but what's it like kind of going out there? Obviously, clear visors are out for everybody, but you see this part of the racetrack here that's pretty dark. How is it out there actually whenever you are driving?
Yeah, it was getting darker and darker as we were going on. And that was the first session I had my clear shield on, and like it just, the world lit up for me. But as we got to the end, it definitely started to darken up. But I mean, I've never raced here in the rain, and I didn't know what to expect. Oh, that was a nice crossover by him there. But
yeah, that was Brent Harper there who looked for a move there on the inside, and Glanger going to hit the puddle and lose a lot of time. And we've seen how damp everything is offline, and I know you've seen a couple of drivers kind of go off the racetrack there. Everything behind you, I'm sure you weren't even kind of aware of what was going on, but it was a very, very hectic race behind you and James as you guys went on. And yeah, just for the likes of Miguel Mir, who was able to kind of get out there, and you and James were actually at the front of the field. What's kind of, what's going in the leader's head right now of how they're reacting? And there's a race going on behind you, but all you're worried about is hitting your marks, it almost seems like, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're just worried about yourself out there when you're out front, especially when you got a 3.8 second lead like Meyer does right now. And, I mean, you don't really worry about what's going on behind you. I try not to. It's a bad habit to look behind you and worry about that stuff, because I think it shows weakness. But, yeah, you just want to keep your eyes forward whenever you're in the rain, especially, because you don't want to lose focus.
Yeah, I think focus is the biggest thing, right? Either with breaking points, just focusing on hitting your marks, and you have to be that much more focused, especially throughout all the categories, especially in the higher speed categories here as well. But, I mean, Miguel Mir has gone 3 for 3 so far as Trevor McAllister off of the racetrack there into the grass and the double rights. And Pierce Baldus with new life here. T-Mac, an uncharacteristic mistake by him there. And now Baldus going to look to capitalize. And we were talking about focus, and almost a curse from the two of us down to T-Mac out there on the racetrack. And lost a whole lot of time, but he's going to look to try and hold on. Baldus looked on the inside, couldn't get it done, but Shane Burkett as well, looking to get himself back up inside of the top 3 here, and just struggling for moves so far for some of these drivers, and for Trevor McAllister especially. That's going to open up the gap now to 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds this next time around in between your first and second place drivers, but long one still ahead of us with the white flag coming out in the air the next time around. And you were talking about your experience at this racetrack. The last time you were out here, you were going the other direction backwards, and how long did it take you to adjust? You guys were obviously setting the pace for the rest of the field here on y'all's first weekend out.
I mean, yesterday in the dry, I thought we had great pace, and I was really hoping it would be dry today. I mean, I thought we were the class of the field throughout a lot of the practice yesterday. As the day went on, we may have slowed down a little bit, especially in the last session, but we had a great dry setup, and I'm hoping tomorrow we can put it to use.
Yeah, and especially you're looking at the KA side of things here with these drivers. KA for James also later on today, you're going to be up here with us during that race. James obviously was talking to him earlier, isn't as comfortable in the wet, but it seemed like he did pretty good on the 206 side of things, and he's slowly working his way up the field as well in the KA.
Yeah, the KA kart's fast. I mean, it's right there. I mean, out of the box. It's the first weekend on it. No testing. I mean, it's right there. And going into the day, we didn't really know what to expect. We knew the rain was coming, and when it arrived, I mean, we didn't slow down at all, I don't think. And James finished first, second. I got second, first.
That'll be good. And obviously, James going to have the pole, and you're probably going to start alongside him as well. So that's good luck. And I'm sure Jim's happy back at home, and I'm sure everybody back in North Carolina as well is probably happy for you guys in y'all's group chat as well. So this time around, though, white flag in the air for Miguel Mir. He's going to get the checker this time. And talking about the pole for you guys, pole for Miguel Mir here as well in the KA 100 Masters class, keeping everybody at bay. 6 seconds on the rest of the field, 6.5. Trevor McAllister finally able to open up his gap. Again, a Pierce Baldus who sits back in third. Brent Harper fourth, Shane Burkett in fifth, Daniel Howie sixth, Glanger in seventh, Pergande back to Miller, and Janae Din, your top 10 drivers here in this one. If they all make it through, again, a little bit of side-by-side action there further back. Checkered flag in the air, though, this time around for us here, and a good finish there for Miguel Mir. Solidifies the pole position going into tomorrow. Quick break in the action before we see more with your 206 juniors, and we finalize the day with your KA seniors. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more.
History home today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, we'll see. We were just talking about the weather out there, as you guys heard a little bit from Chris. But welcome back to TSRS Racing Action. 2 more races set to go here on this Saturday night. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alexander Searle was in the booth with me earlier on today. Christopher McKeithen joining us for the end of the day. As we go down your starting grid, Levi Meter, Ava Blem on row number 1, Thomas Smith, Francisco Reyes on row number 2, Presley Peterson and Holton Edwards on row 3, Dustin Walker, Micah Massad on row 4, Easton Walker and Sawyer Chambers on row 5, Mia Johnson, Dean Gurrier, Rodrigo Palaya, Brandon Green on row number 7. And again, talked about drivers in this field. Sawyer Chambers was one of the ones that you're kind of familiar with racing out at CKNA, and you saw him kind of work his way up the field in that second heat race. And again, I think we're going to expect to see the exact same thing from that young rookie as he gets done. But Ava Blem, in the class of the field so far, has had the most pace compared to everybody else, and we'll see what happens when they take the green flag this time. By a good start by Meter for the Nevada Kart Sport team. Ava Blem looking on the inside. Smith, they're on the outside, side by side all the way through. A big big rooster tails from the drivers there from the back. A lot of puddles there in turns 1 and 2 as we work our way through. And Chris, we were talking about gear a lot. You know, how has the kind of change been from the start, and how many, you know, you're obviously not going to give us everything, but have you guys been progressively stacking teeth and give us an insight on what these drivers could be doing to kind of get up to grips with the conditions out there on the racetrack as well?
Honestly, as the heats have gone on, we've put a little bit more grip in the kart, and that's kind of not made us need to change the gear because we got it handling really well. As that driver goes off there, must have lost a little bit of grip, but
yeah, there you have it. Francisco Reyes off the racetrack there as well, and not happy with whoever, I guess, did him wrong in that corner. Smith now going to be your new leader, and interesting you say about the gear, and I feel like grip is also one of the biggest things, making your kart kind of stick to the racetrack, and I feel like for a lot of karts, you almost want to put more front end into them to kind of try and make them point into the corner a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, we've put quite a bit of grip in. Our rain setup isn't too much different from the dry setup. I mean, we don't really got to change much other than gear, and we just front width, honestly, and we're hooked up right now. Hopefully we can keep it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever you talk about front width, for those of you at home, it's just adding some more spacers up at the front, not adjusting all too much. And interesting you say that. Aiden was in here earlier talking about it as well. He says he doesn't like to change all too much. Whenever he gets in a rain racing action, just changes the gear and kind of sends it out there. And it seems like you guys are on the same boat. And it's the same thing for a lot of the drivers that are out there on the racetrack, right? Just adjusting that front width and putting more spacers in the front to help the kart kind of point into the corner just a little bit more. And we were talking about Sawyer Chambers before off air, and there you have him moving himself up in a third. Peterson going to lose that spot, who's also racing in her first Texas Sprint Racing Series regional race this weekend as Meter, as well as the first time I believe he's joined us as well with Nevada Kart Sport this weekend, and racing on that Burrell Art machine and doing a good job so far. Qualified on the pole, just lost a couple of spots so far in this one. And a couple of others have kind of gained some here. Smith still at the point of the field, had a good showing in heat race number 2. Ava Blem as well was able to get it done back-to-back, and if she finishes inside of the top 2, she'll qualify on the pole position for tomorrow's main event. And when you talk about the heat races for a lot of these kids, Chris, it seems like just, you know, the first 2 heat races is where you kind of go out and try and make up as many spots, but that third one you kind of have to hold back a little bit if you didn't have the best of the first 2. With stationary grids for all 3 of the heat race, what's the approach for you know, the drivers coming into heat race number 3?
Yeah, I mean, if they've had a good first and second heat, they're just looking to keep it safe.
Ava Blem goes around, and so does Smith, 2 of the fastest drivers, and I was just saying that all they had to do was keep it up at the front to qualify inside of the top 5. For Blem, it was the pole position, and she lost it there, and that hands it over to the rookie. And Sawyer Chambers and a couple of first-timers find themselves in podium places here. But, man, we were talking about the approach. That's definitely not how you want to go about it.
No, that was a real commentator's curse there, Caleb.
Yeah, and that's, I think, my 3rd one of the day, actually. So, not good. Got Aiden with one of them. Got Ava with another. So, unfortunate there for those drivers. And, man, but for a couple of the rookies in this class, for a couple of the first-timers here at TSRS, we are glad to have them with us, and it's good to see them up at the front there as well. Peterson for the AR Academy on our CRG, Meter on his Nevada Kart Sport Burrell Art machine, as well as a couple of others. Easton Walker gets into the top 5. Pelaya as well, who didn't go out for qualifying, started at the tail end of the field, up in a 4th. And, man, it's been a wild day of racing so far, but it's honestly been surprising to see the incidents that we've had, and especially in heat race number 3. It's almost like you have to kind of conserve a little bit if you had a first good couple of heat races coming into the last one. But again, incidents for a couple of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, going into the 3rd heat, like I was saying, you just gotta, if you had a good first and second heat, you just want to kind of preserve what you have. I mean, things could change really quick, like that almost did for that driver right there, getting really loose there.
Yeah, Peterson just kind of lost the rear end just a little bit. That allows that Meter to go through, as well as Pelaya, who couldn't get through. Peterson finally loops it around in turn number 11. Brandon Green going to get tripped up, and it wanted to go on the exit of the double rights, and it finally went there at turn 11. Just unfortunate there for Peterson, who was having a good showing so far in this one. Was up in a 2nd. Now going to fall down the order outside of the top 5, I think on the edge of the top 10. Might rejoin Mia Johnson, who is good to see her back out on the racetrack. She had a gnarly flip earlier on today in heat race number 1, and to see her back out there and racing is definitely always a good sight to see for her. Peterson, I believe, rejoined in the 6th spot, so she finds herself out there, but more battling here in the 2nd spot. Meter and Pelaya still going back and forth here, and the S is almost as well. It seems like there's more standing water there than anywhere else on the racetrack, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest spot, I think, especially by the curbing, because you got so many left-right switches. It just piles up right there with all the standing water. That's definitely something you want to avoid.
And I've seen a lot of drivers kind of take that straight line approach. I've driven some here as well, only on slick tires, never on rings, but that seems like it's probably the trickiest part of the racetrack, that if you get that part right, then everything else will come quite easy to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get on out of the S's and get to those double rights and then get down the backstretch, that is the most important part of the lap. As long as you can keep the minimum speed up in the hairpins. But there's also quite a bit of water, standing water down by the apexes.
Wave of Blem goes around again. She had a puddle there. Again, and we talk about it, right? Everywhere else also off the racetrack where you have those big drop-offs, you have big puddles of standing water there, and if you touch any of those, you're definitely going to go around, just like we saw there with Ava Blem. Unfortunate. She's still definitely going to start inside of the top 5 if she can finish in the top 10, but, man, definitely not how she would have wanted to end her day here on a Saturday afternoon, where she was really having a good couple of drives in heat race number 1 and 2, but 2-6 in the air this time around. Chambers still leads the field away. Pelaya finally getting up to 2nd. Meter in 3rd. Walker back to Brandon Green.
Sawyer Chambers pulling away from the field here. I mean, he just is tearing it up right now.
Yeah, and you've really seen him race in the cadet categories as well over at CKNA. He's always been a driver to kind of, pull away and look ahead from the rest of the field. He had a good showing over at the Grand Nationals, a good showing at the Summer Nationals as well, where he fell just a little bit short there as well. But again, to see the progression of him and moving up early, wanting to get out of the cadet ranks, and his decision and his dad's decision to kind of move up, and he's definitely flourished so far this weekend. And he was a driver you were keeping an eye on, and to see him kind of impress like he has this weekend has been a good sight to see.
Yeah, him and his brother Josie definitely have a good handle on their Intrepid chassis. They got him hooked up right now in the wet.
And you were obviously very close to Josie pretty much all weekend long so far. On the Saturday, you were close to him. What's one thing that you've kind of seen about the chassis and how it's kind of been working so far for him compared to yours?
I mean, they seem good in all conditions. I mean, I've been around him pretty much every session, like you said, and we've been having some good battles.
And Sawyer seems like, now both of them on full-size karts. It's definitely going both of their ways here on this Saturday night. Sawyer, again, picked up the leftovers there when he had the chance and got up there into a position of strike, and he's been able to hold on to it here as this race is continuing to progress. Pelaya there as well. Meter in 3rd. Walker, this will be the best finish he's had as well here tonight to put it into 4th. His older brother back in 13th at the moment. Issues for him as well throughout this one. Smith, who was at the lead of this race at the start, had a good showing in the 2nd heat race, finds himself in 11th. Francisco Reyes as well, who was off the racetrack earlier on, finds himself in 10th. Edwards in 9th. Johnson, Gearier, Peterson, Brandon Green just on the edge of the top 5 there as well. But this time around, checkered flag in the air for Sawyer Chambers. It was a good race. He was there when it mattered most, and he's going to pick up a win in heat race number 3. Pelaya, 2nd. Meter, 3rd for Nevada Kart Sport. Easton Walker to Brandon Green in the TB kart, running up your top 5. Peterson was a lot closer there as well. The rest of your field now works their way through. K100 Senior getting set to hit the racetrack next. And Chris, I'm sure you've been watching on as James has kind of been putting y'all's new chassis up there in the field. What are kind of some of the things that you've seen out there, or some of the drivers that have you've kept your eye on in that K100 Senior class?
I've been looking a lot at Jose Carlos Hernandez and Aiden Rudolph. They've really been going at it, especially in Heat 1, I think. They had a really good battle. You saw Aiden kind of go a little bit wide in the double rights, and Jose got packed past him. But, I mean, he brought it right back to him, Aiden did, and was able to seal the deal.
Yeah, and again, in heat race number 2, they went at it again and kind of fought each other just a little bit. And where they both kind of let off towards the end and got it done. But what's kind of one of the things from their driving style that you're seeing that is different to the rest of the field, and how they're kind of driving and approaching the racetrack out there?
The biggest thing I noticed watching from over where our trailer is in those double rights, they're using lots of curb, especially Carlos Hernandez. in the by the pit entry.
And that's the double right-hander turns 8 and 9 there, where you kind of find that. And it's almost like a diamond shape that they're using to kind of get through that and to slow the kart down. It almost seems like over those curbs and to get it turned in with a good spot. But let's run you down that starting grid order for the final time tonight in racing action. We'll be back tomorrow morning as well with more. But this is it for Heat Racing action. Tomorrow's all about main event day. Aiden Rudolph, Jake French on row number 1. Issues for French in heat race number 2. That kind of sent them down the order. Ibrahim Din, Jose Carlos Hernandez in second. Ian Howell, Landon Skinner on row number 3. Mac Parks, Preston Pico, row 4. Sawyer Rousseau and Dallas Dunlap, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Tyler Roberts and Shane Reddy on row number 6. Hamza Ambar, Taylor Roddy, row 7. You go back to James Overbeck, Ethan Gonzalez, Santiago Duran, Adrian Cruz, John Burke, and Jesus Vasquez Jr., your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters here for the final heat race. You go back on Justin Music, Peyton Phillips for a DNF. Unfortunately, this weekend has not gone his way so far. And again, find your favorite driver and keep an eye on them as best as you can. A dark racetrack, a damp racetrack here at SpeedSportz Racing Park for the final heat race of the evening, for the final heat race of the weekend as well. Again, eyes on Jose Carlos, eyes on Aiden Rudolph, 2 of the drivers that have been the most impressive in the wet weather, kind of muscling their go-karts around. A dark start on this front straightaway. But here we go, the final time in racing action here tonight. Green flag in the air, and a good start by Aiden Rudolph to get ahead of Jake French. Ibrahim Din looking to hold on. Landon Skinner goes up to 3rd. Everybody else side by side, and the Rooster Tails look to get bigger as the sessions go on. And again, rain still continuing to fall. And Jake French, Aiden Rudolph at the front of the field, and it looks like a little bit of a slower start for Jose Carlos Hernandez.
Yeah, you go down there in those S's, and there is no visibility on the starts. And here goes Jake French down the inside of Aiden Rudolph.
Jake French able to get that move done. We've seen he's like the tighter line throughout some of the corners as Aiden looks to hold on. There goes, I believe, Jose Carlos Hernandez there, finally getting himself up in a 3rd. Ibrahim Din, his teammate, right behind him. Preston Pico finds himself in 4th as they start to push their way forward and try and close down the gap to the front. But again, a couple of drivers that have been impressive for me. Preston Pico in his sophomore season has definitely shown really good and promising pace. And Jake French as well, who knows how many seasons he's been in karting, retired for a little bit, came back into KA racing action and is back here and again has shown his pace here this weekend in some veteran action. And there you have James Overbeck working his way through on that Coyote chassis for you guys. That Zenith chassis seems to be doing quite all right so far in this one, up in an 8th here.
Yeah, for sure. And a bigger body in the rain is a very good thing to have, like Jake French. He is pulling away right now.
Yeah, and again, we've seen them kind of use their body to their advantage. When we look at the national stuff, Danny Formal is one of the ones who's very good in the rain, as well as Martin Kremers, who's been very, very strong in the rain anywhere that he goes in shifter racing action. Is Pico and Ibrahim Din looking to set something up. Din just didn't have enough nose there on the inside of Preston Pico to get clear and to stay ahead. Pico going to take over that spot, and he's up in a 5th.
Vasquez Jr. up quite a few spots into P10.
Yeah, and indeed, good that you mentioned that. Like I was saying earlier, it's been a quiet weekend for Vasquez, but with rain and with a lot of different conditions, he's been slowly working his way up there, and the reigning champ definitely going to be one to watch when we get into tomorrow's main event. And we're watching this heat race as well, looking to make up another spot there on the inside of Ian Howell. He goes through for a bit. Howell looks to go back by. An over-under move. I think we see more and more of that in turn number 14 every race.
Yeah, Vasquez Jr. up to P8 right now. This could be a very good run for him going forward.
Yeah, and it has been so far for him as well. Looking to get by on Ian Howell that time around. He goes through. Ibrahim Din now the next driver ahead of him. And you were talking about the gap by Jake French using his body to his advantage. A second. The gap now back to Aiden Rudolph. And now another move by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Able to get clear on Ibrahim Din. So it seems like that setup or the driving finally figured out there by Vasquez as well here in this one. And there's James working his way through behind Ian Howell. Just, again, trying to track forward. We were talking about it, the differences in that chassis, just a different, seat strut as well there. And obviously you have the seat struts on it for the KA power plant. But he seems like he's doing quite all right. I guess, what are you kind of seeing from James so far in this one?
I mean, honestly, we're over the moon with how this kart is done. He's about to go for a move right here. Yeah, there he goes on Ian Howell, up to P number 8.
Yeah, he was able to hold on to it, and again, just fell victim to the over-unders that have kind of happened here so far this weekend, and just wasn't able to hold on to it just enough there for James, unfortunately. But you look back, just more movers throughout the field. Jake Faulkner up to 13th, John Burke up to 12th, Dallas Dunlap 10th, a couple of other movers. Shane Reddy, Hamza Ambar fell back to 19th, unfortunately. Kurt Goodson up to 16th, I think the best run he's had so far this weekend. Time is running out here in this one, just over 2 minutes to go left in the final heat race, the final race of the evening here today, with the main events coming on tomorrow. As again, we continue to follow along with your teammate, and looks like he's kind of experimenting with some of the different lines that are out there on the racetrack, and 2 sessions for him as well. He's had double the track time than most people, and I think that was one of the best attempts that he's had so far, able to hold on to it there.
Yeah, that was a good move there. He's able to get on the power early and get out of the corner. And back on Jake French here, he is just building a gap over Aiden Rudolph.
And you see, again, you were talking about the body movement, how much he leans into the corner. Turn 6, I think, is the biggest one where we see that on how much kind of input he puts into it, how his body kind of moves into the seat, and how he, how he muscles that go-kart around it. It's driving the go-kart, not letting it drive you, and we're going to see just that here in turn number 6.
Yeah, you see under braking here, he's going to shift his body forward a little bit, get some weight on that inside, on that front tire, and it allows the rear inside to pick up.
Yeah, and you kind of seen that what helps him kind of get around the corner. They call it, jacking the tire, getting that tire up in the air so you can get it turned. You see Rudolph kind of doing the same thing, but Jake French has really just come alive here in the final heat race. Talked about Jose Carlos Hernandez. He finds himself in 4th. Just the pace that he had earlier on today just isn't the same here in the last heat race, and I think that will ultimately put the pole position in the hands of Aiden Rudolph in the main event, with 2 second-place finishes and a first-place finish as well. That will put the pole his way, and I think Hernandez may finish up there as well, starting inside of the top 4. And for French, just a couple of struggle heat races, but good to see his pace kind of come back to him in heat race number 3. Tried to go talk to him actually earlier on today. He was hiding out in his trailer, I believe, so it's cold out there. You talked about it. You kind of gave you a little bit of a lifeline here coming into the warm booth with us, but I mean, I couldn't imagine what it's like driving out there right now.
I mean, my gloves, I was able to twist them and wring them out of water. They are soaked. It is absolutely freezing here.
And as the race goes on, I mean, your hands obviously get numb. I know that's definitely can't be a good feeling.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is like the coldest weather and rain I've ever raced in, and these drivers are maximizing their efforts, but they are not having the best time out there, I can say.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we always say another day in paradise, but I think this is one of those days where it definitely doesn't feel that way, right? Getting go out there and do what you like, and able to drive some go-karts at a fast racetrack like this. But again, closing stages of this race, 2-6 in the air the next time around. Jake French going to be the first driver to get the 2 laps to go. Rudolph still right behind him, and again, you see the differences in what they're kind of doing. It's a little bit of the same. But French just has that little bit of an upper hand where there's some corners where he goes tighter, some where Aiden goes a little wider, and you see the differences in what they have. And again, those 2 drivers worked together for a very long time under PSL Burrell Art. They were teammates on the KA platform as well, where Jake came down and raced at Amarillo with Aiden. So those 2 have shared the track. I'm sure I've shared a lot of laps, and I'm sure Jake is almost like a mentor to Aiden as well, as he's kind of gone up through the ranks, and I'm sure Jake was also happy to see that Aiden just got confirmed for a full year of pro shifter racing. But a couple of the other drivers, Landon Skinner, talk about that kid on his progression up through the ranks as well. Seen him, have some good finishes in junior. Have seen him have some good finishes in senior as well. Just looking for that maiden regional serious victory still, and has been knocking at the door at it. And hopefully in dry conditions tomorrow, he's going to have a good chance at it as well. And we were talking about Jesus Vasquez Jr. up in a 5th. And for James as well, up in a 6th. I think that's the best drives that these 2 drivers have had so far today.
Yeah, I think James finished 5th in Heat 1. I might be wrong, but he's having a great run right now. That Coyote is pretty good right now, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's doing a good job. And from what I was talking to John about, he said that the chassis were kind of very similar. Not too big of a difference, and setups are almost close to the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not a big difference, especially in the rain here, because there's not much more you can do to a setup when you get wet like this, but in the dry, it's been quick too.
Yeah, and we saw him put it inside of the top 10, inside of the top 5 as well in the morning warm-up session for James. But white flag in the air for everybody out there on the racetrack. Jake French, the veteran, showing the young guns how it's done here late into the night. Rudolph still right behind him. 3 seconds back is Landon Skinner. 4 seconds back, I should say, is Landon Skinner. But Jake French, up and down start to the weekend, up and down day of heat racing action, but it's going to end up on a high. He's going to take the win in heat race number 3. Aiden Rudolph across the line second. Landon Skinner next in third. Jose Carlos Hernandez not able to make up too much ground, finishing fourth. Vasquez and James Overbeck, hard chargers in this one. Ibrahim Din back to Pico, to Howell, to Shane Reddy, and more as well, starting to cross the line here to conclude the Saturday. That's, I think, one to be forgotten here, Christopher, while we get down to it. And while we have you up here with us, I know big operation to bring you out here to the racetrack, to bring you out here and racing in Texas. Talk about the decision by John to kind of come out here and race in the state of Texas.
Honestly, we're getting kind of tired of the same stuff, and Texas has a lot of great drivers. I mean, French, Rudolph, Skinner, Vasquez, I mean, all top drivers. And, I mean, it was kind of we talked about it a little bit, doing something different, and then just saw the opportunity and we went for it.
Talk about school for you as well. I know you're still in high school, I believe, and coming out here on a racetrack. Do you miss being at school? Do you like being at a racetrack? Do weekends like this, especially on the Saturday, make you kind of want to be in school? What's it kind of like? I know it's probably a little bit colder up in North Carolina right now as well.
I mean, I'd much rather be at the racetrack, I'm going to be honest with you, especially in this type of weather. It's like, I don't know, in this weather, it's not the best, but it's definitely better than being in school.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm sure your parents won't be happy to hear that, but who cares? You're out here at a racetrack having a good time. And lastly, who'd you like to thank, I guess, for bringing you out here and making this possible for you guys to come out here and run?
John Seglum and Jim Lupari with Coyote and Precision Performance Karting, and my dad and my grandfather and James and his dad Matt are a big help as well, and everybody under the tent, really.
Well, we're excited to see you hit the racetrack tomorrow. It's always good to have a former CK Grand National Champion. We're also going to see you out in Charlotte, and I'm sure we'll talk to you more there. But excited to go, I guess, only a couple of miles down the road from where you're at, right?
Yeah, it's not too far, like 30 minutes. But I'm excited for Charlotte. I think it's going to be a great weekend.
There you guys have it. Christopher, thank you for joining us up here, concluding the day with us here. That's it for our Saturday coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're back live tomorrow, bright and early. 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Eastern Time will be live at 9 a.m. Main events go green at 9:20 with podium celebrations coming your way at 2 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully a much drier day from SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Closing the night with me, Christopher McKeithen. We thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.